This young man, just through ordinary cooking, accidentally summoned a terrifying ancient soul. Shine did not have big dreams or noble goals. Yet he got dragged into troubles even he could not have imagined. From a self-proclaimed cooking king, Shine became the last summoner because this world is far more complicated than he thought. Anyone can summon the soul of anything. They are just sealed away for now. This place was once built on legends of great summoners, from earthen walls, mummies, to magic and spirits. But then, all of it was forgotten. Faced with Dora's unbelievable story, Shine did not believe her. He grabbed his bag and stormed outside. Yet after all those times, she still managed to come back. He could only helplessly hold his face. He really was dealing with a daytime ghost. No choice. He reluctantly sat down to talk. I have only 3 questions. Just answer them. First, what exactly are you? Second, why did you come to me? Third, how can I get rid of you? Without proper answers, Dora kept nagging in his ear, giving him a headache, even claiming to be his master. Shine lost his mind, grabbed his bite, and fled from this 300-year-old demon trapped in a lowly body. Despite her tempting offers, being a female spirit, she could grant any wish, become the richest tycoon, hold supreme power, or be a famous superstar. But Shine did not care. He brushed past her like a breeze, while Dora screamed at the top of her lungs to take her hand and conquer the world. Shine rode away, saying, okay, let me think about it first. In second year, 3rd class, he sat in the classroom looking out the window. Suddenly, she knocked on the window, making Shine jump. He stood and looked at Dora leaning on the desk with a contract. She gently suggested, come on, let us sign a contract. Dora pulled out the paper, sliding it back and forth on the desk. Shine glared at her strange little action. He suddenly slammed the desk loudly. The loud noise grabbed the whole class' attention. The teacher angrily scolded Shine. He fearfully sat down and apologized. Sorry, teacher. Shine was dazed. Sure enough, he was the only one who saw her. Dora jumped up, scared stiff. At dismissal, the hallway buzzed with students' laughter and chatter. He went to his locker and opened it to get his things. As soon as he opened it, she popped out, sticking her tongue out playfully. That annoyed Shine, making veins bulge on his face. Dora wrapped herself in a curtain, scaring like a ghost. He slung his bag over his shoulder and walked, while she stayed mischievous inside. Behind a tree, Shine's classmate hid nervously with a love letter. The classmate jumped out and handed over the letter. Please accept this letter, big bro. Shine looked at him confused and cautious. She peeked out, surprised someone else was getting confessed to too. Shine angrily shouted, I told you to scram. The classmate looked hurt, clutching his face. Big bro. The classmate ran off. You are so mean. Seriously, he scolded. Waiting for you is really cruel. Shine yelled at Dora. It is your fault too. He rubbed his head in frustration, wondering how to get rid of her. He stood watching her sleep peacefully in the shade under the tree. Dora rolled over but froze when she saw a cat on the tree. Suddenly, a bunch of stuff fell from the sky all over her. Dora struggled out of the pile. Enjoying herself, Shine knelt beside her. You said you get healed by food, right? Then I will make you something else, he said, lighting incense and praying. Dora glared at Shine, begging, please, get rid of this for me. She spoke up, honestly, and he looked up at her. Dora calmly swayed in the wind, a wounded spirit who could not sign a contract. Dora's body became transparent then stretched longer than before. She sincerely continued, so I wander this world until I am destroyed. Dora's soft footsteps touched the ground. Don't he face him? If that is his choice, then I accept it. Before I go, I have one wish. Can you take one last walk with me? The roads I used to walk. Favorite shops. The people I used to meet. I want to see them one last time with you. The peaceful roadside scenes with shady green trees. Shine blushed, embarrassed by those sincere words. The two of them walked side by side along the long path in their hearts. She sighed. I see that though this world looks ordinary, you have no idea how many secrets it holds. He stared at their tightly clasped hands glowing with blue light. Shine's eyes brightened as if sensing something extraordinary. His body was covered in new energy. Dora said, I will show you this world's true form through my eyes. Golden lights flickered mysteriously in the shared space. Shine sensed others nearby. Dora spoke. Being with someone brings an unusual peace. Maybe it really is fate. Why does the dove know who trusts kindness? He explained. Is not that the one who feeds them? Dora asked. Why do bath bubbles last longer in children's hands? Why does the same food taste different? Actually, everyone in this world has the power to recover, but most do not realize it. The scene evoked the world's wonder. Understanding it with pure heart, things people can't see, hear, or fix. People live with imbalance. The rich live apart, while men flirt around everywhere. Others lose themselves in music and dance. The existence of recovery spirits is just part of those awakened, who can use recovery powers. These beings are called recovery masters. After explaining, Dora said, Zion, do not you want to become a recovery master and uncover all the world secrets with me? She reached out to him sincerely, hoping for a response. Zion hesitantly reached out his hand toward Doris. Suddenly, Mysterious blue lights appeared around them, their pinky fingers hooked together in agreement, their hands parted. Zion's fingers trembling, Dora shrank down and jumped up. The pact was sealed. You have been tricked. Once sealed, you can break it. Didn't you know? I want to show you the explanation. She teased, held his head. Exhausted by Dora's teasing words, Zion wondered. So then, what can I do as a recovery master? She grew larger and pressed close. You can do whatever you like. For example, Dora whispered into his hand, creating an opening. She moved behind him and grabbed Zian's controlling hand. A circle of new energy radiated from his hand. Then, it unleashed a massive magical force instantly. A giant crystal hand stretched out. Dora said, like destroying this world. The magic hand squeezed an ancient tree trunk tightly. The trunk quickly cracked and tilted from its original position. She held him, guiding him on how to use magic for the first time, perhaps to save. For instance, the ancient tree slowly fell gently to the ground. A kitten quickly ran out from under the leaves. He was surprised to see the kitten. Dora was not destroying the tree, but saving someone. This power is just in one hand. Imagine the force with both hands. Zion's face immediately turned pale. Too scared to think further, she hopped noisily, annoying him. What now? At the same time, a widespread fairy wing surrounded them. Dora grabbed Zian tightly and pulled him up. He was terrified. What is this now? They shouted loudly, their voices echoing across the sky. The two hovered higher than the towering buildings. She flew with him, though Zian's face was full of frustration. He worriedly warned. Almost there. Dora complained about the heavy energy drain, saying airplane mode uses too much power. Hungry again. Falling to the ground. I told you I was falling. Zen shouted angrily. What? You are pushing me while I am hanging on. In the end, the sky echoed with screams. I am starving and too weak. Just let me fall. Zion's heavy, exhausted breaths echoed through the forest. Zion's hurried footsteps pounded the path. Running. He muttered bitterly under his breath. Damn it. Zion glanced up to see leaves falling like arrows. They attacked in swarms from above like deadly weapons. Instinctively, he hugged himself to dodge. Leaves stabbed sharply into the ground in neat rows. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. A giant branch shot up, and Zion jumped to avoid it. Then countless more sprouted like tentacles. His body felt lighter. Dodging the assault, Zion kept his legs moving, not daring to stop even for a second, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a loud roar behind him sent chills down his spine. A massive tree monster appeared, growling fiercely. Looking up, sweat poured down Zian's face. Its giant hand stretched out with overwhelming force. Then it clenched into a fist and slammed down toward him. Zion dodged quickly but was caught by thick vines wrapping around him. His whole body was tightly bound, struggling in vain. Meanwhile, the tree monster leaped, preparing to land on Zian. Fear drained the color from his face. Panic set. It was over. Their clash caused a massive explosion, smoke billowing everywhere. The loud noise startled birds into a chaotic flight. Time rewound 10 hours earlier at the stadium. Dora sat relaxed, soaking up the sun and sipping water. Zion blushed, turning away to remind her, Hey, are not you embarrassed wearing that tight outfit? She replied calmly. You look even more embarrassed than me. Don't worry. Normal people can see Dora's perfect body anyway. The host's voice sounded on the screen. This is a breaking news update. Yesterday, we captured images of a strange flying object over our city. Many people managed to photograph it. Zion saw his photo taken while drinking and spat out his water. The host continued. Next news. Today, a case involving all the trees in the Central Park was discovered. Fortunately, no human casualties. Authorities are investigating. Hearing this, Zion ran his fingers through his hair. This is bad. What do I do now? She reassured him. It will be fine. Who knows? Don't worry. Come here. Let me rub some oil on your back. Zion, cooperate a bit. Dora pleaded urgently. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appeared. Watching them, twisted branches resembling demons floated up fiercely, piercing the ground and cracking it everywhere. She was enjoying the sun but froze in terror at the sight. A huge strange creature opened its mouth, screaming wildly. Blinded, she shouted for him to put on his headset. What is this? Let me go. Zion, save me. Oil spilled everywhere from Dora's hand as she screamed. Zion, save me. Dora was dragged far away, shouting loudly. Hey Zion. Zion's careless drop broke his phone, but he jumped after it. Still trying to catch up, Zion froze for a moment seeing a broccoli right in front of him. He asked suspiciously, What the heck is that? The little broccoli whispered ack, then suddenly sprayed water in Zian's face. Surprised by the attack, Zion got angry and chased after it. Determined to catch it, the broccoli ran hard to escape his pursuit across the quiet schoolyard. Zion and Dora chased each other inside the broccoli patch. He made Dora spin around on the field. Unable to fight back, Dora used leaves to block Zian's view. Dora used a special sound transmission method to tell him, Quick, get me out of here. You idiot. Zion waved the 2 leaves that blocked his view and said to the girl, Aren't you supposed to be tough, with giant claws and the ability to fly? Why did not you just leave on your own? He ran while saying, If not, why would I be sticking to you like a shoe? Dora, far ahead, did not forget to shout, What can you do from that far away? Though small in size. Dora felt cramped inside and said, You are such an idiot. Summoned souls are not that powerful. Only when they are with their summoners can they truly unleash their strength. Zion got angry after hearing that and asked, What do you mean? Explain yourself. The green broccoli eyed 3 pots of plants on a higher floor and started using them to attack Zion. After casting the spell, it began to run away. Zion, unaware, chased after it, even though the pots had already been prepared to trap his head. He just barely missed it. 3 pots stacked up, and just as Zion was about to catch up, they all fell on his head at once. Zion was caught off guard and collapsed on the spot, while the little cabbage quickly ran far away. Laughing as it ran, it called Zion an idiot. After shaking off the pots from his head, he groaned and got back up, cursing the annoying thing clinging to the wall. Zion saw the crowded scene ahead, a bustling fair filled with people. Zion looked at the crowd, unsure where to start searching. Under the blazing sun, he had to find that annoying thing. Zion weaved through the crowd, passing person after person. He struggled to move through the thick throng of people pushing forward. Suddenly, Zion saw 5 shadows rushing toward him. With a shout, Hey, you, stop right there. A few guys in martial arts gear advanced to attack him, but Zion dodged just in time. He did not know what was going on, but the guy seemed pretty angry. Zion helplessly stared at the muscular man in front of him. You are the one who rejected my sister yesterday, right? He recalled how she confessed her feelings to him yesterday. The girl had been brought by her brother to trick him. The brother told his sister, Come on, show everyone how serious you are. Zion looked at the tall man and the smaller girl before him, feeling confused. They were siblings. Not exactly. The girl let out a shout and chopped all the bricks the guy brought over with her hand. Zion did not have much time to watch their show, but after seeing the pile of bricks smashed, he was also scared too violent. The brother scolded his sister and said, Now I am giving you one more chance. Accept my sister's confession. Join the martial arts club and become the little power couple. While he kept rambling, Zion quickly slipped away. When he turned back, Zangon, where did he go? The sister began to sob quietly after Zion disappeared. Ran away, leaving behind the guy's shouts and the girls crying. 1T cry. Sister, do not. That guy 1T let you off? Dora called out to him. Akidid. Hey. Dora was about to lose it. The girl shouting for help, saying it was dark and damp inside. Asking where Zion was, Dora urged him to hurry. Come on. I just saw it run this way. Suddenly, Stan appeared from nowhere. You are not an ordinary guy, he said. Zion, stop pretending. I know you have supernatural powers. You are not alone. Zion saw another weirdo appear out of nowhere and thought, Whoa, so many strange people today. The guy turned fully toward him, saying, Join our abnormal human research group. Together, we will protect this entire galaxy. Right after he spoke, a foot appeared in front of him. Zion kicked him in the face. Sorry, but I have got a score to settle. Ignoring the guy lying motionless, Zion ran straight to find Dora. Zion called out, Dora, hey, where are you? He noticed her voice was getting fainter. Dora weakly responded, The farther the summoner is from the original form, the weaker the power. Hurry up, or our communication link will be lost. Such an important matter, why did not you say it sooner? Just as Zion finished speaking, he noticed someone behind him. He quickly grabbed it. He caught the person, but something made him take a closer look. The person he pinned down was a girl in cosplay. Facing him were 3 other men, likely her companions. In the end, Zion was beaten badly, one eye bruised, a big swollen bump on his cheek. Dora let out a weak, faint cry. She looked pale as a ghost and said she could barely breathe. I noticed something and signaled Dora to stop talking. There was a familiar sound. This sound. He quickly ran toward it and found the source, the annoying music. Elsewhere, the music grew louder and louder. On stage, a girl was performing her song, dressed scantily. She captivated the audience. He reached the spot where the music was coming from. Here it is. Zion, still catching his breath, said, This has to be it, right here. Then he called out to her, Dora. Hey Dora. Zion noticed someone spying above and reflexively looked up, but strangely, there was no one or anything unusual above. He looked back toward the stage and called out again, Dora, can you hear me? She said she could see him getting closer and closer. Calmly, Zion asked, But if I let her go with that thing, does that mean I will be free? Dora got angry when she heard that, coughing hard at this point. Bruised, the broccoli-shaped thing let out a reflexive squeal. Dora was so mad she ignored her breathing trouble and started punching everywhere. I will rip out your guts and lungs just a little closer. And I won't even see you. Dora's punches made the broccoli disguise squeal and then curl up, clutching its face on the ground. Finally, Zion spotted it. Is this close enough now? Dora crawled out, soaked in water. She emerged looking rough, making Zion barely hold back a reaction. While hitting, he muttered, Dare to mess with me. Today, I am making sure you are done for. After too many hits, it started crawling away to hide. It is running. Even as it burrowed underground, Dora kept punching relentlessly. Zion handed her a jacket and said, Don't rush. I have found its true form. The two of them saw Hannah standing far away. Dora and Zin recognized the figure as Hannah. Spirit immediately jumped onto Hannah, not forgetting to taunt the two. Hannah said nothing and walked straight ahead, heading away from them. Dora was not willing to let her leave just like that, but Zion said there were too many people here, and it was not wise to cause trouble on the way. Dora asked Zion, "How do you know she is the true form?" Zion said, "It is simple. Normal people can see spirits. Only a summoner could have attacked you. Normal people can see the carnivorous plant. Either it is clearly a spirit. The question is, where is its summoner? You once said a summoned spirit can be too far from its summoner, or it loses power. So its true form must be nearby. Just watch the direction that carnivorous plant ran in a circle. At the center of that circle is its true form. That summoner earlier Zian noticed her fancy clothes, probably from a wealthy family. But that is not the main point. Look at the black rose emblem on her hand. It matches our school S symbol exactly. It is a family crest of a powerful clan. Our school partly belongs to that clan's estate. So I can mess with them." Zion added that the summoner's true form is far away. Yet the spirit still has such strong energy. Her real power must be terrifying. Dora was briefly surprised but then joked that Zion was helping the author scam royalties. After that reasoning, Dora's eyes lit up as she praised him enthusiastically. But Zion slapped that girl's face, tricking her. Among them, she was the only beautiful one at the school building. The familiar little cat Zian nose also appeared. Cheers rang out. Whoa, whoa, someone walked in, causing a stir. So beautiful, a real beauty. Hannah entered with unmatched charisma, making everyone freeze. Who is she? Such a beauty. Zion lay on the table by the window, groaning. Ran all? So tired. Suddenly, a noise came from right beside Zian. Hannah slammed her hand on his table. He turned to see her and was stunned, frozen in place. Zion thought he had escaped, but in the end, he could not get away. Everyone around saw this and erupted again. So handsome. What a love vibe. Two classmates quickly opened the letter Hannah left, eager to see what was inside. After class, no meeting, no going home. A friend threw an arm around Zian's shoulders. Haha, this kid's got it good. Another friend showed the letter around. Love letter. Definitely a love letter. But no one knew what was really inside that letter. Only Zian understood. After school, the school gate was empty, as if deserted. Zion walked ahead, followed by a bunch of onlookers trailing behind. They kept jumping behind him. Unbelievable. Heard it is a romantic forest. Definitely a goddess invitation. Can T miss this? Zion annoyed. You guys are ridiculous. Dora looked at him in surprise. It is definitely a date. He tossed flowers and pulled out a romance novel to read. School youth. Heart pounding. Oh dear. Zion covered his ears. This is the dumbest thing ever. A loud shout rang out as the girl's brother rushed forward, rejecting the confession. You rejected my sister and stole my goddess. I am gonna deal with you. I am gonna take care of you. Two henchmen tried to hold him back. Leader, calm down please. Zion just ignored it and walked away. A cat ran up, and Zian was surprised. Wyong is here too, he warned. Be careful. The wound is not healed yet. Io licked his bandaged paw. The sky darkened, making the forest feel even more eerie. The followers got lost. Zion said, "Why? This is the right way." Right? I do not see any path. This is definitely the right path. Dora doubted. We have avoided all the troublemakers so far. Zion looked back confused. We did not avoid anyone. He looked down at his feet. Look here. Noticed something strange. Grass parted to guide the way. Zion looked ahead. Look, the trees were guiding the way too. She must be over there. Ahead, a black rose bush swayed in the wind. She guessed. Is it dark already? Just leave the spirit to heal and I will let you go. She threatened. Come out quickly and get lost. Zion stepped out now. Okay, here I. Dora came out cautiously, eyes glaring at. Hearing this, Hannah broke the rose bush. No other choice now. The flower flew like an arrow. Both startled and dodged. Dora held her head up. The black rose thorn cut a line across Zian's cheek, blood streaming down. She coldly held her attack stance. Dora rolled and hit a big rock hard. The girl held her head, saying Hannah attacked right away, called Hannah evil. With no professional ethics at all, Dora started pulling out her gear. I am not standing still either. Zion looked at Dora rummaging through her stuff, urging her on. Dora, what are you doing? Think of something. The girl fumbled through her treasures. Oh no? Where's my leather knife? My leather knife can be missing. Dora made a rattling sound. Dang, 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 dang. Dora told Zian to hang on. She would find the leather knife and come back. You watch her walk away but still try to hold on. Are you kidding me? Keep going. Hannah, without hesitation or mercy, launches a new attack. Vines start sprouting rapidly all around Hannah. Zion knows when to run. The best strategy is to retreat. But how is he supposed to endure this? No idea. Hannah stands high above, aiming the sharp tips of her leaves. Dora dodges and dodges. Hannah strikes again and again. Dora dodges. Dora dodges again. You are here surrounded with limbs, eyes, and mouths like living creatures. Hannah's spirit beast orders them to move out. It obeys and starts heading towards Zion. You stand there, stunned, watching that walking tree. Vines wrap around your body, then slam you backward. Dora bursts out from the bushes, Seems like she has found the tool she mentioned. Zion sees Dora rushing toward him to help break free from the vines. But he quickly realizes the tree is readying another attack. Anna's spirit beast has no patience left, you fools. Finish them off together. The tree slams its huge hand down on the ground. The impact echoes through the forest. Birds scatter flying away. Hannah's spirit beast laughs with satisfaction. This is over. They are too weak, but Dora and Zion quickly carve out a small hole below. They use the razor-sharp knives Dora mentioned to dodge the last attack. This surprises Hannah. They did not expect them to escape the assault. The spirit beast notices the knives in their hands. Suspicious those knives, Dora says they are ancient super-sharp pig slaughtering knives from a long time ago. Zion and Dora pierce a big hole in the tree. Zion even apologizes sorry about that because the tree was injured. Anna also has a similar wound on her hand. She looks straight at Zion and says, "Looks like we underestimated them." She orders the tree again. Don't hold back. Crush them completely. Zion's no longer scared. He calls out to Dora. Watch this. Zion's group punches the tree, catching it off guard. A loud explosion echoes from their clash. Same force. But the tree's hand shatters. Zion's punch dealt serious damage. The tree attacks Zion and Dora with its other hand. Both dodge just as it reaches them. Zion and Dora leap high to avoid the direct strike. Dora spots an opening and tells Zion to quickly climb up. Zion clings to the tree's body, skillfully dodging its attacks. The tree did not expect him to climb on, so it can react in time. Zion attacks first, not giving it a chance to counter. The tree lets out a roar and falls, its massive body breaking apart. Even Hannah and her spirit beast did not expect this. After Zion destroys the tree, Dora rushes over praising him. Zion, you are so handsome. Dora asks, do you know martial arts? Zion denies it. I do not know martial arts. I just know how to cook. It is as easy as chopping vegetables. Then he looks toward Hannah, who approaches the defeated tree sadly. Staring at it, Anna begins casting a spell on the tree. She uses magic to help it depart peacefully. A soft blue light glows. Dora and Zion are amazed. Anna slowly closes her eyes. Dora notices a weakness. Watch my sacred vine. One final strike. Anna's spirit beast flares up a young lady. Zion stands in front of Hannah, blocking Dora's attack. Zion successfully blocks Dora's critical strike for Hannah. Dora sees him defend Hannah and asks, Zion, why are you helping her? Zion says fighting and killing are the most boring things. But before he can finish, a rumble sounds an earthquake. Suddenly, the place where they stood shifted strangely, and countless trees around them began to move mysteriously. They stared at Dora and Zion, causing the two to feel a flash of panic. Seeing the number of trees they had to face was many times more than before. Everyone's expression turned serious. Hannah's spirit beast sneered at them. Haha. Scared yet? It even taunted the two of them. Let us see how you handle this. At that moment, Anna cast a spell, making the creatures return to normal. The spirit beast wondered why she spared the two of them. Sunlight still gently shone on the trees. Then Hannah's spirit soul grew intense. What kind of joke is this? Zion, not wanting the situation to escalate, cautiously probed. It was no longer early. Are you hungry? Hannah's two hungry stomachs were growling nonstop. Our esteemed young lady. Afterwards, the group returned to Zion's home at dusk. A lavish meal was quickly prepared by him. Zion brought 2 more dishes from the kitchen. Seeing Hannah focused on enjoying the noodles he made, he gently asked, how does it taste? Dora blurted out. The fried pork is mine, but was cut off by Hannah's spirit soul. It is really delicious. Fighting first, then understanding we have been at odds before. She just finished off a soda can. Dora deliberately added, when we meet, we fight. The young lady and I are on defense. Maybe you do not know. Spirit souls can be good or bad, divided into different schools since ancient times. Today, I thought you were bad guys and was ready to take you away. Suddenly, Hannah abruptly left the table and headed straight for her subordinate, desperately trying to snatch the chicken leg from its mouth. Anna's spirit soul then kept defending Zion, saying someone who can cook such delicious food can be evil. Dora, leave the young lady alone and listen to me. Hannah chose to ignore them, admiring his charm all alone. She looked up at the sky with a pensive expression. Unexpectedly, Zion opened the door and appeared right behind her, standing beside Hannah. He teased, only good food can save the world. Seeing her actively make a suggestion, call me Hannah, Zion exclaimed in surprise. Hannah fell silent for a moment, then continued, I know you are not bad. Listen carefully. Behind her were the spirit souls. Zion glanced at Dora, then suddenly heard Hannah declare, I will always watch over you. She conjured a black rose, then gently handed it to Zion with a demand, 24 hours. Do not leave my sight. Their eyes accidentally met, making both feel embarrassed. Dora and Hannah's spirit souls appeared from nowhere, questioning each other. Are you two confessing? Zion awkwardly explained. A confessing? The black rose means 2 things, demon or her. At that moment, an ancient tree caught fire fiercely, the blaze quickly spreading through the forest, causing a giant elephant to collapse from smoke inhalation. The disaster created a desolate scene. A heavily wounded man struggled to escape the flames, standing still in shock for a long while. Seeing Muo's desperate plea for help, she called out repeatedly with hope, but was met with a cold, dismissive gaze. Mio then gasped in panic when she noticed a strange light appearing on the ground. A numb reaction spread through her body. When she woke up, she was in a different space, trying to calm down but was startled by a cat's cry. Mio rushed down the building at full speed to Feng Lam's classroom in the morning. Jun was sitting and listening but was distracted by Dora's snoring. Suddenly, a tall deer appeared out of nowhere. Jen's classmates all panicked loudly. The tall deer was pushed forward by a raccoon below, urging it on. Dora was also startled. What is going on? Jen is too noisy. Another pack of raccoons swarmed into the classroom, causing the students to scatter in panic with screams piercing the air. Too many raccoons. The school's loudspeaker suddenly crackled to life with the teacher's urgent voice. Don't panic. Maintain discipline. Stay quiet. Then he was suddenly attacked from behind by raccoons, his voice turning frantic. Feng Lam School is facing an emergency situation. Everyone, please evacuate immediately. Jun had just opened the door and stepped outside, only to panic even more. There were even more outside. Trying to stay calm and race past the animals, he suddenly spotted a fire ahead. A giant panda was casually blocking the emergency exit. Dora panicked as soon as she saw it. So embarrassing. Let me through. Dora hates furry things the most. At this point, Jun could only helplessly watch the chaotic scene unfold right before his eyes. She smiled with satisfaction, then ordered the monkey troop to attack. Inside the classroom, the female students were still being harassed by the monkey swarm. The monkeys were getting more aggressive, causing the girls to panic even more. The elite troop was now pouring onto the training ground. They were following Mike O's command to launch the attack. The grass horse troop charges forward. Dora was trying to stand up and protect Jun, but the grass horse troop suddenly changed direction and ran elsewhere. Amid the students' terrified screams, the school guards tried their best to calm everyone down. Attention! Attention! Jun was trying to follow the commander's orders, but got blocked by Dora. This made him angrily demand answers. Dora, the shelter is on the other side. Where are you dragging me off to? The guards urged again. Everyone, quickly head to the gym for shelter. Dora pulled Jun along while explaining. After all, you are a disciple, and in times like this, you have to step up. Let us go see what is really happening. Dangerous animals have also invaded the schoolyard. Then the TV screen flickered with sound. Dora gasped in surprise as she saw the scene. Is this the animal kingdom? The female news anchor was running while live broadcasting. The city has entered a level 1 emergency alert. Please go to the nearest shelter and wait for rescue. All the zoo animals have escaped in the city center. Citizens, please remain calm. The situation is still under control for now. Then the TV signal suddenly cut out. Jun stared at the screen and groaned. Is today the end of the world? Mio, who appeared from somewhere with a menacing speech. Humanity is trembling before the power of animals. Scream, run, curl up in fear. This city belongs to us now. Suddenly, Jun lunged at Mio. A danger alert flashed quickly, but she suddenly froze, unsure how to react. Then Jen tackled her, rolling her around on the ground. He held her tight and warned, this is dangerous. After letting go of Mio's body, Jun questioned, what are you even standing there for, waiting to be eaten? Then Jin dragged his cat and shouted, come home with me. Now, why are you here? Mio teased him after seeing that, you dummy. You still do not get what is going on, but you are mad about it. Do we even know each other? Then Dora rushed over to warn Jun, be careful. This girl is not normal. Jun still did not know how to handle the enemy troop. Suddenly he heard the voice from Hannah's summoning spirit. Attack! Target acquired. Hannah's sharp eyes catch something. Vines suddenly burst out of nowhere. Release all the animals and Mio. The vines suddenly stretch longer. They wrap around the animals nearby. Just as Mio lands on the ground, she anxiously looks toward the animals. Damn it! Donnie harmed them. A white tiger follows right behind Mio. She signals it to stop and shouts loudly, you villains. The tree feels intrigued by the animal summoning power. Hannah has to admit it too. This opponent is interesting. The tree proudly declares, listen closely. Little sister, this city is territory of us. The big daughters, Cyan and Dora, become confused. They are being looked down on. The tree continues arrogantly. Dare cause trouble here. Want a beating? Mio gently strokes the white tiger's head, then commands, Tiger, go rest. I am afraid you might get hurt. In no time, the city returns to its peaceful state. Cyan approaches to question Mo. Tell me, what is your purpose? Why did you release all the caged animals? She answers fiercely. Animals naturally live here. It has been that way for hundreds of millions of years. Humans just took over the space. The tree grumbles angrily. I do not know your background. Stop babbling. I will give you 10 seconds to hand over your power. Mio looks toward everyone. Anna narrows her eyes at her too. Mio rushes toward Hannah. She moves stealthily, leaving everyone confused. Mio darts behind Hannah, then delivers a sharp kick. Engage in a dramatic duel. Cyan watches from the sidelines. They are fighting now. That is wild. Who should we help? Cyan tries to stop them. Don't rush. Mio darts past Hannah like the wind. She directs the vine toward Mo. Mio quickly ducks low, then sits back laughing after dodging the attack. Hannah lashes out with the vine nonstop. A vine snaps swiftly past Mo. Hannah even wraps vines around her ankle. The sound of vines snapping echoes everywhere. Hannah uses all her strength to slam Mio into the wall. She becomes furious, Hateful damn plants. I'm seriously angry now. Anna's hands move like machines. She beats Mayo mercilessly. Mayo's eyes narrow with feline intensity. The battle between Mayo and Hannah is not over yet. Hannah can believe she dodged everything. Vines shoot up from the ground, crushing a passing car's side. Mayo speeds past like an arrow. She uses the speed of a leopard, attacking Hannah from all directions. She starts to panic. Mayo then taps into bear strength, launching herself backward with full force. She lets out a fierce roar and transforms into a mighty bear. Mayo charges at Hannah like a predator. The surprise attack sends her sliding on the ground. Dora watches the fight while munching popcorn. This is epic. Meanwhile, Jen finds the lines oddly familiar. Sounds like those old cartoons. The cat outside suddenly yells out in anger. Seeing that, Jen anxiously asks, Mayo, what is wrong with you? Mayo's strength keeps growing stronger. She keeps closing in on Hannah. She presses her muscular hands against the rock on the ground, then lets out a loud howl. Right after the shout, Mayo fiercely throws the rock toward Hannah. She smartly uses vines to protect herself. The tree groans tiredly. Can T take it anymore? Big miss. Use your finishing move. Suddenly, giant hands rise from the ground to catch the rock. With its own strength, the big block easily breaks the rock in half. Now, Mayo faces a formidable opponent. The big block does not hesitate, punching hard into Mayo's stomach. The tree cheers loudly from afar. Big block, crush this stubborn bear. She quickly strikes back with a painful slap. Mayo narrows her eyes in the fight. They are evenly matched. The big block's body is also getting hurt. Still, it grits its teeth and keeps fighting. Both sides launch powerful kicks. Mayo unfortunately falls backward. Big block quickly grabs her, then clamps her tight with its giant arm. The bear form suddenly vanishes. Dora boldly says, I bet $100. Hannah wins. Jin hesitates, saying, I'm not so sure. Shadows fly past Big Block. Halls echo all around. Finally, a pack of wild dogs appears. Hannah and the tree are stunned by this. The fragments have turned into wild dogs. The wild dogs slowly advance toward Big Block, forming a circle around it. When the moment is right, they all leap at once, biting the tree trunk repeatedly. Big Block fiercely fights back. A loud explosion rings out as the wild dogs are thrown far away. Big Block looks at its arm in pain. The bark on the tree is peeling off, seeing Hannah in pain. The tree anxiously asks, Big Miss, are you okay? Sharp scratches quickly appear on Big Block's body. Now it looks like a durian covered in spikes. The wild dogs rush in, but Big Block spins wildly like a machine. In an instant, the wild dogs are crushed. Their broken pieces fall to the ground. Just when it seemed over, Big Block is startled to realize a snake crawls up from the ground onto its body. The snake coils tightly around the entire tree. Dora and Zan start feeling uneasy. The snake sticks out its long tongue. The tree panics, saying, this is bad. The snake opens its mouth wide, ready to bite Big Block. This is not going to end well. Zion is shocked to hear a growl from the cat. He calls out, Miwo. Big Block focuses intensely. Using all its strength, it spins hard and flings the snake far away. The snake grows more aggressive. It quickly crawls back onto Big Block's arm. Big Block fearfully swings its arm away, but the snake clings on stubbornly. It crawls right to Big Block's face and opens its mouth wide again. The wooden arm suddenly falls to the ground. Big Block is in intense pain. The snake still won't let go. It attacks again with its sharp fangs. Big Block leaps, then lands firmly on the snake's head. The snake writhes in pain, whipping its tail hard against the tree. Big Block punches again, throwing the snake far away. They clash again, locked in a fierce battle. Thick dust and smoke blocked the way. The whole city was silent, suddenly shaking with movement. The fierce battle stalemated. Both sides were exhausted. The entire body of the snake was wounded. Even Hannah was heavily affected. The young lady herself, still. The giant head and the snake refused to give up. Seeing the tension rise, Shine felt uneasy. If they keep fighting, both will die. Dora, do you have any powerful weapons from before? She frantically searched her bag. Let me find it. Seeing no time left, Shine grabbed Dora and pulled her along. Just as the giant head and snake lunged at each other, Shine and Dora arrived to stop the fight. Both tried hard to restrain the formidable opponents. Shine and Dora stepped in to end this pointless battle. You scolded. Are you two done yet? Fighting and killing is the most boring thing in the world. You can just sit down calmly and discuss your ideals afterward. Hannah's spirit was damaged, which was bad enough, and that stubborn brat caused even more trouble. Shine silently held the kitten, gently stroking the little flower on it. Dora had already withdrawn the serpent on the other side. Mio was trapped in her true form, unable to do anything but scream, Let me go. This is not over yet. Now Shine spoke, saying this meaningless fight did not need to continue, because he had captured the real form, right? Miuo, you are holding the cat by the scruff. While everyone else was stunned, Miuo finally gave in, lowering her defense. But Shine had already noticed. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light radiated from Miuo, leaping out of the male lead's hands. It seemed she was trying to escape, but Shine ordered a search. He caught Miuo in a flash. Hannah's spirit was surprised, saying, Wait, I do not quite get it. You mean this cat? Before she finished, Shine answered, Exactly. The girl was just a spirit, but the cat was the real form. While you all kept fighting, you missed these small but obvious details. I do not know why Mio deceived us, and I do not care. I believe she has her own reasons. Don't say anything. Here, I will bandage your wound. In Mio's eyes, your reflection was still gentle and kind. Shine, Just like the first time I met you, it turned out the male lead met Miyu-o's true form one sunset afternoon. The two figures quietly watched the sunset descend on a peaceful evening. Dora saw the male lead's tender gesture toward Miyu-o and felt a bit uneasy. She directed that discomfort at the muddy blue flower. Since the real form was controlled, it was time to solve the problem. Hana's spirit, naturally hot-tempered, refused to back down so easily. Hand over the cat. But in the end, Hana spoke again. Let it, forcing the flower to yield despite its reluctance. Hana's spirit, along with the search order, told Shun, "You will understand soon. You chose the wrong friend, and you picked the wrong enemy." Hana looked exhausted and wounded, stumbling as she walked, making the little flower's heart ache. "Miss, it is let us." The chaotic afternoon has finally come to an end. That night, everyone gathered at Shine's house for the latest news. The chaos caused by the escaped animals today has finally been resolved. All the escaped animals have been safely returned to the zoo. The cause of the incident is still under investigation. Today has been called Animal National Day. Everyone, please stay tuned. Myo, hearing this news, blushed deeply. Ryan asked her, "So besides humans, animals can also be summoners?" Right on point. Myo's expression changed as she excitedly replied, "Of course, even cats, dogs, rats, and the most ordinary insects can be summoners. I have even known mammoth summoners, turtle summoners, and standard summoners before." "That is right. The coolest is my brother. He is the most awesome." Suddenly mentioning her brother, Myo, her whole body seemed paralyzed, and the room fell into silence. Then, she nervously stuffed food into her mouth, breaking the heavy mood. "So you came here to find your brother?" Myo nodded sadly, quietly recounting that after her brother left, she followed his footsteps to arrive at this city. Because she was injured, she temporarily lost her summoning power, and while wandering, Ryan rescued her. Ryan pressed on, asking, "So how do you explain what happened today?" Myo did not hide anything and answered honestly. It seemed her brother was deliberately avoiding her, so she thought if she could not find him, she would make a big scene so he could find her. At that point, Nam-chun understood everything, and Ryan just smiled gently to reassure her, saying, "All right, your drama is definitely on a whole new level." Myo was so embarrassed she burst into tears. Apologizing, Nam-chun gently patted her head, saying, "It is okay. I will help you find your brother. Do not worry first. Fill your stomach and then talk." Myo blushed deeply, her face as red as a tomato, and said yes. "What? Bone broth noodles with pork ribs? Fried salted mackerel?" Outside the window, a crow appeared, perched on a branch watching everything, then suddenly flew off, transforming into a man under the moonlight. His hair was pure white, and his face looked like trouble. He suddenly gave a disgusted smile. Early morning. The whole house was already noisy with sounds at the front door. Ryan was lazily stretched out on the chair, deeply absorbed in reading. On top of that, he ordered Nam-chin, "Ryan, go open the door." And Ryan sighed, accepting the fact that these guys really treated this place like home. He approached the door. "Who is it? Come in." When he opened it, a bunch of big shot men with fierce faces stood there, causing trouble again. Ryan's face went pale, drained of blood. "Who are you people?" One of the men with a distinguished look spoke up. "We are here on our master's orders to invite you to dinner at the eldest lady's place." Ryan quickly shut the door, saying, "Sorry. Not interested." But things were not that simple. The man's arm blocked the door. The men behind quickly drew deadly weapons at the sound of movement. Ryan, Dora, and Myo were dragged away relentlessly, too enthusiastic to refuse. Outside, a plane was already waiting, its logo dazzling in the light, a super long, ultra-luxurious private helicopter. Truly impressive. The three climbed aboard, leaving their fate to chance. In note, the plane flew over a huge mansion, the Russian estate. "We have arrived." The plane began its descent. Upon landing, the three were the first to be pushed out. Waiting below were Hannah and the spirit guardian. The flower-faced woman still wore an unfriendly expression, greeting them coldly. "Welcome to our home. Sorry for not greeting you earlier." Dora and Myo exchanged glances full of hostility. "Damn pests." Seeing Myo bristle like a porcupine, Shine spoke up to calm the situation. "Stay calm." Dora pointed at the flower-faced woman. "Cut the act. What do you want?" "Nothing, just dinner." "This way, sir. The master is waiting for you inside." Hannah had not said a word and turned away, leaving first. The mansion was enormous as they passed through luxurious corridors. Dora murmured, "How much money does this eldest lady actually have?" "You are Brooke Way." Suddenly, a strange creature followed them from behind, startling Dora. "What the hell is that?" The flower-faced woman quickly responded, "Don't be surprised. That is just a security camera in our estate." She also introduced other devices. That eel on the fence is an electric security barrier, powered by eco-friendly mana. This is our housekeeper. He is sweeping leaves. Jun was curious about the little green creature buzzing over his head, and the modest one flying around. What about them? Actually, that is the gardener watering the plants, literally watering them. Suddenly, a flame burst out, making Dora jump in fright. It turned out to be Hannah's chef preparing dinner on the grill. Jun and Mayo shared the same question. Are they all spirits? With so many different types of spirits here, how many summoners must they have? Flower-faced woman smirked. Soon you will meet him yourself. So the whole group moved toward that stage building, and as they entered, a pair of eyes watched them closely. It was that black crow again, watching intently before flying away. Inside, the first thing that struck them was a giant statue. Even Dora was impressed. Having money is amazing, but that flower there, it is special, not to be judged by gods. This is the legendary guardian statue. Hannah's summoned spirit continued to lead the guests to the dining room on the second floor. As they climbed the stairs, Nam Chin suddenly heard someone calling his name Ryan. The voice kept calling out with no one in sight, leaving him confused. What kind of sound was that? You guys do not hear it. Everyone looked puzzled at Nam Chin's question. Ryan, that voice kept calling your name. Ryan then noticed the statue of a goddess right in the hall. He seemed to have a hunch. Was the statue moving? A woman's figure appeared in Ryan's mind. The blonde woman kept calling Ryan's name. Seeing Nam Chen frozen, Dora tapped his shoulder to snap him out of it. You okay? Ryan finally came to his senses, sweat pouring down his body. He would kept what happened earlier to himself, not telling anyone. It is just a little distracted. That flower quickly teased. Whatever it is, keep some dignity. Take care of yourself. Young man. Ryan's group followed Hannah's guidance. In the dining room, an old man was sitting with his back to them. Ryan and Dora stopped, unsure who he was. The man finally spoke. Welcome, young summoners. Using magic, he compelled the guests to sit down. The three of them sat without resistance. This old guy's power is impressive. Ryan was wary of Hannah's grandfather. He seemed too powerful. The old man began. You might be skeptical about this little trip, but please hear me out. Everything has a soul. Legends say the origin of all souls is a crystal, a god, or a demon. Humans have fought endlessly over it, wars lasting centuries, he said. As a scene appeared behind him, Dora and Maiwo listened and whispered. This old man even mentioned Sly and the goddess. Quiet. Let him finish. Long ago, summoners split into two factions. One embraced nature's power, living in harmony. They protect the world's balance and are called the Guardians. The other faction steals all summoning power by any means. They kill, invade, and use endless desire to conquer the world. They are known as the Destroyers. You are lucky to have met us. Light or shadow, justice or evil, protect or destroy. Which do you choose? Suddenly, he looked at Shan. She blurted out for Nam Chun. I choose the alliance of justice. This loud girl embarrassed Shine. Sorry. My mom told me never to get involved in gangs. The old man snorted. Is that from what I know? Your parents abandoned you at 5 and disappeared without a trace. You lived off Tao until you could survive on your own. The school's honor student works 2 jobs. Dyes his hair weekly to hide the blonde, hides photos of his parents under his pillow, and suffers nightmares every night. You seem indifferent, not fighting life, but you are actually hiding deep insecurity. With him holding all the cards, Cyan could not reply. Dora noticed his unusual attitude and patted his back to comfort him. Cyan, did you think what happened before was just coincidence? The goddess is summoning noodles, a strange contract who exactly are Dora and Mew O, and what dark plots lie behind them. What did the statue in the hall show you? What does your dream mean? About your parents, you might never have known who they really are. Join the Guardians. Here, your past, future, identity, fate, and all the answers you seek. This is your true home. After his grand speech, the room fell completely silent, until a sound shattered the quiet. Suddenly, Cyan clapped energetically. Uncle, your imagination is amazing. You should be writing Hollywood war dramas. Insulted, the old man slammed his hand on the table and stood up to face Cyan. That brat. His fierce energy stunned Dora and Mew O into silence. But then he suddenly burst out laughing. Even Shine was surprised by this sudden change. Old man, are you alright? Calmly, the old man relaxed and walked away, failing to intimidate him. You really are her son. Steady, calm, even your gaze is just how I like it. Hannah chimed in beside her grandfather. Stop pretending, Grandpa. The flower's enjoying this Oscar-worthy acting. Growing serious, the old man said. Honestly, from the start I knew you would refuse my offer. It is alright. The future of the Guardian Order lies with young people like you. Think about joining the guards. Now, the food's all gone. Let us eat. Then he laughed loudly. This sudden shift left everyone confused. What is going on? Something's not right. Then he glanced at the pink-haired girl. Right, Dora? Even I can tell what kind of spirit you are. You must be incredibly powerful. Dora's nostrils flared proudly. That is normal. People only focus on beauty. Seeing Dora's reaction, he kept going. I hear your true form is deeply moving and wet with emotion. Show us sometime. Dora grinned and flattered him back. Alright. Alright. You are actually pretty handsome too. Hannah blushed deeply beside them, feeling he would gone too far. Grandpa stopped the talk. Enough joking. We have got guests arriving soon. A massive boulder crashed down from the moon, heading straight for the mansion where Kim Ji-yeon was. After a deafening explosion, the entire mansion was left in ruins. Inside, the rock smashed through the glass, drawing everyone's attention. It landed with a heavy thud, then began to reveal its shape through the smoke. As the smoke cleared, a golden light suddenly appeared. The true form of the rock was a spirit stone, standing rigidly before the old man like a challenge. While Kim Ji-yeon tried to protect a memo and Kanglam's Hannah was stunned, the old man remained strangely calm. Blood moon, crows, unstable spirit energy. I knew I was a target, he said, taking a deep breath. He added, it is finally here. Good. I have been waiting for you to make a move. Tossing off his coat, he charged forward with all his strength, determined to send his opponent back in one blow. Light flashed as his punch connected, freezing the key point of the spirit stone. Causing it immense pain, he poured all his power into the punch. Exhausted, he unleashed a final decisive strike that blasted the opponent a good distance away. But the opponent planted his feet firmly, keeping his body steady and far from the old man. Safe on the battlefield, he eyed the ice left behind by the old man. Gritting his teeth, he charged straight at the old man, intent on destroying him. Activating his destructive instinct, his body hardened into a point, then released all his power outward, cracking the ground. Anna rushed in to join the fight, aiming to protect her grandfather. But facing a destructive machine, nothing was certain and he only grew crazier. The old man wiped blood away and told his granddaughter, I will handle this place. You all go ahead. He's very strong. Hannah hesitated, worried for his safety. Kim Ji-yeon stood by her side, wondering, Uncle, really no backup? That question made the old man laugh in surprise. No matter what happens, he had to protect Kim Ji-yeon. Before Hannah could grasp his meaning, the boulder approached again from above. From outside, the mansion looked peaceful until the explosion blew everyone off the grounds. Kim Ji-yeon and Hannah were no exception. After regaining their composure, they noticed that the explosion was just a cloud of gray smoke. Hannah forced herself up to keep watching but froze when she saw what was in front of her, not far away. The rubble made the group even more uneasy. How many destroyers are there? Has the entire mansion been attacked? Suddenly, a wounded soul dragged himself over to Kim Ji-yeon, shouting urgently, Run, miss! You have to run. The villainess immediately shot upward. Then she fired continuously at the ground, hitting unlucky souls below. Hannah shouted, calling out to Kim Ji-yeon, Dora, and Maya. But it did not change the situation. Even the angel and surrounding creatures were not spared from the bullets. Unfortunately, the villainess had no intention of letting anyone go and kept her gun raised. She laughed gleefully as she looked down at the fallen victims. Hannah could not hold back and jumped into the fight, yelling for everyone to get out of there quickly. The two women clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, the others were still unsure what to do. Should they run? Could they escape? Suddenly, Maiho ran wildly but then spotted a familiar figure. The dark, hairy figure emerged on the battlefield. The souls quickly noticed him. An intruder, they cried. They swarmed to attack the hairy man, but with a single swipe, he blew them all away. In the air, the bright man flew toward the trickster, but before he could act, the hairy man grabbed him from behind. Then he eliminated him without mercy. Behind them, a young woman's voice suddenly rang out. Big brother, is that you? The hairy man just closed his eyes, ignoring her. Then, heartlessly, he shot straight at the girl's mind. The attack was ruthless. Leaving her no chance to resist, she was gone in an instant. She collapsed backward, her soul slowly fading away. At that moment, Kim Ji-yeon could no longer sit idle and accept death. He charged into battle alongside Dora. As Mua's soul faded, Kim Ji-yeon and Dora circled behind the hairy man, intending to finish him off. Suddenly, a strange feeling filled the space. Kim Ji-yeon transformed him a baby boy. He still did not understand why this was happening. Then a woman appeared, calling him by name Kim Ji-yeon. Her voice was warm, and she embraced Kim Ji-yeon, letting him feel the warmth of a mother's love. But in the next moment, a savage laugh terrified Kim Ji-yeon. The arms holding him were rotting flesh. Her face was completely distorted, decayed, and horrifying. She grabbed Kim Ji-yeon and returned to the battle. Dora kept calling out, What is wrong? Wake up. Back with the old man. The battle was not over as both sides fought fiercely. His sudden appearance shocked the stone beast. The old man caught the enemy's movement and delivered a precise kick. The stone beast tried to grab him but was too slow because of its bulky body. Too slow. The old man was already behind it, unleashing a powerful series of punches into its back. Then he followed up with spinning kicks, sending it flying back a good distance. The stone beast regained consciousness after the fatal blow and began to cry like a child. But the old man was not moved. Instead, he threatened, If you do not want to die, tell me how many of you there are. Scene change. Watching the old man's battle nearing its end, Hannah was ready for a life or death fight with the villainess. She confidently said, It is our turn now. She summoned the giant forest spirit, planning to ambush the villainess. But the villainess noticed early and jumped high to avoid the strike. Retaliating, she dropped 3 bombs on the forest spirit. When they exploded, They wiped out the entire area and created a huge crater that swallowed the group inside. In an instant, Hannah thought of the worst. Sure enough, the forest spirit had become her target. Caught in their attack, the result was it shattered into pieces. Hannah was not so lucky either. Her clothes were slashed, exposing parts of her from inside the hole. The female ninja whispered. Climbing out, she appeared wielding her sword, threatening Hannah with it when the carnivorous flower emerged. The Harris was completely controlled. The female ninja whispered, "Do not fear the darkness. Embrace it." Without hesitation, she swung her sword, cutting Hannah's carotid artery. Shirozu spat out blood like rain. The ninja watched her work with little emotion. Only the carnivorous flower stared wide-eyed at the Harris. Over there, after finishing off the rock, her grandfather realized his beloved granddaughter was in trouble. He quickly rushed over and used healing magic, surrounding her with a magical aura. Because of that, her wound slowly began to heal. Seeing her condition like this was a relief. The bleeding had stopped. But then the enemy charged at her grandfather again. He had to step in to block the attack, yet he could not hold on for long. He gradually lost ground and was pushed backward. Suddenly, in that moment, a figure came rushing down from above. It was none other than Mayua's older brother. Hannah immediately delivered a deadly slash at him, not stopping there. The assassin seized the chance to close in. She pinned his neck with her leg. At that moment, a gun was pressed straight against his head. In an instant, she shot him through the head. The Harris' spirit watched in utter horror. At that moment, he seemed to have no breath left. Just then, someone slowly approached him. Hannah seemed to be setting up some kind of trap. Suddenly, Anna cast a spell. A death spirit appeared. It immediately grabbed his head. Simultaneously, it sucked all his life energy. Within seconds, his body weakened and collapsed to the ground. This was clearly their real goal for coming here. This scene was enough to terrify anyone who saw it. Amid their loud laughter, a huge surge of magical power erupted around them, making them vanish. Their actions left Dora and the Harris F spirit in shock. Now, her grandfather's mansion lay in ruins. Outside, the rain began to fall harder, yet Mio sat alone, gloomy on a tree branch. She kept staring at the feather her brother left behind. Meanwhile, Jun sat quietly inside the house, lost in thought. He held a torn photo in his hand. On the other hand, the Harris' spirit was deeply worried for her because she had been unconscious since getting injured. Just then, the TV reported that last night, the Lodi on the city outskirts was severely damaged. Police forces had cordoned off the area for investigation. So far, no one had been found injured. Hearing this, Dora was furious, ready to explode. Last night, I was chased and nearly killed. I am terrified. We do not even know who the enemy is. How can you all just sit here now? The little spirit said. Even the old man is dead. It is a miracle we are still alive. Just then, Mule returned and confirmed what was said. We really do not know anything about my brother, the Destroyer, who they are, where they came from, or their powers. At that moment, Dora shouted in anger. Dora must take action. She loudly called for Cheyenne. You idiot! How can you still be playing on your phone now? In her rage, she even flipped a table. Seeing this, Shine finally sat up. Don't be impatient. Maybe I have found a clue. There is a keyword online. Summoner. Lode. Ancient battle. I found this, yet someone used a satellite to record and live stream the entire battle from last night on the Weibo of the uploader. It is all just rumors and posts related to summoner research. Everyone who saw it went back to investigate the summoner, although the art style is terrible and the plot is shaky. But if you read carefully, you will find she describes a summoner's daily life with incredible detail and accuracy. I suspect she might actually be a summoner herself. The followers of this info know more than we do. Finding her could be the key to turning the tide against the Destroyer. Meanwhile, the rain outside was starting to let up. Dora was curious about how they could find her, but Zion was confident it was simple. He scrolled through his phone and showed them something. Turns out, she has an online signing event scheduled for today. Everyone got excited. Nice work, Detective Zion. Zion then went into a room to grab his jacket. He reminded them, we are heading out. Take care of Hannah at home. Before leaving, Tinline warned. Don't die. Okay, Zion thought quietly. Even if her spirit is weak and she always opposes us, she is still a friend. We will make sure those who hurt her pay dearly. The scene shifted to a high-speed train. Suddenly, an emergency announcement sounded inside. The subway radio said due to a line fault, the train passed through the aura zone without stopping. A familiar figure gradually appeared. She pulled out her phone. Sorry, I have something urgent. I need to get off here. With a simple button press, she made the train stop abruptly. The door slid open, surprising everyone. The doors just flew open. Did the machinery break down? The girl was suddenly drawn to a vending machine. She quickly bought a can of orange juice to quench her thirst. Then she went against the flow of the escalator, catching everyone's attention. Going up the down escalator. What is going on? After a few minutes, she finally exited the tunnel. Immediately, she showed irritation. The real world is so dull and boring. With just a snap of her fingers, images of her appeared all over the city. It felt like the whole world had been healed. She quickly opened her suitcase, then set up her own stall. With music and stage lights, the cutest summoner market in Thuk Tong her signing event began. In no Muo pinpointed her location. Ryan gave orders. We do not know if this person's friend or foe. Send someone to scout first. Let us spread out. Stay hidden. But Dora looked annoyed. It is just a little girl. So much fuss. Just grab her straight away and be done with it. But you do not think like that. Don't underestimate her. She might be strong. If anything happens, we go in together. Their plan was set in motion immediately. The hunt for the little summoner began. Not a single copy sold. Guest summoner comics are not that popular. Such low demand is heartbreaking. Suddenly, someone shouted out, "Masterpiece! Masterpiece! Fight if you want. Come at me if you dare." In such a chaotic era, making good stories like this shows real professionalism. Ryan's praise made Thuk Tong excited. Now that is someone who knows quality. Popular comics lose money, so they are selling at bargain prices. Buy one, get free. He pulled out a stack of cash. I will buy them all for the master. Thuk Tong quickly seized the chance. Agreed, and handed over the money. Then he rushed out in front of the stall. The announcement today marks a successful conclusion. If you are being so generous, then I guess I have to show some goodwill too. Tell me, what exactly did you come to see me about today? Kim Ryan wondered. How does she know my name? I have been found out. Dora crawled out of the trash bin. He asked, "Hey, beauty Dora over there. Want to take a copy? There is also my hiding in the tree. She is easy to spot there." As he spoke, Mike fell down. Then everyone went silent. Kim Ryan sighed. The plan failed. Fix said, "I have been watching for a long time. Not just today. I spotted you from the start." He replied, "Since we have been exposed, no point hiding anymore." Dora angrily asked, "Who are you and what is your name? Height, weight, measurements, blood type, zodiac sign, occupation, address, Idaho number." Kim Ryan hit her on the head and said, "Ask something useful." "Idiot," she answered. "Well, that is a long story. 1.4 m tall, 34 kilograms, 60. Blood type, rat. Zodiac, student, 15 Thuthi Street, Idaho 48726. He was speechless. Seriously answering like that? Ma asked, "What is your ability?" Thith Hung thought. Ability? I am really good at playing on my phone. Everyone was speechless. What kind of ability is that? Sounds pretty lame. Thich Trung was offended. Lame? Do you know what hidden folders on Obama's laptop contain? Do you know Russia's nuclear missile codes are someone's birthday? Do you know who has been spying on Hollywood's nude photos? Do you know Steve Jobs was also a summoner? Do you know the attackers last night were not 5 but 7? Hearing this, they all froze. She continued. Do not underestimate me in this tech era. Just one tap can do anything. Kim Jong-un silently admired her. I really picked the right person. Suddenly Dora snatched Thixie Tetting his phone. 2 phones. Lend me one. Too many cameras here. Thith Hung eagerly showed Dora. Tap here to control all 137 civilian cameras on nearby streets, plus 25 police cameras. Tap here to switch to satellite photo mode, with infrared and thermal options. Dora exclaimed. Awesome. No wonder you spotted us so fast, she said. There is something even cooler. Tap here to emit high-frequency ultrasound waves within 300 meters. Even a mouse nose can be detected. If there is a big threat, it can also sound an alarm. She just triggered it, and the phone really made noise. Mike got alert and pushed them away. Careful. Everyone was terrified. Was that an explosion? What is going on? Was that gunfire just now? Dora asked. Enemy nearby. Where? Thicky Tiang, phone beeped. Level blur. Target approaching fast. 200. 150 E. 100. Dora was anxious. What do we do next? Thith Hung calmly said. What else? Run. And dashed off. The group ran after her. Dora grabbed Dev. Tegan. Wait. I do not trust you. Thith Hung asked. Why are you following me? They are chasing me. Kim Jong said. You are important to us, so we have to protect you. At that moment something hit the Titana's head. Dora asked. Who is after you? Is it dangerous? She answered. Dunty no. Arms dealers in Russia. In the US, drug traffickers in Mexico. Mafia Italy. Mercenaries in Africa. Dora was shocked. How many bad deeds have you done to make so many enemies? Thik smiled. No choice. The stronger you are, the more enemies you make. That is a superhero's fate. Suddenly pressure came from behind. Kim Jong tensed. What is that? Dora watched. Targets close. Only 30. 20 Ms. Suddenly Thethi Ting shouted. They have caught up. They exclaimed. What the hell is that? Only 10 away now. The robot started firing. Thifik said. No choice but to use this now. No time to explain. 3 minutes later. You guys jump off the bridge together. They shouted. What? Already? She grabbed Kim Jong tightly. They jumped down at the same time. And suddenly a car appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, they jumped right into it. The whole group safely got into the car, which sped off like a streak of light. At this point, Kim Jong asked if there was no driver. Thuk Tong replied. The app controls it via phone. Don't worry, I am great at racing. The other 3 were speechless. Suddenly Dora shouted. Look, they are chasing us again. Duktong checked his phone and said, 4 pursuers. Black spirits. Mechanical structure commonly called mecha spirits. Hearing this, Kim Jong asked, could they be Terminators? She replied, exactly. You can tell by their logo. Indeed, they had that logo. They kept targeting the car. Dora panicked. We got spotted this fast, Duktong said. Don't think everyone's crazy about me. They are after me. I tried to hack the Terminator Q server but got detected. They have been tracking me for months. Suddenly she said, get up. Don't worry. Mecha spirits are low-level spirits. They belong to the girl with the biggest chest in the Terminator group. Although she often works alone far away, even Wi-Fi can reach her. So no reinforcements can be called like battery-powered toys. Their combat power and eco are very low. Just then, something rushed toward them. Watch out! A piece of the car shattered and flew off. Their combat power is not weak at all. The mecha spirits chased them in the rainy night, spinning them around. Dora shouted, their EQ's not low either. The steady engine noise showed Duktong was getting tired of being chased. No way. Could they be version 2 upgrades? Kim Jed, we can keep getting followed like this. Agreed. Dora said, I do not have many long-range weapons. Let me find something. Mio suggested. Dora, let us go together. Dora transformed back to her original form. Alright, a blue flame shot up as Mio unleashed a claw storm. But the mecha spirits dodged it. Damn, they are too fast. I can hit them. Dora then summoned 6 spirit swords aimed straight at the mecha spirits. The swords hit but caused no damage. Surprised, she said. They bounced back. Duktong pressed something on his phone, watching how to dodge. A loud cry rang out as one mecha spirit took the hit and collapsed. The group cheered. Good. Teamwork rocks. But just then, more mecha spirits arrived, too soon to celebrate. A chain of claw storms and shadow swords was unleashed. This time the mecha spirits dodged completely. They panicked. We're doomed. They have split up. They regrouped and struck one by one. All prepared. Kim Jian felt something was wrong, and at that moment, the mecha spirits opened fire. Duktong hit his head in frustration, then suddenly looked up startled. Kim Jian raised a shield at the front of the car, a holy shield. The shield blocked the mecha spirits' bullets. Mio cheered. You are amazing. Duktong asked, how's the defense holding? He answered, still holding for now. She sighed relief. Good thing they do not have heavy firepower. But just as she said that, a mutant appeared with heavy firepower. Duktong asked, you okay? He nodded. She asked how he felt. Nervous sweat broke out on her. God help, I hope they do not have explosives. But they did. We are done for. But the bullets missed them, Duktong said. Shoot wildly. Luckily, they are inaccurate. Kim Jian sensed something was off. They were not aiming at them, but at the road ahead. Just then, the car was about to fall into a pit. He called Dora, who understood and moved forward. The angel wings unfolded. The car fell and exploded loudly. But Dora pulled them up, Duktong said. That was too dangerous. Dora was about to lose her strength from the weight when she slipped. Screams echoed as they hit the ground. The group sat up. Kim Jian suddenly panicked. We are surrounded. Dora said, wait, can't we just surrender? But it did not look like they would stop. Looks like no. She said. Kim Jian tried to think. Duktong was searching his phone for nearby available vehicles. It was ready just then. The mecha spirits were shocked because a car came and rammed one of them. And in seconds, the others were knocked down too. The mecha spirits crashed into walls one by one. Duktong smiled proudly. Kim Jian was speechless. Is this your doing? Suddenly they came back to life and ready to strike. The car was mercilessly shot up. Not good. They jumped out of the car. But Duktong went off alone. She pulled something out. It was a remote control. Sorry. I have to get serious now. She pressed a button, summoning a robot vehicle. Duktong sat on it. It looked solid and sturdy. Under her control, the robot advanced, leaving Kim Jian's group stunned. Defi Tiang was commanding the mechanical soldier. Pushing. Transforming. Then firing. The robot struck hard, killing one mechanical Lin instantly, her first victory. But then a bullet pierced the robot from the front. She looked toward the mechanical Lin who had fired. You are asking for death? She said. Then pressed a button to make the robot punch it straight in the body. The extremist mechanical soldier was incredibly strong, landing blow after blow aimed at the Linus core, smashing them into scrap metal. 2 enemies were down. The third enemy immediately tried to escape using rockets, but the Kideng just smirked. Running now. Too late. She pressed a button on the remote. Her robot flew after the enemy so fast it caught up before he could even be seen. The mechanical Lin saw the soldier chasing him. He turned just in time to fire a few missiles. A loud explosion ripped through the air, followed by a cloud of white smoke. The soldier emerged from the smoke, catching the enemy off guard. It grabbed his head and slammed him into the ground, shattering the earth. Then it stomped on the enemy with one foot with a final effort. It ripped his head off. The scene was epic, like winning a brutal fighting game. The mechanical soldier had defeated 3 enemies, ending the battle. Dora and Shan gave thumbs up nearby. Impressed. Well done. You are pretty cool too. The Tiang sat on the soldier, laughing shyly. Ha, piece of cake. Suddenly a strange smell rose up. Hey, where's that gas smell coming from? Could it be gas? After the fight, the mechanical soldier had a hole punctured in it. The Tiang thought, this is bad. It is not going to blow, is it? Just then, a fierce flame burst out. Oh no, it can explode. Then a huge explosion roared. The Tiang was thrown violently, cursing loudly. A lime really deceived me. These humanoid robots make no scientific sense at all. She crashed hard to the ground, leaving everyone speechless and helpless. The 3 rushed over. Shine worriedly asked, are you okay? Yeah. The 3 of us just got a hard hit. The Tiang, dressed in a cute yellow skirt, turned out to be a boy with a bowl cut and round glasses, scratching his head as he replied, Really? Shine pointed at him. I know you. You are that crazy guy I met at the club before. He shyly scratched his face. You caught me. Cyan, my cove and Dora glared angrily. What a gender-bending weirdo. He defended himself. Hey, you gotta be your true self. Right? Haha. Ryan stepped in to steer the conversation back. Ryan, Dora, and I here warmly invite you. Please join our team. Become our eyes. He crossed his legs and folded his arms. I need to think it over. Suddenly Dora transformed into a seductive figure and whispered in his ear. No need to think anymore, making him blush hard and cough awkwardly. Having achieved her goal, she shrank back to her normal form and flew away. Done. He kept coughing from the hug. Geez, my body is so embarrassing. Actually, I like it when Mai hugs me like that, he said, making Maiko cover her face in embarrassment. Evening fell peacefully, as if no battle had occurred. The 4 walked home together. Suddenly he spoke up. Honestly, this world's pretty boring. It would be more fun with you guys. Ryan sighed. Maybe you are right. Under the school's shadow, everyone chatted happily. By the way, what is your name? Stan. Stan who? Stan from Ambin Sefutan or Stan from Frenken Seftan. Haha. Whatever. It is all the same. Under the city's evening glow, the 4 rode a pickup truck heading home. It was an incredibly weird car covered with pictures of the Alim idol all over it. The driver was a beautiful Alim idol-shaped body pillow. The Jek spoke up, welcoming them to 15 Luthoy Street. Inside the car, Stan relaxed like an uncle, crossing his legs and introducing, this is my place, a secret lab and also a mobile base. The other 3 looked angry. Dora rested her chin on her hand, disappointed and embarrassed. Classic Raka vibes. Cut the small talk. The audience wants the main story. Stan crossed his arms proudly. Alright then. What is the next main mission? Ryan said determinedly. Gather all information about the destroyer. Mayo nodded. Find them. Dora clenched her fists tightly, eyes burning. Kill them all. Stan listened, then pointed at them and activated a sophisticated map screen behind him. Simple and brutal. Look here. For a long time, I have used satellites to track the movement of spiritual energy on Earth's surface. Here, I have recorded every occurrence of restless souls, all focused around Fenglam City. The green dots are all dormant restless souls, Mao explained. Whoa. So many. The red dots mark the destroyer's traces. Cyan frowned. They rarely appear. Stan pressed the screen again. This is last month's data. Let us scroll through the timeline. The scrolling screen shocked Shaun. Red dots flooded the screen. Stan's face darkened. Over time, you will see the green dots on the map being frantically devoured by the red ones. Cyan continued. The destroyer is ravenously absorbing the spiritual energy of the restless souls. He swallowed nervously. Stan agreed. Exactly. During the night of the destroyer's attack, what did you discover? The screen showed Hannah's castle. Green dots clustered inside, all surrounded by red dots. Mayo and Dora were surprised. What? So many restless souls inside Hannah's house? There are too many to count. At this point, Cyan finally understood. I get the gist of it now. If the destroyer had already broken in earlier, then attacking Hannah's castle was like robbing a bank vault. Stan exclaimed, observing the timeline closely. We found another strange phenomenon. The screen shifted rapidly, showing a line graph in blue and red. Before March 17th, spiritual energy activity was low in Fenglam Forest a few years ago. It was peaceful. But after March 17th, spiritual energy surged across many places. Spirits awakened. Battles increased, and the destroyer acted more frequently. It seems that day, all the sleeping restless souls were awakened. Dora wondered, what is so special about March 17th? That is the day I became restless, Shine said, and everyone exchanged glances. There is definitely something strange. Stan pushed up his glasses. I never believe in coincidences. Dora, who helped you? Dora scratched her head awkwardly. Well, actually, Zion and Mao are curious too. Just giving it a glance. Stan folded his arms. If you do not want to say, fine, We might find more clues at Hannah's castle battlefield. Suddenly, a loud noise made the car sway, and all four nearly lost balance. They had reached their destination. The car braked sharply with a perfect curve. The system announced, "We have arrived." A ruined castle stood under the quiet moonlight. The group stepped into the chaotic scene together. Dora and Zian groaned. "Damn destroyer. Can't believe this wreck is where we had dinner not long ago." Stan tapped his phone. "No time to feel sad. Let us get started." A beam of light formed a time-space circle, activating the reconnaissance mode with a powerful signal. The circle turned into a barrier at their feet, spreading outward like shockwaves. Stan's vision began analyzing everything around. Damaged furniture, plants, buildings. The ground showed battle scars and unidentified bloodstains. Found it. Stan uploaded it. Although Hannah's home's camera spirit is dead, its memory remains intact. The phone is now connecting data. Combining this with satellite image scans, we can reconstruct the crime scene from that moment. The phone suddenly lights up. Done. It starts displaying a zoomed-in image, a 3D image. The other three are amazed high-tech stuff. Forget that. Stan says the first attack came from the sky. The destroyer has elemental power. Visually, it is Earth element. A summoner of Earth type. Notice behind him a spatial rift, commonly called a space gate, which enabled the Moss to launch the aerial attack. Inside the rift, it is hard to detect any spiritual energy movement. I bet there is at least one summoner hiding in there. Stan says admiringly. That is impressive. The second attack happened in the garden. The 3D image now shows a woman. Stan continues. You guys must be impressed by this fierce pair. The destroyer has fire power. Everyone instantly recognizes her elemental type. Fire summoner. Guns and explosions are her main weapons. The spiritual mech that chased us today was summoned by her. This woman is dangerous. Then she disappears along with Stan's words. As for this one, Mayo has a lot to say. She focuses. Then the phone projects another 3D illusion. Mayo is shocked. She immediately recognizes him, her brother, the one she has been searching for. She touches his illusion, tears falling as she says, I do not know what the destroyer did to him to change him like this. Stan now reveals info about the man she sees as her brother, the fourth assassin. The destroyer. He is animal type, Mayo, and with his crows. He is scouting for the destroyers. That is right, Jun. You were also taken down here. What exactly happened then? Jen falls silent, lost in thought. I fell into a strange place back then. Very strange, but also familiar. Like a scene I have seen before. Stan presses. What did you dream about? Jen's eyes grow deep and distant. It was a nightmare. A nightmare about my mother. The phone activates a function, emitting a sound mixed with Stan's voice. If I am right, you were mind-controlled. That one was invisible. I only replicated the afterimage. Suddenly, a huge hand shoots out trying to grab Jun. He reacts quickly and steps back. Mind control. Huh. Jin nervously swallows. Everyone is silent. Stan carefully explains from the still fresh bloodstains at the castle. The sixth assassin appeared from the shadows and slit Hannah's throat. The 3D illusion from the phone continues. It is the shape of a woman holding a sword. The destroyer with shadow power. Probably illusion type. Dora's furious. Hateful. Many killed Hannah's grandfather. But the real killer was the seventh assassin. He can not only absorb spiritual bodies but also souls. He is legendary. The Reaper, cloaked head to toe, able to summon spirits from the underworld. Extremely dangerous. Stan zooms in on him, a young teen with a cunning smile, commanding death itself to take lives, one by. The destroyer army appears. No. Shadow, Dream, Mind, Tears, Fang, Flame, the 7 destroyers who took part in the assault. Stan walks and talks, stopping before a huge pit that almost makes him fall. Their target was something hidden in this pit. This pit must be as large as a castle, wide and deep. One by. People slide down. Stan sighs. A perfect spatial rift indeed. Mayo clings to the pit edge, barely scraping her leg but no cuts. Must be the effect of the space summoner's power. Next, Stan tests his own recovery ability. After saying, let us restore the scene, 3D illusions spread throughout the pit. Thousands of cabinets filled with countless souls appear as everyone looks around. These are all souls sealed in stasis. So many you can't even count them all. Ryan turned pale, looking like a soul guardian. Stan, dressed as a maid, has secretly collected and sealed hundreds of souls in the castle's basement over the years as a Hannah clan guard. But they never expected that one day, a destroyer would come and take everything away. With that, he waved his hand, and all the illusions vanished, leaving only the unfinished wall and empty space. Everything returning to normal. The tragedy at Hannah Castle made Mayoho burst into tears, sobbing over how horribly they died. Especially the Lord. His body was not even recovered. Stan fell silent. I once met the Hannah Lord. He was the strongest soul guardian in the whole system. If it had not been for that many enemies, he would not have ended up like this. Jun held a piece of shattered relic, saying the Lord did not die in vain. This was broken by the Hannah Lord in battle, a part of a stone body. The scanner just showed tiny, special particles clinging to it, along with a scent. Then he handed it to Mayoho. Try smelling this. Mayoho's animal instincts kicked in. It is the scent of flowers. I have seen this flower before. The luxurious red spider lily. Junin added. Red spider lilies are rare. From what I know, there is only one place near Fenglin City where they grow. San immediately used his top-notch tech skills to locate it. Give me a few seconds. His glasses lit up. Found it a stone forest 300 kilometers from Fenglin City. 5 hours ago. A faint spiritual energy flared up. The four of them cheered. Perfect. We finally tracked them down. If we leave now, we will get there before dawn. Let us, still in the dead of night. San Salim car sped down the Vangdan highway. Inside, the smell of spicy they noodles filled the air as everyone slurped noisily. San ate the fastest, finishing his bowl in a flash, then patted his belly. Surprisingly, Jun made such a delicious dish from just some instant noodles and simple ingredients. Jun's face did not change. No choice been on my own since I was little. If I could not cook, I would have starved long ago. He said, moving Dora. San admired him. Hey, if you do not mind, can you tell me about your past? Giant paused, setting down his bowl. Actually, it is nothing special. Lived with my parents until I was 5. Just normal days. Then we kept moving new houses. New schools. Lots of cities. No friends. Then one day, my dad just disappeared without a word. Months later, my mom said the same. Jen fell silent. Dora still had food on her lips and had lost her appetite. She reached out, transforming into a goddess, gently holding Jun's shoulder. Don't be sad. It is all in the past now. Everyone teared up over Jinna's story, but it was a long time ago. Jen has moved past much of that loss. He turned to Dora. Right, Dora? We have known each other a while, but I still do not know your story. Dora scratched her head, not sure if I am just getting old. I have only lived 3 million years, but remember very little. The last clear memory I have is being alone. After that, I met many people and went through a lot, but I have always wandered, and what I remember is so vague like broken memories. Trying to recall them just gives me a headache. Seeing Dora's frustrated face, Jun understood a bit of how she felt. Dora's confusing. No way, memory loss again, like a Korean drama. But San agreed wholeheartedly. What she says is true. I can prove it. I once secretly scanned Dora's whole body. Then he raised his phone screen. Look carefully at her heart. There is something strange. Dora has not lost her memory. It is sealed. Her heart is wrapped with chains. Dora frowned. Then how do we break the seal? San turned into a know-it-all again. We do not know yet. Based on Korean dramas, it could be outside forces, unstable emotions, or finding whoever sealed her. Any of these might work. Hearing this, Dora burst into tears, striking a dramatic pose. Whoa, Dora's a poor girl. My heart's locked up tight. Dora did not see them all rushing over like that. Stop whining. It is making me lose control. Haha. Ryan felt a bit embarrassed watching the two joke around, clearing his throat. Now that we are full, let us get some sleep. After all, tomorrow we face a life or death battle, and the bus keeps going all night. On the morning of the second day, the bus arrived at a stone forest filled with towering stone pillars pointing skyward. Dora announced from inside the bus. Almost there. 1 kilometer from the target, switching off autopilot. Stopping at a clearing nearby. After a night on the bus, everyone was exhausted. Dora even stretched and yawned, San still clutching his phone. This is as far as the bus goes. From here, we have to walk. Mike looked worried. Whoa, is this really the stone forest? Even Dora looked uneasy. It is so eerie. I have a bad feeling. Jun, calm with hands in pockets, said, everyone, before the battle begins, I have something to say. Are we ready to face the destroyer? Odds are 100% if we are generals. But normally, we will die. San smirked coldly. Sounds like it is going to be even more interesting then, though tense. Dora and Mai clenched their fists determinedly. What is there to fear? I have never died before. No regrets. Jen smiled at everyone and held out his hand. They all slapped hands. United to defeat this cruel destroyer. In the stone forest, the four dashed over tall rocks. Mike and Jun moved swiftly, but the other two were nowhere to be seen. Dora, frustrated, tried to drag San along by banging hard. Hey, slow down you two. She is a goddess. Why am I doing the heavy lifting? San did not care. Eyes fixed on the info system on his phone. Based on the satellite map, there is probably a hidden gate ahead. After a while, everyone gathered at a dilapidated gate, looking like it was built 1,000 years ago during feudal times. Utterly crumbling, above the gate was carved stone village. Dora sensed something strange and gasped. What? There are human scratch marks here. San was surprised too. Unbelievable. This was once a village. Though conditions were harsh, it was densely populated. But 10 years ago, one day, the whole village vanished from maps. Since then, rumors say travelers passing through disappear mysteriously. Maiko's hair stood on end, thinking, did the village get wiped out? Dora, now pale, thought, that is exactly what I fear. Suddenly Shine became highly alert. Look ahead. A white mist appeared, blocking everyone's view. Blood red was the blooming scarlet web, with an old house and antique furniture right in the middle. The four approached and were surprised to find behind the stone forest a sea of flowers. So dense it reached Giant's knees. Everyone was mesmerized by its beauty. Strange, but so beautiful. Blooming scarlet web. We have found the right place. Dora looked around. Is the destroyer's lair here? San raised his phone, detecting faint spiritual energy movement. Must be someone hiding here. Suddenly Mike Yu dove down, pushing everyone into the flower sea. Careful. Get down. Someone appeared. From the old house came the sound of a door opening. A figure slowly emerged, and the group tensed up. It was a strong man holding a sword, with a very gentle expression. He stepped out with a lively air, but no one knew who he was. Dora asked, "Is that him?" San scanned his face. The system showed face recognition successful, connecting to the network. Dora waited with arms crossed, but she was growing impatient. Her fists clenched tightly, unable to hold back any longer. Just as she was about to rush, Jun grabbed her collar and pulled her back. Idiot! The man heard the noise and looked around. Puzzled, he saw no one nearby. Meanwhile, Jun pressed Dora's head down to keep her from running off. He signaled to be quiet and warned, "Don't act rashly before we figure things out." San kept scanning, exhausted from the search, while the man stretched his shoulders. Then he plowed hard into the dry land. He was tilling the field. Next, he sowed seeds, then flowers. Like a seasoned farmer, he carefully tended his flower bed, diligently weeding so the flowers could grow. 3 hours passed, and the 4 people hidden in the flower bushes were still waiting. San sat waiting. Mayo wore his power glasses but saw no spiritual fluctuations. No matter how you look at it, this guy was just an ordinary farmer. Zion urgently asked San. No info in the files. San was frustrated. The download was crawling at a snail's pace. It is a remote area with no signal. Dora could not wait any longer. Arms crossed angrily. Such a waste of time. I am going to deal with him. But Zion insisted on stopping her. Wait a bit longer. You dummy. Inside the man's house, thick smoke was rising. He was resting, cooking rice, having lunch, then drinking tea. Nothing unusual appeared. He was just enjoying himself, doing nothing but watching birds. Meanwhile, the 4 on this side waited for hours. Zion stayed patient. Any updates? San, tears streaming, fanning himself, said, "Search progress is 35%. Probably the natural magnetic field in the Rocky Mountain is messing with the signal." Mayo was sweating, hot and stuffy. "I smell smoke too. We have to act now." Dora looked exhausted. So tired, hungry, legs numb, and so many bites. Just then, she heard a noise from below. Turning around, a cute mouse dug up the soil, startling Dora, who flew out of the flower bushes. Zion tried to stop her but was too slow. Idiot! Dora does not care. She is flying around. There is a mouse, lots of them. A mutt. Save me. Even the bird-watching man was speechless. San and Mayo shook their heads. We are exposed. This teammate's useless. Zion had no choice but to stand and sigh. We are done for. San worried. What? We have been discovered. Zion stayed alert. Not just that, he is waving at me. The man smiled warmly. Deep in the lonely rocky forest, an old house hid among thick flowers. Mysterious and secluded, the man smiled happily upon seeing them. It has been years since anyone dropped by. Unexpected guests today, while Zion frowned and scolded Dora. Idiot! Zion scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry to bother you. We are students from Feng Lam High, here for field research. They went inside and the man curiously asked, "Just one of you?" Dora waved her hand in front of him, seeing nothing unusual. Dora told, "He can see me, probably not a spirit-sensitive person. He just heard some noise." Hearing Zion's introduction, the man relaxed. I see. Welcome, Zion explained. I saw a house here and wanted to buy some food. My friend is waiting outside. The man handed a cup of tea toward Zion. You must be tired. Have some tea first. Zion took the cup politely. Thank you. As the man turned away to do something, Zion quickly dumped the tea, but the man was too busy to notice. Wrap it up, if you do not mind. All these are gifts for you. Then he turned around holding a box of food, smiling. There is some dried rations inside. I will get them for you. Zion smiled politely. No need. We have enough, he whispered to Zion. This guy's pretty kind. Did we find the right person after all? Zion looked around the house. Are you the only one here? The man sat opposite him, trying to look friendly. Yes, I have lived alone for 10 years. Few visitors pass by. Seeing you today honestly moved me. The man scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. It has been so long since I had company. I guess I talked too much. Sorry. Zion laughed. No problem. I like chatting too. The man kept laughing, clearly joking around. He is quite charming. Thuk Tong lay on the ground, sneaking a look at them. She said, they seem to be having a good time talking. The person next to Uncle Tong announced. Almost done. 99%. Just wait one more minute. Idiot. Still not finished, the sky turned pitch black. Lightning and dark clouds rushed in together. Hurry up, the storm is coming. The wind picked up outside, swirling fiercely, scattering flowers everywhere. Inside, they were still chatting. Zion asked, "The flowers are beautiful. Did you grow them all, uncle?" He replied, "Yes, that is right." Zion asked again, "With so many flowers, how long did it take to grow them all?" He answered casually, "In this mountain, usually nothing else happens. When I am not sleeping, I am planting flowers." It is a long story. Years ago, this was barren land. The villagers struggled to farm, only harvesting so ugly fruit. There was an innocent girl who dreamed of growing flowers on these black rocks. She spent years trying countless flowers, but none would bloom. After she died, I carried on her wish. Maybe heaven wanted her dream to come true. And somehow, the flowers bloomed. 1 flower. 2 flowers. 3 flowers. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. I spent 3 years turning this place into a sea of flowers. Dora sighed, moved by the touching story. Zion listened quietly, smiling as he guessed. "If I am right, she must have been your first love." "Huh," Zion teased. "Your face is turning red." Uncle blushed, moved, and said, "Oh, I have talked too much already." Meanwhile, a loud voice came from afar. "Did you hear me, Dora?" "Zion." Dora sensed something and said, "I heard it. It is Tong using spiritual power to communicate." "Tong is using spiritual power to send the message." Tong, excited, said, "No time to explain. The person in front is about to kill you." Dora was shocked. "What?" she shouted. Suddenly, outside, clouds gathered. Thunder roared. Cold, strong winds blew fiercely where Zian stood. The wind was intense. Suddenly, small flowers flew up to form a large circle. Surrounding them, Dora anxiously asked, "Zion, what do we do now?" Zion saw Uncle standing quietly. Called out, "Hey, Uncle, Uncle," but he did not reply. His face changed, his eyes dark and empty. The flower petals were swept away by the gusts of wind. Scattered everywhere, facing the wind, Uncle trembled and stammered. "Flowers? Flowers?" Zion asked confused. "Uncle, what is wrong?" Dora worried. "Tell me quickly, will you fight?" A fierce whirlwind blew, scattering flower petals everywhere. Suddenly, Uncle cried out and roared, "My flowers!" Overwhelmed with emotion, he rushed outside shouting, standing in the flower field. He said, "No one's allowed. Don't ruin my flowers. No one's allowed." Dora and Zine were stunned. "Uncle, what is wrong with him?" Suddenly, his body began to glow as he roared and writhed in pain. Outside, Tong urged them, "Hurry. Kill him." Storms rolled in from the sky, swirling in a terrifying vortex. From the storm above, a lightning bolt struck Uncle, and his body lit up within the thunder. Thunder crashed, and strong winds blew, frightening everyone. Zion and Dora were stunned witnessing this. The sky turned pitch black with terrifying thunderclaps. Screams echoed, and a strange figure appeared. Uncle's body began to transform oddly. "Help! Save Uncle!" Then a giant hand appeared before them. Zion was amazed by the sight. His body grew huge, surrounded by spikes and chains. In that moment, still somewhat conscious, he murmured, "No time left. It is coming." Then another face appeared, a fierce figure with an iron helmet and massive body. Pressing a glowing power button on his back, his body began a full transformation. Looking aggressive as he faced Zian's group, he took a running jump and said, "Destroy." Approaching Zian, he added, "Perfect." A powerful magical force attacked him, but Zion struggled to defend with his holy shield. Yet the fierce attack broke Zian's shield and pushed him back, but she was not fazed at all by his power. The giant swung his fist hard, shattering the holy shield and sending Zian flying. Everyone panicked. Dora, Zion, and she outside startled. Looking around, Manhwa moved right in front of the giant, ready to fight. Manhwa's face was full of determination, fierce eyes blazing as she soared high. She flipped over him, leaving the giant in awe. Then she flew from front to back, landing boldly behind him. Right there, Manhwa swiftly launched a series of claw strikes at the giant. Zion worriedly shouted, "Manhwa, do not overdo it." She kept darting around him, attacking at lightning speed. Her sharp eyes scanned carefully and cautiously, but at that moment, Manhwa carefully gathered momentum and landed in front of them. Confident, said, "Don't worry, I am sure of my speed." Then she vanished like the wind. Zion cried out, Manhwa's flying forward, striking fast like a battle arrow. Moving non-stop, Manhwa attacked relentlessly, while Zion and Dora watched her closely. Dora also remarked, "Manhwa's taking the advantage too fast." Duck Tongue watched intently and said, "I am a bit worried for her, but I bet she can dodge hundreds of blows, even if she only dodges one punch." At that moment, the giant caught Manhwa's leg. She sensed danger. Thinking hard, Alright, then he violently slammed her to the ground, beating her until she coughed up blood. She tried to shield her belly with both hands, but could not withstand his strength. The giant kicked Miwo hard while she lay on the ground. Miwo was counterattacked, drained of strength, sprawling across the dirt. Zion's group was horrified at the sight. Zion held Miwo anxiously. She is badly hurt. That black-mouthed bastard, Miwo thought. The force was overwhelming. Today, it might really be a fight to the death. The monstrous giant roared defiantly, challenging them. Dora angrily said, "Damn it, this place is so remote. My powers are useless. Even a machine would be better." Dora transformed back to her large form and said, "We can just sit and wait to die." She had a secret weapon but needed time to recover it. She started controlling her power, saying, "Watch me." The giant, sensing something unusual, hesitated for a moment. Seeing the beast approaching, Thuk-Tung spoke up. "It is too late now," Zion carefully said. "Sorry." While Dora's casting, "I can't leave either." Thuk-Tung replied coolly, "Fine. I will give you 2-3 minutes. I will do my best." Thuk-Tung smiled. "If I mess up and die, remember to send me some stories with the model figures." Then she stepped in front of the giant, staring at him coolly. Calmly, she whispered, "Stone's hammer. Destroyer with earth affinity." He ground his teeth, clearly angry at her. Then he unleashed a strike at Thuk-Tung, but she quickly dodged. Appearing elsewhere, she boldly said, "Identity. Banda, 26 years old. Resident of Rock District. Brain scan shows severe damage, possibly schizophrenia." He swung his hand to grab her again, but she vanished. Zion observed and said, "Thuk-Tung used full 3D projection magic to create a clone." She rose, then moved forward, still focusing her magic, a strong light enveloping her. Thuk-Tung cast a spell while taunting, "Suspect in dozens of large-scale terrorist attacks. Globally wanted. A cold-blooded killer." Making him roar in fury, Thuk-Tung pointed and accused, "Banda's crimes are unforgivable." Enraged, he unleashed an extremely powerful finishing move. The power exploded. Thuk-Tung could not dodge and was flung far away. Zion caught Thuk-Tung and warned her to be careful. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He saw everything swept away by the chaotic energy the star Bonehorn. Underneath these flowers, so many bodies were hidden. Thuk-Tung checked and found both young and old skins it was impossible to count. "Looks like we have found why the whole village disappeared." Meanwhile, a furious city was still attacking. Kim Jin asked if everyone was okay. "I have a bad feeling about this." Suddenly, a city hurled a huge rock straight at Jun. Thuk-Tung shouted, "We are done for." Surprised, Jun immediately dodged the deadly blow. An explosion erupted, but luckily Jun quickly created a protective shield. Then, he focused on sensing the energy around him. Dora asked if Jun could feel it yet. He replied, "Yes. The power is overwhelming." Dora said she had sensed memories with Jun. All the weapons, features, and spells were now in his mind. Dora reminded him not to overthink. All he needed to do was attack wildly. She urged, just as Moto angrily charged back. Jun immediately unleashed the white-silver spear, and the clash of their powers caused a small explosion. Moto's ear was cut off, and his power grew stronger. Jun told himself not to think, just let it all go. He unleashed the Flame Void Sword technique, facing Moto, who gritted his teeth in rage. At this moment, Jun decided to let his subconscious take control. Moto could not counterattack and scowled in frustration. Damn it! Kim Jun took advantage of the opening and launched an attack. He continued using his spells, combining opposing forces. Jun sped toward Moto and delivered a straight punch. Thuk-Tung shouted in fear, "Attack his core now." Suddenly, Giant vanished, leaving Moto panicked. Jun reappeared and aimed straight for Moto's core. Striking with a sharp dagger, he stabbed directly into Moto's core. Moto howled in pain, then wildly thrashed around. He lost control of his body, taking the chance. Jun drew his blade and shouted loudly. He leapt up and attacked head-on, his power bursting fiercely, lightning swirling wildly. He struck Moto's core once more with full force. Jun kept releasing power, targeting Moto's weak spot. Finally, Moto collapsed, but Dora was still uneasy. "Jun, what are you doing? Finish him off." Thuk-Tung was stunned. "Why put away your weapon? Destroy his core now." However, Giant apologized. "I want to end this battle my way." He handed Moto something and told him to hold on. "Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I want to try to save him." After some time passed, Jun still waited for him to come back. "Hey, Uncle, wake up." Finally, he opened his eyes. Jun continued, "We still have not finished talking about what happened before. Please tell me the true version of the story." In agonizing pain, he whispered, "Moto is a monster." He calmly recounted, "Since birth, Moto was cursed, possessed by a soul. Moto is a freak to control the body. The parasite's soul gradually consumes the flesh and brain of the host from within. When he was born, his mother died from childbirth complications. A few years later, his father committed suicide from mental collapse. Living alone in the tomb, Moto was always teased as a monster and a freak. He was bullied daily by kids, and all he could do was defend himself and cry. Everyone around saw Moto as a monster. This monster often could not control his body and accidentally hurt the kids. The villagers called Moto their curse and cruelly judged and beat him. In the end, Moto was thrown behind the mountain to die. No one expected Moto to survive. They were stunned to find him eating dirt. A few days later, on a clear day, Moto met a little girl. She felt sorry for him, so she slowly opened her bag, full of side dishes inside. Without hesitation, she gave him her lunch. Sharing half with him, Moto hurriedly ate the rice ball in his hand, making her panic. "Wait, I will bring you some next time." Saying that, she quickly ran off and waved goodbye. "This is our secret. Do not tell anyone." From then on, every day she shared half her lunch with him, and they happily talked together. This kind-hearted girl's name was Aho. She also said she loved flowers and always dreamed of growing flowers on this land. But Aho failed for the 832nd time. She suddenly burst into tears after failing to grow flowers. Seeing this, Moto comforted her, saying no flower can easily survive in a rocky forest. However, Aho believed that one day she would turn this place into a sea of flowers. I told my dad to bring more seeds to the village, and Moto shyly asked, "Can you give me a seed?" Aho smiled brightly at him. Then she gave Moto a seed. Weeks passed, and when Aho returned, she was amazed. A flower had sprouted from Moto's demon arm. Excited, Aho approached and discovered it was a white spider lily. Unbelievable. The white spider lily looked stunning. Overjoyed, Aho hugged Moto tightly. "Thank you," since Moto was born. This was the first time he had something worth protecting. Later, they spent many happy days together. Year after year passed, but good times do not last forever. The rocky village environment worsened. Harvests failed, and many villagers secretly starved. The old woman in the village said he was the village's curse, that he had brought misfortune to the whole village. Hungry and scared, they needed a sacrifice, a divine offering, and they found Moto. The villagers started demanding his death. An 8-year chained monster still not starved to death. Aho knew she had to intervene. Still, she tried her best to stop them from hurting Moto. But suddenly, Aho was stoned until she bawled, "Move aside, traitor." They threw stones harder and started beating her too. The two held each other, defending themselves from the villagers' attacks. The old woman suddenly grabbed a weapon and slowly approached. "Kill this monster," she ordered, terrifying Aho. But unexpectedly, Aho shielded Moto with her own body. Aho collapsed, coughing up blood that splattered onto Moto's face. Moto panicked, calling her name over and over, but she could not stand and slowly slipped from his grasp. The old woman struck, and the villagers panicked. Steel clashed sharply. Moto's rage exploded. "No one is allowed to harm my flower." Moto's fury reached its peak. The old woman panicked, but before she could utter her final denial, Moto struck immediately, slamming her frail body to the ground. The villagers gasped in shock, their bodies trembling with fear. Moto ordered everyone to turn around quickly. The crowd scattered, desperate to escape his wrath. He seemed out of control, smashing everything around him. This brutal rampage went on for hours, fueled by years of pent-up rage and the parasitic soul controlling him. Moto wiped out everyone in the village and leveled it completely. The surroundings lay in ruins, scared with streaks of red left from the chaos. That day, bodies were scattered everywhere. The ground was soaked in dark red, flowing like rivers. Moto wept loudly, mourning Aho's death. Seeing her lifeless body, he kept crying, then plucked a flower and placed it on her as a tribute. Moto cried like a child, his sobs echoing through the air. Time passed 1 year, then 2, and from each body, 1 flower. Then 2. Red spider lilies grew over countless corpses, turning into a sea of flowers, now a stunning forest that amazed all who saw it. Hearing Moto's story, the 4 of them fell silent. Suddenly, Zion called out, "Lorda!" But before he could say more, Moto burst into tears, blaming the Lord for Aho and everyone's suffering. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Moto, throwing him into panic. The Lord begged Kim Zian to destroy the Lord quickly, pleading with them. At that moment, the leader was shocked, sensing a powerful spiritual disturbance. A sharp arrow sprouted from Moto's core. Zan's sword moved, thunder crashing fiercely from the sky. Nearby, beams of light surrounded and struck the palace. A flame went out, then was reignited. The leader warned, "Something's wrong with Moto." He ordered the others to gather and prepare to move out. The subordinates responded immediately. "Understood." The clown smiled with interest. "So someone can actually threaten Moto." The leader's voice turned cold. "Whoever they are, they will regret it. I remember the first time I met Moto. It was pouring rain." Memories flooded back deep inside. Leader spoke to Moto. "I know your body and spirit are broken, covered in scars, but do not be afraid. We just want you to know you are not alone." As he spoke, the leader began healing him. But before finishing, Moto suddenly lost control. He wildly smashed everything around. The leader immediately ordered to restrain him. All subordinates were alarmed by Moto's state. The core was fully implanted inside him. Suddenly, Moto returned to normal, though still visibly shaken, until someone held out a hand before him. Catching his attention, the leader continued, "Most of the time, you will be normal and peaceful in your mind. This chain can temporarily seal the parasitic soul inside you. But when you lose reason, you will lose control and act out violently against us. This is the pact you made with the destroyer of the contract." After hearing this, Moto was lost in thought. Then he simply said, "Thank you," back to the clown, who exclaimed, Now I remember. That chain was meant to limit Moto's power, but now it is broken back in the stone forest. Evil spirit will truly be unleashed. Moto has grown huge. His power stronger than before, and he can heal himself. Right now he is regenerating his right arm. No matter how many times Jian called his name, Moto did not respond. He was slowly sinking deeper into Moto's true body. The leader assumed. He has already turned to gold. What stands before us is just a miserable killing machine. A soulless killer. That is the true monster. After the soul possessed it, the core evolved into its final form. Suddenly, Moto let out a roar, making all four of them jump in alarm. They scrambled to dodge Moto's attack. Jen shouted out, Dora, Myo, Thux Tong, get ready, focus, and strike together. Jen's power exploded. Everyone aimed straight at Moto. Thux Tong followed up with an electric strike, jolting Moto's whole body with thousands of volts. Myo quietly moved, circling behind Moto, waiting for the right moment. Myo silently gathered her strength, pushing her internal power to the limit. Suddenly, Myo launched a fierce strike, ambushing Moto from behind, but his defense was solid, shocking Myo as she was pushed back. How could that be? Immediately, Moto delivered a devastating blow to Myo. Horns sprouted from Moto's back, rising sharply and aiming straight at her. Her whole body was pierced by the horns on his back. Exhausted, Myo crashed to the ground and finally transformed back into a cat. Thux Tong panicked and called out. Myo then told Jin that their attacks were completely ineffective. Damn it! Just as she finished speaking, Moto unleashed a flurry of punches, sending Thux Tong flying right beside Myo. She collapsed from exhaustion onto the ground. Jin told Dora that Moto's defense was too strong. They had to focus all their power on one point. Dora immediately agreed. All right, let us use all our strength to land a critical hit. Jin combined his power with Dora's energy and summoned the ancient sword. Dora was exhausted but still cheered him on. Finish it quickly. He shouted loudly and prepared to strike. Jin used his youthful strength to strike Moto's body. The sound of shattering echoes loudly. Suddenly, he was shocked. What? Moto knocked Jin far away, causing Dora to panic as she saw him slammed hard onto the ground. Dora rushed to his side and shouted, Jun, wake up. Dora needs you to keep fighting. Just then, Moto raised his fist to attack, and Dora spun around in surprise. Without hesitation, Dora unleashed her sacred shield to protect herself and Jin. But Moto's strength was overwhelming. In an instant, he shattered her shield, draining her energy. Still, her will remain strong. Don't worry. Jun, I will protect you no matter what. She raised her hand to shield him. No matter what happens, Dora will keep you safe. Seeing Dora's determination, Moto suddenly remembered a hoe and started crying. Suddenly, a loud smack echoed. Moto howled in pain, furious, and pressed his attack. He knocked Dora to the ground, but this time she managed to activate an ice shield in time. Layer by layer, Dora controlled the ice, forming a protective shell around herself. Moto was stunned. Then Dora drew on 10,000 times the power of the soul sword. The heavens trembled as thousands upon thousands of swords rained down on Moto. It was a storm of blades sharp and fierce. The swords pierced every inch of Moto's body, filling him with unbearable pain. This time, Dora transformed. She took the form of an incredibly sharp demon god. Dora focused her power and unleashed her ultimate move, the heavenly judgment. Thunder roared across the sky, shaking everything. A giant sword appeared. Moto was panic-stricken and terrified. Dora kept focusing, ready to strike. He seemed completely lost. She directed the giant sword toward Moto. Below, Cyan was slowly waking from unconsciousness. Finally, the sky brightened, and the first person he saw was Dora. That day, we saw her, the true goddess. Dora worriedly kept calling his name. Cyan, are you okay? Sitting up, Cyan asked Han and Myo. How are they? Thux Tong replied. I am still fine, but Myo has not turned golden yet. That is right, Dora. It is all because of you, Cyan said in surprise. Dora giggled when she heard Thux Tong's praise, surprised that she was that strong. But Dora sighed warily. How could I do that? Moto's body had no strength left to resist. Only then did Shun breathe a sigh of relief. Our first battle was finally over, and Shun did not need any more clues. Even the connection felt a bit sad, meaning Moto had turned to gold and the link was broken. From now on, we will be hunted down. The destroyer will come after us. Dora worried and urged everyone on. Let us. Dora wants to get out of this heartbreaking place fast. They all left one after another, with Shine leaving a farewell behind. Sincerely to Moto. The atmosphere gradually darkened, and the village rain lost its warm glow. Just then, a spatial teleportation gate opened. A new squad appeared, moving toward where Moto lay. Their leader looked at him with sorrow. He held a flower in his hand and spoke. The flower blooms once every 1,000 years. Once every 1,000 years fades. This flower under the underworld has cursed humans to never be together across lifetimes. The flower blooms without leaves, has leaves but no flowers. Life and disappearance intertwine, never to meet again. Rest in peace, Moto. Then the leader tried to absorb all remaining energy from Moto's body. When depleted, at least he would no longer suffer. After absorbing strongly, using the energy orb in his hand, the leader reviewed Moto's memories and saw images of Moto fighting Kim Jong-un. It was them again, but all his teammates were dead. When the leader laughed and dropped his defenses, he sighed deeply. Then he said, You will soon go from hunters to prey. About Modo. He is the red cursed flower symbolizing painful memories. And a Ho is the white cursed flower symbolizing hopeless love. Scene change. An ambulance rushes through the night. Dora still worried about Kim Jong-un's wounds. He lost too much blood. The wound was too deep. Only simple bandaging was possible. Mayo already has a fever, likely from an infected wound. Duck Tong quickly assessed the situation. Lasting even a little longer was a good sign. The nearest hospital was only about 5 kilometers away. Dora suddenly shouted anxiously, "You guys have to hang on." Suddenly, continuous alarms blared. Warning level. Strong psychic energy disturbances approaching fast, causing the two of them to panic. What? The ambulance kept speeding forward, and ahead a spatial gate opened. Through that gate, the dark shadow, the destroyer, appeared, quickly aiming straight at the vehicle. Duck's Tong panicked. It is the destroyer. Jen was shocked so fast they were all targeting Kim Ji-eun's team. How does it feel to go from hunter to prey? The destroyer struck immediately. A ghostly slash scattered everything away, and Ji-eun's pain flared again. Mayo panicked, calling out brother. Duck Tong also cried out in pain, but hearing their cries, Jun looked back worriedly. She sneered. Taste the flavor of despair. A volley of bullets fired, aimed directly at Mayo and Duck Tong's bodies. Jen was heartbroken. Unable to call out, Dora gasped in shock. From another spatial gate, 3 more stepped out. The leader smiled grimly. No need for denials now. Then the leader called out to Xiao Kong. After you turn golden, I will read your memories. Then unleash the ultimate move to cut space, ripping the air around Jian. Deep cuts tore through space. Dora suddenly cried out Jian's name, leaving him utterly confused. Everything shattered into pieces. In another spatial gate, Jun struggled to breathe, then suddenly realized he was somewhere strange. This place was not I just. Before he could finish, a man approached saying, "You have turned golden. This place is a spatial rift. I am sorry to tell you, at some point in time, you and your friends will be completely wiped out. Then, the destroyer will absorb all the memories of your soul's past lives from shards of a mirror." Jin angrily saw them slowly punishing Du-Ra, Nguo, and even Thuk Tong. Jun raged. "Damn it! I want to accept this." The man continued. "Everyone must pay for their own mistakes. I have made too many foolish mistakes. If now I could borrow 3 minutes from you, could you turn things around?" Hearing those words, Jin was stunned. The man suddenly took off his hat and called out, "Kim Jian, hang in there. Remember, when this is all over, I will be waiting for you at the Demon Forge." Jun had not fully processed it before he was instantly transported back to the moment before the destroyer's attack. Jen woke up suddenly, having lost a lot of blood, so Dora quickly bandaged him. As Jen realized time had run 3 minutes, he immediately jumped up. Everyone heard clearly, leaving Dora and Uncle Trang confused. Jin moved closer, listening carefully to every word I said. Time was still ticking, and the car was speeding through the night. The group spoke up, about to teleport there. "Cut the target's head off. Let us move." Above, a black orb appeared. The pink shadow saw the car and moved into slash. The car was cut in half. A bomb appeared. The pink shadow suspected no one was inside. The bomb was counting down. 3, 2, 1. The pink shadow's eyes widened upon seeing the bomb. It was a trap. Then a fierce wind blew. Everyone retreated. The scene shifted, and the car sped away. Inside the car, Stan checked his phone and sighed in relief. It was dangerous, but thanks to Xian's plan, they switched vehicles to escape. Kim Xian clutched his arm in pain, saying this would only buy them a little more time. Holding his wound, Kim said, "We have to pick up Hannah before they get here. The destroyers will chase us soon." Kim Xian reached out, saying she left a letter. The two walked slowly forward when Stan suddenly dashed out. "Come on. Hurry up," he hurriedly said. "There are 2 pieces of news. Bad news, the destroyers are only 2 kilometers away." Kim Xian quickly grabbed his phone to check. Dora asked curiously, "And the good news?" Stan smiled and adjusted his glasses. He pointed to a plane overhead. "I have secured a plane for our escape." Everyone rushed onto the plane to fly away. They looked at the letter. "I will wait for you at the Demon Forge." Someone inside was angry. It was the Demon Forge again. Kim Xian recounted. "My dad had mentioned this place before. That man said when it is all over, he will be waiting for me at the Demon Forge." Everyone was shocked. The Demon Forge. Mai was curious. The name sounded familiar. She remembered her brother had been there. He said it was a place to quickly become strong. She tearfully recalled her brother had encountered the destroyers there. The Demon Forge changed him. Stan smiled. "That is right," he explained. "Since ancient times, the Demon Forge was a sacred place in every summoner's heart. It was the greatest battleground. In ancient times, only those who passed the Demon Forge's trial could become true summoners from apprentices. Not only the destroyers, even Hannah's grandfather took the trial there. Some say it is heaven, others say it is hell. Legend says the deepest part of the Demon Forge holds incredible spiritual power and treasures, containing the past and future of the world. Unfortunately, there is very little information about it. I have searched a long time, but never found its location. Otherwise, I would have gone there long ago." Stan held the letter. thinking the numbers and letters inside must be coordinates. Suddenly, he panicked. Stan quickly grabbed the letter. Realizing he would miss this, he announced it is only 2,000 km away. If we fly full speed, we will get there in 7 hours. For now, we have no choice. It is better to risk the demon forge than be hunted down. Dora crossed her arms, saying maybe we can find weapons and level up, or even discover some master's martial arts manual. Stan nodded while raising his glasses, smiling softly. That is good then. Then the vehicle quickly accelerated. He said, set course for the demon forge. Let us on the plane. There is a first aid kit and food. Everyone, get some sleep to recover. Everyone's excited. The wind's picking up. Scene shifts. 7 hours later. Pacific Ocean. The spaceship is skimming over the water. Stan loudly announces, everyone wake up. We are almost there. Kim Ji-yeon groggily wakes up, eyes wide as he looks outside. Now a storm is brewing. Stan, with a grim expression, says in recent years many planes and ships have crashed here. This place is called the Dead Sea. The plane slowly moves into the storm. He explains, our destination is hidden inside. As the plane enters, trouble strikes. Kim Ji-yeon shouts, watch out ahead. Right after he says that, he is thrown off balance. Mike, caught off guard, loses balance and nearly falls face first. The storm passes. The plane has rushed through danger. She gasps in fear. That was terrifying. Stan asks, you sure you are not lost? Stan seriously observes, fog, whirlpools, swirling winds, thunder just like in the legends. The Great Witch can control nature's power to block the ordinary world and ordinary people outside the barrier. Suddenly a beam of light appears. As the plane clears the storm, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. We finally made it. Kim Ji-yeon curiously looks at the island ahead. That is the demon forge. Muo remarks emotionally. So beautiful. Are we really arriving in heaven? Stan smiles and stretches. Haha. Congrats everyone. We will be there in 5 minutes. Kim Ji-yeon gazes longingly outside, itching to jump in and swim. Suddenly Stan looks suspicious. Hey, Ji-yeon, why are you still so tense? We are past the storm now. Kim Ji-yeon whispers, did you know there is someone else on the plane we did not notice? Kim Ji-yeon swiftly dodges a sharp attack from her. Kim Ji-yeon signals Stan, who quickly responds. She is focused on the falling machine parts on the plane. The parts attack, but she dodges them. The parts start assembling. After a fight they form a complete figure. Stan struggles to operate controls. 3 people watch warily on the hologram. Muo and Kim Ji-yeon launch their attacks. She looks indifferent to their strikes. The hologram slashes the air and disappears. Muo is stunned. It vanished. Dora grits her teeth. Damn it! She is gone. Suddenly she shouts. Enemy at 3 of the clock. The spear wielder has somehow closed in on them. She spins firing shots. The mech takes heavy damage from hits to its shoulders. Stan is furious. The spear wielder dodges and taunts. Too slow, the mech's getting torn apart. Stan hurriedly dodges her bullets. The mech helplessly carries everyone away. The firepower is too strong. Kim Ji-yeon more careful. There is another one. Something is rushing fast toward them from behind. Seeing the incoming figure shocks Kim Ji-yeon, his brother is here. He quickly fires a shot that explodes on the ocean surface. Stan is curious. He shot them. But then a flock of birds fly out of the blast. The birds rush in. The mech shields them from the swarm. Stan holds his head in fear. We are done. The robot can hold on. We are leaving. Kim Ji-yeon shouts encouragement. Aim for the demon forge. If we die there. The mech dives toward the island. And when it hits the ground, it causes a huge explosion. Smoke billows thickly, with sparks rising through the haze. Kim Ji-yeon and the others run out shouting. Their pursuers are closing in fast. The death squad looks desperate. He grits his teeth. Damn it! Is this tragedy repeating? Suddenly footsteps approach. A girl with rabbit ears blocks their path. Stop! Stop! Bonnie started sticking the red paper onto the group of villains. Violation! 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 This move made Kim Ji-yeon gape in shock. She moved while under arrest. You have all broken the 12 rules of this island. Dangerous flights. Misuse of guns and ammo. Armed brawls. Environmental pollution. The behavior manager, Bonnie, is issuing a warning. And the enraged VM Thang charges forward. She jabbed her finger at Bonnie's head. Who does she think we are? She snapped directly. Do you even know where you are? Even if you are the Lord Ji-suk Ki to God Rod Aden Primordial Heavenly Emperor Shakyamuni, you still have to follow the rules of the Demon Training Ground. The first rule of the Demon Training Ground. No killing outside the arena. No matter what grudges you have, get off this island and settle it elsewhere. As for you, Hein Tentem, na, Munzang M. Kim Ji-yeon's group watched in disbelief. Bonnie snapped. Listen up. You are all considered veteran graduates here. Careful, or I will cut you down. The two glanced at each other swiftly. The black and white-haired man stepped forward. That is enough for today. Whatever happens at the Demon Training Ground. Everyone bows to Bonnie. She grumbled angrily. The group stormed off. Let us... Damn it! See you. They entered a strange circle. then vanished instantly. She raised a finger to the sky. Avoid farewell. Kim Ji-yeon collapsed to the ground, wondering how she was saved. Dora and Stan grabbed her. Thank the gods. Thank you for saving us. He looked up shyly. We can repay your kindness. We can only— Bonnie kicked Stan's hand. All right. All right. It is nothing. Let go. With grateful eyes all around, Bonnie coughed hoarsely a few times. She cheerfully said, Anyway, welcome to the demon training ground. I will be waiting for you at the registration hall. Can't wait to see your performance in the arena. See you later. Kim Ji-yeon called out hurriedly. Wait, we still have many questions. Can I use my leg strength? Bonnie dashed away instantly. Everyone rushed after her, running so fast on the beach in high heels. Impossible. Is this the legendary wind walking? After a while, the sun shone down. Everyone complained as they walked. Phew. So hot. So tired. They would definitely lost her trail. Sarah asked with concern. Ji-yeon, are you okay? Stan's not. Suddenly, a voice called, Hey, you guys up ahead? Richard sent his pet over and asked, Need a ride? Kim Ji-yeon was shocked. What the heck? She saw everyone's faces twitch into smiles. Richard tipped his hat. Honored to meet you all. I am a traveling merchant here. Just call me Richard. He asked. Want to come along? Stan told everyone. In the pager game, when you are in a strange place, finding a traveling merchant or a small tavern is always a safe bet. He inquired. Is anyone seriously injured? Did you run into some pirates on the way here? Dora sighed. Should I tell him we are being hunted? Richard smiled peacefully. Then you have come to the right place. Every year, many criminals and escapees end up on this island. Don't worry. It is completely safe here. She grumbled. Hey, we are the special task force guarding this place. Just so you know. He laughed. No worries. At the demon training ground, there is no good or evil. Only rules. Kim Ji-yeon was curious. Can you explain that a little more? Richard paused for a moment. He said, Legend says that in ancient times, the Guardians and Destroyers fought an endless war, a fire that burned the world. Both sides suffered great losses. To prevent more tragedies, the two sides negotiated and reached a truce. The great ancient masters created this isolated island and built an arena called the Demon Training Ground. Since then, all battles have been held in the arena, resolved fairly by the rules, and on the island outside the arena, all forms of war and killing are forbidden. Simply put, the Demon Furnace is like the Olympics for the world's revival masters. You went pale, realizing the truth. Mayo nodded too. No wonder the destroyers let us pass earlier. Stan, full of admiration, said, Interesting. Very interesting, but I am curious what happens if someone breaks the rules on purpose. Richard replied calmly. No one dares to do that. The Demon Furnace is sacred ground. Anyone who breaks the rules becomes an enemy of both the guards and the destroyers. No matter how strong you are, you would not dare face all the revival masters worldwide. Right? Scene shifts to Demon Furnace Island. Outside the furnace town at 4 p.m., everyone is amazed as you wait at the foot of the mountain. Dora's eyes sparkle as she says, Look ahead. It is beautiful. Richard, pleased with her reaction, said, I do not even know when we got here. Left is the harbor and airport. Ahead is the furnace town. Passing through the town leads to the Demon Furnace entrance. Look, someone's waving at us. Hey, I am heading to the tavern. Everyone, let us rest a bit. It is the best tavern in Furnace Town. Find me the boss's secret drink. You absolutely can't miss it. Then the two chatted in the local dialect. New recruits clueless. Just going with the highest price. Richard glanced back almost unnoticed. The boss was sincerely inviting us. Stan smiled warmly. So enthusiastic. 4 drinks were served, and everyone quickly brightened up as they drank. Dora happily cheered. Delicious. Just one sip and I feel completely refreshed. You were surprised to feel the effects immediately. Plus, the wounds seem to be healing on their own. I was amazed too. It is true the small wounds have healed. Ho! Dora and Stan cheered joyfully, feeling even their skins smoothing out, the fatigue fading, and their bodies refilled with energy. Richard held up the bottle. He smiled and said, This is a rare healing spring water transported from deep underground in the Demon Furnace. Very precious stuff. Dora cheerfully called out, Boss, 2 more bottles. I want some too. Kim Ji-yeon sighed. This is the legendary blood veal. Boss, 2 more bottles. I want some too. Richard smiled secretly, thinking, Gotcha. I want to tell them this will cause trouble. After a while, all the bottles were finished. Jaeon's group happily revived their energy. So full. I am feeling a little dizzy. He called the boss. Boss, time to pay. The boss smiled and said, After discount, you spent a total of 230,000 furnace coins. Kim Ji-yeon was a bit doubtful, although he did not fully understand. It felt a bit expensive. Richard smiled, slapping his shoulder. No worries. I already paid. You can owe me for now. Kim Ji-yeon forced a smile. Thanks. That is kind of you, Richard happily said. We are friends. Let us get moving. Scene shifts to Demon Furnace Island. Inside Furnace Town at 4:30 p.m., Richard led everyone down the bustling street. Mayo exclaimed. So crowded and lively, Kim Ji-yeon asked. Are all the people here revival masters? Around them, many were clearly revival masters. On one side were shops selling potions. Next to them, meat from a two-headed monster, Richard explained. Of course. You can tell just by looking at their unusual appearance. Snell looked around curiously. Whoa, even more crowded than I thought. Suddenly a shout rang out. Armor for fighters. Lingerie for ladies. Top tier. Everything you need here. Welcome. Want you come look. Kim Ji-yeon muttered. Speaking of which, our clothes are falling apart. That thought was shared. Some people nearby were complaining too. Until now, the welfare only provided plain white underwear. Richard encouraged. Everyone, just take a quick look inside. These are all low-grade white equipment. The real top-tier gear is in the black market of the Demon Furnace. The three of them eagerly moved forward. Bustling into the shop, a super fancy gothic Lolita princess dress with a dark style was being displayed. Ho and the trio wore cat-themed outfits made of reptile leather. Shirt for thieves. Which one to choose now? Casting light magic. Bikini. Charm stat plus 30 for the opposite sex. Likability plus 10. Dora giggled as she picked up the clothes. Feeling shy, Kama really likes it. Kim Ji-yeon is sweating nervously. Girls entering a clothing store are seriously scary. Richard smiled slyly. You have picked everything already. Right? I will cover the bill for everyone. Then those two huddled together. Whispering something, scene switches outside where the three are happily wearing their new clothes. This one is super cute. The gecko has several bags of stuff hanging on its back. He cheered. Let us hit the road. Richard smiled warmly. I have already fronted the money. 4 million is totally worth it. Stand side. Oh man, you are too kind. He replied slyly. Friends gotta help. Richard introduced. Ahead, there are some pretty good BQ joints, hot springs and hotels. I will take you all for a stroll. Everyone cheered happily. Sounds good. Sounds good. Suddenly Kim Ji-yeon said. Hey, you are spacing out. Idiot, we are not here for sightseeing. Stan patted his head. Right? Totally forgot the main mission. Richard smiled to smooth things over. Everyone's just impatient. Okay, now let us head to the registration hall. They walked up the stairs. He patted the gecko on the head. Stay here obediently. Don't wander off. Everyone quickly climbed the stairs. All four were tense. Can you feel it? Yeah? Heart pounding. Passion burning. They shouted joyfully. We finally made it through alive, surpassing all factions. Beyond good and evil. Beyond life and death. Above everything, this is the Demon Forge, in the Grand Hall of the Demon Forge. Many people have gathered. Kim Ji-yeon and the others entered, observing everything around. Amazed at how crowded it was, a cheerful girl raised her hand high. The white-haired girl wearing bunny ears warmly welcomed them. It is an honor to meet everyone on the greatest battlefield on Earth. I am the sister of this season. Everyone marveled. She looked like a fairy sister. She continued. From the far south to the far north, from the Sahara to Alaska, our fighters come from all over the world. Here, there are no barriers of nationality, race, occupation, age, gender, or religion, she passionately expressed. Here, we compete in the arena. Defeat opponents, overcome trials, and become legends or myths, fresh blood and glory, strength and treasure, stirring everyone's excitement. Kim Ji-yeon thought silently. That opening speech was intense. Feels like brainwashing. Everyone cheered for the Demacia Club. She announced. Today's registration ceremony has begun. Next, just enter any of the 4 doors to complete registration. Good luck to everyone. Immediately, they eagerly approached a door. Can't wait to duel. Let us register already. Arriving at door number 1. Kim Ji-yeon's team was focused on exploring. Suddenly a hand stopped them from going further. The gatekeeper introduced himself. Welcome to those who chose door number 1. We accept cash, card scan, and bank transfer. Please pay the registration fee of $2 billion. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. Dora said annoyed. Is it really that expensive? And Miuo was shocked about what? You still have to pay a registration fee. Next, he scanned the confirmation code on the phone. Thukthong dropped his phone and said, Transfer complete. Please check and confirm. After receiving the fee, he politely invited them inside. This made Kim Ji-yeon and the others all blink in disbelief. Dora quickly stopped them. Where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank again? Thukthong answered confidently. I just hacked into the personal accounts of some Mexican drug lords. She casually waved hello. I will wait for you guys inside. Everyone was powerless after finishing. Suddenly, someone pushed Kim Ji-yeon aside. The rough guy looked wealthy and arrogant. Poor losers. Line up at the other door. Dun-T blocked the way here. The robot greeted the guy. He said, I will pay in cash. Seeing that, you suggested should still try door number 2. At door 2, confident girls were standing there. The robot pointed at the 2 girls. Announcement. 85, 60, 94. Passed with a trophy. Dora happily said, this is a beauty contest. She explained, that is right. The standard to pass test 2 is being beautiful. Dora transformed. Proud. Why did not you say so earlier? She posed seductively. The robot confirmed she was beautiful and approved. She walked in leisurely. Mio stood aside. Watching, Mio wagged her tail, then flew out. A slender and cute figure. It held up a sign to reject her. Denied. This made her very angry. Why? The robot said straight to her face. For me, people without looks or figure. Please line up at strength test door number 3. At door 3, a fighter was flexing to test his strength. The robot confirmed. Strength. 800 kilograms. Passed, he said proudly. I am pretty confident in my strength, but he did not see Mio glaring at him fiercely. Immediately, she stormed forward and smashed the strength machine. This terrified him. She walked off. Still angry. How dare he discriminate against the short and skinny? Seeing this, he looked at her with envy. The robot confirmed she passed with 8 tons of strength. Hearing this, he froze in shock. Inside the demon training furnace, all 4 had successfully passed their tests. Dora noticed someone. She waved. Uncle, you passed the test too. He nodded back. Kim Ji-yeon asked, you went through door number 4. What is the test? He replied, door 4 is reserved for celebrities, politicians, officials, heads of state. Suddenly, a group of rough guys walked in. The spear user pointed to one side. King said in surprise, isn't that someone? Richard explained. Many famous people spread rumors they are dead to safely take part in the training here. Dora asked him with some curiosity, Richard, are you famous too? But he thought quietly, anyway, I have a notorious reputation. Wanted criminal in the world's top 10. He answered, just say, Mio King often said, money, looks, strength, fame. Never thought the demon training furnace would be so worldly. He replied calmly, you can say that the world is ruthless. To be a summoner, if you lack even one of these 4, you do not qualify to join the training. Some people try to pick a door matching their abilities. Remember those who were eliminated because they were not good looking. They failed and left with regret. Inside the demon forge, only 92 people passed the challenge. A gate opened. Bonnie suddenly appeared. She spoke cheerfully. Congratulations to all the candidates who registered successfully. She began the introduction. We will head to the first station on the path. Next, please follow me. She snapped her fingers. Something appeared. Suddenly, a towering beam of light shot down tens of thousands of feet. It surprised Kim Ji-yeon's team. Everyone was amazed. That is a deep pit. She guided them. Be careful. The elevator is over here. Everyone gradually stepped into the elevator. After everyone was aboard, the elevator started moving downward. It made a loud noise that shook the ground. Everyone present got excited. You helplessly thought, why not just install a normal elevator? She explained. What you are seeing now is the arena floor of the Demon Forge. It is divided into 100 levels overall. Each level has 1 arena. Designed with precision, our competition uses a tiered system. The lower you go, the harder it gets, but the rewards get more amazing too. Bonnie also expressed amazement. It is obviously a bottomless pit. Some guy smoked a cigar. Fifel said, it really is a pit. I have tried many times. I only made it to level 5. The armored man said, that is pretty good then. I only reached level 3. Richard waved hello. Are you two retaking the test too? Nice to meet you both. He confidently boasted. What a tiger number. I have challenged for 5 years, but I'm still stuck at the first checkpoint. Highest record is level 9. Hearing that, Kim Ji-yeon was quietly surprised. Impressive? Dora said excitedly. Dora wants to rush straight through. Straight to level 100. Surprising everyone. Everyone mocked. Don't even dream about it. They say less than 1 in 1,000 can reach level 50. She stammered. You frowned and thought, old man, which level will dad wait for you at? Bonnie said, we have reached level 1 already. Follow me. Step into level 1. Blue torches lit the area. She explained. We are passing the level 1 checkpoint underground. Inside the Demon Forge, there is a checkpoint every 10 levels. Bonnie reminded. Keep track of your progress. If you fail, you can restart from the last checkpoint. Everyone followed her lead. They arrived at a door opening to a vast space. Everyone stepped in, eyes wide with curiosity. She asked, how is it? Pretty thoughtful. Right? Completely free of charge. Please enjoy it freely. The first level of the Demon Forge features a luxurious hotel for the contestants. She announced, the first qualifying match will take place tomorrow. Mew sniffed like she smelled something. She pointed her finger. The dining hall is over there. I can smell roasted suckling pig and lobster instant noodles already. Saw them pushing and shoving. The guy smoking a cigar noticed. Typical chaos. Only amateurs would mess with the hotel's food. They do not even know the trial has started. Mangacap also responded. That is right. The judges on this floor are the world's top trap masters. Richard J. Truong said. He is skilled in all kinds of deadly traps. Torturing contestants for fun. I remember once he poisoned the food, causing hundreds to vomit and have diarrhea. They had to drop out. Truly spectacular. Mangacap told the story too. Another time was even more classic. He released countless giant spiders in the bathroom. That scene was something else. The hotel bathroom at 8p. Faint cries for help came from inside. Miwa helped the person afraid of water. Dora and Thuktong noticed she is scared of water. Then they turned to ask Kim Ji-yeon. After putting on her clothes, she sat still. Suddenly Miwa got splashed with water. Are so annoying. Not used to bathing with 3 different species. As soon as they heard that, they all splashed water and drenched her. On the Bonnie kept calling everyone to watch. The training arena leader, Thuktong, paid attention, calling everyone to watch together. All 4 focused on the intro to this season. The first character is the summoned spirit beast, the man-eating plant. Hannah, Everyone was thrilled hearing that name. Dong Kim Ji-yeon stayed silent with a terrifying presence and plant summoning skills. She breezed through the stage straight to floor 11. Her outstanding performance made Hannah a star, a goddess in many people's eyes. The other three kept praising her. Since they were all from the demon training arena, Duckstone was completely smitten because she was still so charming. He saw the news and regained his fighting spirit, not letting her get ahead, then raised his arm, saying tomorrow's match must be a win. Then they all high-fived, walking down the hall together. Everyone was determined to catch up with Hannah. Arriving at the door, Kim Ji-yeon wished everyone good night, reminding them not to attack Muo. The guy who died with someone else called them rookies for going to sleep. The seasoned veteran waited in the main hall. His face was very sinister. The second act was about to begin. Midnight. Kim Ji-yeon and Dora's rooms were deep in sleep. While they were unaware, the wall gradually transformed, completely disappeared, revealing the adjacent room. He startled awake, hearing some noise. In front was a cage, with spikes poking out. Very unsettling. They had grown everywhere in the room, even touching the night lamp. Dora woke groggily at the sound, thought someone was fixing something late at night, then was shocked to see the wall moving. Kim Ji-yeon shouted, "Oh, get out of here." She said the window was sealed shut. He tried the door, but it was locked. This situation, Dora wanted to use her ancient pig slaughtering knife, holding both items in her hands. The brand avoided him. Then she swung with all her might at the prison door, but unexpectedly, the glass knife shattered. She was furious. Her hand went numb from swinging with no effect. After a moment of observation, Kim Ji-yeon realized this was not an ordinary metal. The room was a special trap. Time was running out fast because the spiked walls were closing in on them. Dora still tried to use the knight's greatsword. Time's up was announced. He asked if she could summon any weapon or gear. Though terrified of those spikes grazing her, he still hoped for her summoning ability. She hesitated a bit. Just then, cutback. Dora's guardian pulled out a universal key. It helped the two escape the deadly trap. No time to catch their breath. They heard cries for help. They knew all rooms were under attack, but they had to save Myo and stand first. Their room was number 419. They saw a giant cockroach at the door. Dora told him to stomp it to death. Then someone else's voice stopped them. The cockroach transformed into Myo. She said she escaped by turning into that. Then she urged them to look at the nearby rooms. Many people had escaped, not by sneaking through doors, but by burning their way out. Some even turned into babies. Others just used teleportation to get out, and some stomped the door until it bent. There was even sneaking out through the TV. The three watched people emerge. They knew everyone had escaped danger. Suddenly, Kim Ji-yeon asked about Stan. Myo panicked and realized room 417 was tiny. Dora hoped he was not inside. Myo was crying, confessing her flaws, but praying that he was okay. Just as she finished, Stan suddenly popped out of the room. He said he had accepted the confession. The delay was because he escaped through the ventilation shaft. Then everyone jumped up and hugged him. The speaker announced to all contestants. This person introduced himself as the first floor judge of the ACMA training. Everyone saw it was exactly as previously announced. The first qualifying round had started on time. Then an upset lady complained about being deceived. Earlier she was told the new day had just begun, but a mage reminded her it was already past midnight. The rules were unlimited survival. They just had to survive getting out of the hotel. Everyone was told the time to get out was limited. They had to hurry. Richard and the old man who left earlier ran first. There were still many people inside. The whole hotel was a trap. Stan saw the tricks but did not want to chase after them. Then he almost died because of the traps. So everyone headed to the front lobby, where it was temporarily safe. But then Kim Ji-yeon was shocked to see ahead many people falling into a giant lava pit, screaming for help. A guy was sobbing, saying he still had a wife and kids, but got kicked down anyway because he clung to a guy without a girlfriend. That guy then fell through a cracked floor too. Kim Ji-yeon urged everyone to run fast, realizing the building was about to collapse. Stan prayed to God for protection to get through this, because many had already fallen behind into the pit. His rocket ice skates had been activated. That is right. Kim Ji-yeon managed to save some people, but it was a bit overwhelming. The mysterious man watches them on TV, thinking those people saved will just die to someone else. Then he presses a mysterious button, waiting for this massacre night to begin. Very few got past the poison thorn traps. Everyone cursed the iron chain traps. The mine traps blew up and killed quite a few. The laser traps were unforgiving. One slip was deadly. The jeer traps crushed flesh. They chased after the running crowd, who could not keep up. Kim Ji-yeon was panting hard, wondering how many stages there are here. Stan said Jiang was suspicious. This killer hotel has no way out. Looking at the endless doors ahead, they reused them. He looked at the words above, guessing they were left by those who came before. Myo saw too many messages, but did not know which were real, knowing they would been trapped and tricked many times, losing hope in life as well. Then Kim Ji-yeon took a deep breath, kicked the door open. There was no turning back now, and inside this room, many people surprised them too. They marveled at how big this place was. They also learned many had passed this stage. The mysterious man from before was already waiting here, told everyone he was the judge of the first floor, named Reno, announced and even praised the qualifiers this round. 30 people made it through, 49 seriously injured, 13 dead. The players were furious hearing these stats. Everyone cursed at him, wanted to kill him on the spot, but Reno just smiled because he was prepared. Those who tried to attack were already restrained. Reno reminded everyone here, in this Devil's Forge, Killing a judge breaks the rules, but you still have to know your limits. He snapped his fingers to summon a big chest, said the next reward was the most interesting beast. Each got one reward from this stage, encouraged everyone to open their loot quickly. Everyone was excited, opening their treasure chests. Kim Ji-yeon opened his 3 cherry blossom shards. A blue flower ring, not bad. Mio felt unlucky because he only got 30,000 forge coins, 1 rough diamond, then realized he was not as unlucky as that old guy who opened a pair of old clunky shoes. Dora asked Stan why he had not opened his yet. Stan was still praying for something valuable, then finally opened it. Inside were all explosive devices. He was shocked. Reno was very happy someone opened those traps. The things he had painstakingly prepared. The pass tickets to floor 2 of the Devil S Forge. Then lit the fuse to detonate. Didn't he forget to wish them safe travels? The explosion was huge. Kim Ji-yeon had to use his holy shield. The hotel staff, the Lokio, were delighted by the customer's visit. Shrine of the Destroyer. Guards were already posted here. These 3 were very solemn, watching the man chained in iron chains, radiating a fierce aura. Suddenly he roared loudly. One said the aura was too strong, asked if they really had to wake it. The young man wanted this to happen, because it would be a gift for Kim Ji-yeon and friends. The Destroyer screamed wildly. The surroundings echoed its roar. The contestants were teleported to the 2nd floor. Some were in pain, others, afraid of the dark, felt like they had entered hell. The girl shone her flashlight directly into Jim-a's face to greet them. It scared everyone pale. After teasing them, she cheerfully explained that she wanted everyone to relax. Since things still felt tense, everyone was on edge and accusing each other, not finding anything funny at all. Bonnie reassured everyone it would not be as hard as the previous floor, since she was the judge for floor 2. Then she got back to the main event, raising one hand and snapping her fingers to signal the start of the challenge. A race along an extremely long and wide track. No lap limit. Just 20 rounds around the track. The first 15 to cross the finish line would win. She also took on the role of commentator. Kim Ji-yeon felt great, thinking his grandparents would be watching him. Everyone had 15 minutes to prepare. Then the battle would begin. Mio was very confident, thinking his speed would give him the win. Dora also had wings to compete with, but Moy Stan had nothing and was very worried. He told himself he would be fine and could go the distance. He called his friends Ipad dogs, seeing 4 people overly confident. The veteran players just smirked. These 3 all had their own vehicles. As returning contestants, they had prepared in advance. Then they shouted their victory chants, leaving Kim Ji-yeon, Dora, Miwo, and Stan speechless. On the arena floor, referee Bonnie fired a flare to signal the start. Everyone took off as soon as they heard it. Mio led the pack alongside a ghost ninja. The 2 summoners happily greeted each other. Behind them were Kim Ji-yeon and Dora flying together, introduced as lovers. Some mages also used flying brooms to keep close behind. More contestants were hot on their heels. Among them was a father chasing after his child. Suddenly, Bonnie was shocked to recognize someone in the crowd. It was a famous Japanese manga artist, known for many famous works. He was upset to be discovered, even more shocked when the 3 returning contestants mocked him and challenged him to a game of mahjong. They would clearly given up on him. While running, the artist pulled out 5 pens. The people nearby were surprised as he made a finishing move. A white streak of light, a burst of speed knocked down those who had laughed at him. They watched the artist's back disappear silently. Someone wanted to report cheating, but was mocked for not having money to hack the game and having to wait to retake the test. Just then, a super-fast figure zoomed by, and Bonnie wondered what that was. Stan had used a rocket to fly past most opponents. Though confused when Stan greeted him, Kim Jong still asked about the rocket. It turned out Stan had stolen it from another country, hoping they would not notice. Everyone hoped it did not have a tactical nuclear warhead attached. The Messi reported the race on floor 2 was intense, with opponents pulling far ahead. No one knew who would win. Stan wondered why Kim Jong kept warning to be careful of something big coming. He said, looking at the angry opponents. They were realizing a simple truth: you do not have to run fast. Just make sure others do not run faster, and you win. An old man pulled out a gun, aimed, and shot at the opponent ahead, causing their vehicle to explode and break. He walked boldly while they were injured. The old man wondered, were not they friends? But it was clear that in the arena, there were no friends, only rivals. He looked up to see Dora and Kim Jong passing by, both recognizing him for the sneaky shot. They warned each other to stay sharp and think of a way out, because his bullets could curve mid-flight. The bullets were still chasing right behind them, knowing they could not shake the tail. He came up with a plan to charge straight at the source of the bullets. It was the only way to fight back. The shooter was confused as they flew past him. Before he could react, a bullet shot straight at him. It hit him squarely, making him take damage. Both turned to see he was down. The fight was intense, and the contestants' strikes were getting out of control. Ahead, the Poison Master was releasing a thick smoke screen on the path. Anyone who passed through the smoke suffered breathing problems, nausea, or worse, lost their mind. Mio was annoyed by this poisonous nerve toxin. To stop, she took on the form of a venomous snake, passing through the Poison Master's fog. She knew it would not be easy to neutralize the toxin. She let her squirrel friend, who could control the wind, take the lead with spirit summoning and 5 wind techniques. A sudden whirlwind made the Poison Master scream in agony. He and his poison were blown away 1,000 meters. She and her friend high-five, happy with their teamwork. Bonnie spoke up again, just as one problem ended. Another appeared, a fully armored man. He was wildly swinging his sword, fast as lightning, and seemed aware Bonnie was calling him over to handle the next issue. The armored man swung his sword wildly, warning everyone to stay back. An older woman and man cowered in fear, begging him not to come near, even though they begged for mercy and promised to back off. But he was determined to strike, and Stan was itching to see him get taken down. Surprisingly, he handled everything perfectly. But Stan could not believe the opponent had not exploded into pieces. He felt like he was about to be impaled by the man's sword. Luckily, the comic artist came to the rescue, breaking the sword in half with a single stroke. Stan cheered, calling out to the hero. The hero asked why they had to slaughter each other, why some just refused to understand. Friendship is effort. It is always more important than winning or losing. Pushed back, the man asked what nonsense the hero was spouting. Stan watched with interest as the man turned his thunder effect into a visible form. Meanwhile, the artist poured out ink from a bottle, and a giant brush appeared. The two combined, gaining extra power, letting the hero deliver a finishing blow that shredded the opponent's armor into pieces. Stan admired the hero even more when the ink drawing itself turned into a weapon. Then he asked the hero if he was dead. Suddenly, three friends ran up, asking if he was okay. Stan thanked the hero for saving him and even asked for an autograph. Bonnie reached the group of 5, seeing the match heating up in its final moments. After many twists, she had good news to share with everyone. There were fewer than 15 players left able to move on the field, meaning whoever reached the finish line would win. She congratulated them on surviving. The elderly couple from before hugged, relieved to be saved, even sharing a meal together. But the fight was not over. They all wanted the top spot now, so everyone quickened their pace. 3 days later, at the Destroyer's Shrine, VM Them and Heng Run were dueling weapons here. It seemed VM Theng had been knocked back, but he showed no sign of worry. Then, unexpectedly, Heng Lun quickly retreated to her spot. Another fierce duel followed. To Kung sat nearby, watching the two fight, enjoying a hot cup of sausage. Kicking Hun's spear, Vim Theng was clearly pleased. The battle seemed endless, with each countering the other's attacks. Suddenly, Heng Lun flipped, surprising Vim Theng, then kicked him flying backward. Before he could recover, she used her shadow clone technique, creating many identical copies of herself. Vim Theng observed closely and spotted the key. He shot all the illusions, then launched a full-power counterattack. Feeling the real opponent behind him, she threw something. A giant knife stuck in the ground, blocking Heng Lun's escape. Before she could react, she unleashed a barrage of fiery bullets. Bullets flew fast in one direction. Ong sensed danger and raised his sword, using the black blade to counterattack. He knocked several bullets away, scattering them everywhere. Taiyu Kong was angry about the assassination attempt, but was lucky to dodge it. Then he slammed his glass down hard and shouted at the two to stop. Bored with hand-to-hand fighting to kill time, VM Theng and Hong admitted they felt pretty pitiful, seeing the old lady blame the boss for not letting her into the demon refining furnace. Ong defended Hein Tiem, saying she had her reasons. Taiyu Kong called the two over to share a story. She secretly took Bonnie into the demon refining furnace, shocking the two old ladies. They tried everything but could not get in, and were chased by the guards. When they saw her give up, VM Theng Hong guessed it was an invisible barrier. She revealed she found something good at Dung Luk Market. It turned out to be a TV that caught some really intense programs. Knowing they were not fans, Taiyu Kong told them to stay calm. What she found was Bonnie hosting a live broadcast inside the furnace. Vim Thenning and Hong were surprised. It was airing the battle's progress. Muo was the champion. Kim Jian came second, and third was an artist. The two were furious when they saw their group, knowing they would be tired after the fight. The organizers had planned ahead. The challenge on the third floor was cooking. In the cooking battle, he won over the audience with his stewed ramen. Meanwhile, Muo showed off knife skills with a wildly natural dish, a mixed sashimi plate. Since she could not cook, she served it raw. Stan's robot ice cream was the favorite dessert. Taiyu Kung did not see it as torture, but as a real challenge. After eating, what could be better than singing karaoke? The fourth floor challenge was a singing contest with a fairy judge. She was a pop star who set the whole room ablaze with her performance. The Hell Soul song, any baby hearing that would start crying. Its father begged her to stop because it was a disaster. In the end, all contestants sang together. The little star closed the contest perfectly. Missy Bonnie showed everyone the previous round's highlights. Tune in next time for the fifth floor challenge. Vin Thenan could not take it anymore and shot the TV. T.S. was furious because Bikinji on his team was having too much fun in the challenge. Then the three were shocked when someone called them hot-headed. It was Hein Tem and another person. Taiyu Kung did not want to explain but was accused by him of missing Kim Ji-on and worrying about the demon refining furnace. Knowing his juniors were annoyed by the opponent's fun, the boss hesitated whether to let these three into the furnace. His companion agreed, wanting them to torment Miyuku's crew. Seeing the boss so scheming made VM Thuring bitter. Ong En and Tu Kung were excited, but with them came a new friend. Everyone was surprised to see this guy. He was told to give Kim Ji-on a special gift from the boss. Demon Refining Furnace. Elders Meeting Room. Bonnie reported recent developments to the elders. Initially, 92 contestants registered. 62 eliminated on floor 1. 15 eliminated on floor 2. None eliminated on floor 3. Same for floor 4. After floor 5, 15 remained. Here is the list of those who advanced, including Trying Chi Min, Lel Ku, The Poison Doctor, Richard, Devil Lipstick, Frankenstein, Mammy, Seekalaton Ninja, Gordon, Zombie Treasure, Stan, Mew, Comic Artist Hero, and the Scientist, a son. Also, some registered to retake the first floor exam. An elder wanted to review the Demon Refining Furnace as status. She agreed to show the current distribution of all contestants. The elder saw few passed and debated whether to ease up, then rejected the idea after spotting some promising newcomers. The screen flashed a warning. System detected a threat. Blocked confidential leaks. So video connection was cut. Bonnie asked what was happening, and the staff said a hacker had broken into the network. They traced and fought back, asking if they should just kill it, but were ordered to keep it alive and torture it. Meanwhile, in the 5th floor of the demon training grounds, the fancy cafe echoed with screams. San was sitting, when suddenly he was shocked by electricity and collapsed hard. When asked if his phone exploded, Dora had no idea what was going on either. He said he hacked into the demon training grounds main system, but got punished for it. However, he gained lots of useful info, quarter of the player's data, schedules, maps of locations, everything vital for quickly passing the levels. Mao called him cruel and demanded he reveal more secrets. Clearly upset, but in the end, he agreed. The 5th floor battle, the Wild Challenge, would take place here among the spirit beasts. Mao and Dora thought of Pokemon they wanted to catch and raise, but San denied it, saying they were more like monsters. Suddenly, many tentacles smashed through the glass behind them. Everyone warned each other to be careful, looking up to see these things embedded straight into the wall. After a moment's inspection, they all agreed the shots came from above. Mao pointed out the 1st floor, where many players had been eliminated earlier. Those people signaled the 4 of them to clear the way and climb down. But Dora panicked, realizing they were about to jump floors. Then those people rose together and headed straight to the 5th floor. The demon training grounds pit seemed to hold something inside. A giant monster burst out at them, shocking everyone. Kim Ji-yeon's group did not even know what it was. San introduced it as a predator from the abyss. In the next test, the whole mountain would be filled with these monsters. Hearing this, San, Dora, and Mao were terrified while others outside cried out desperately. The 5th floor lobby before the test. Players exchanged anxious glances. Barely catching sight of what was ahead, they were greeted by a fire dragon. The floor's judge, Guru, had appeared. He raised his mace, describing the world as a wasteland. They were about to enter a prehistoric hell, full of treasures scattered across the map. They needed to find a purple epic level treasure to pass. The more dangerous the treasure, the more valuable it was. Everyone eagerly awaited the treasure hunt to begin. The smug ones already had a mixed map. Each chose a portal leading to the arena. The F4 warned each other to be careful and agreed to meet at the exit. The challenge officially started. Kim Ji-yeon sighed and went in with Dora. They entered a water-filled space, struggling to hold their breath, realizing they were at the bottom of the sea. Hoshi entered a rainforest. Myo a Vasp, and Stan was taken up into the sky, terrified of losing control. Suddenly, he was dropped onto the ground. Seeing everything around him and realizing the prehistoric continent was real, afraid of falling, he calculated calling for transport but violated the rules and had to ask Bonnie for help. Stan thought he was doomed, guessing the earlier electric shock left him drained. Then an 8th level spirit beast, an aerial predator, grabbed him. Panicking when the bird saw him as food, he shouted for it to let him go, not wanting to become its leg. The prehistoric continent beneath the sea left Kim Ji-yeon's group breathless. Dora was also struggling as the water pressure threatened to burst her ears. Knowing there was no way back, he hoped to reach the surface. Dora warned him to be careful as a sea monster ahead opened its huge mouth. The two dodged to either side to avoid being swallowed, surprised by the size of the man-eating beast. The 8th level coastal carnivorous spirit beast with sharp teeth was heading toward the prey. Kim Ji-yeon stopped her from attacking because oxygen was running out fast, but they still did not know what to do. San fired a steel chain from his hand, binding it tightly with a soul lock. Seeing it still struggling, he jumped on top. Together they tried to restrain it, but it was very strong. They had to push harder. Kim Ji-yeon gradually figured out its movement patterns. Remember when Dad taught me as a kid? Do not block its path, try guiding it instead. Sensing the right moment, he approached the water's surface. He pulled it up into the air. And finally, he and Dora breathed fresh air. She praised Kim Ji-yeon for mastering the beast. They spotted a small island ahead, curious if there might be treasure there. The scenery was nice, but something felt off. An 11 thorn beast, a giant toy, opened its huge mouth wide. Kim Ji-yeon and Dora's faces drained of color at the sight. In the prehistoric continental plains, Mo was taking photos with the spirit beasts. Every picture was adorable. She truly enjoyed this place. Mistaking a huge brown thing for a mountain, she climbed it to film the panorama and ended up falling head over heels. Moo panicked, realizing it was a monster. She had to run fast, apologizing nonstop to the dinosaur. Though she understood animal language, she did not know how to communicate with it, so she acted, immediately kicking its snout. Seeing its tail flail, she realized she had not brushed her teeth in a while. Then she struck again, making it wince in pain. Moo stood before the furious Tyrannosaurus, smoke practically coming from its ears. Then suddenly, it licked her adorably, seeing it so fond of her. She happily thought it was really dumb, introducing herself in animal language as Mew. It responded with gull, so she named it that. Next, she asked the dinosaur if it had seen a strange staff. After her detailed description, the dinosaur nodded. Excited, she asked where it was, and it sat on her head. Mew realized it was searching somewhere in the plains. The dinosaur looked up at a tree while she struggled to stay awake. Finally finding the staff, when she opened it, she was shocked by what was inside. It read lucky bronze coin, legendary grade treasure. Increases critical strike chance in battle. Holding the bronze coin, she still doubted its power. Just then, trouble showed up again. Recognizing a poison master, she knew he wanted to settle the score for the last time she took a treasure. Moo worried since no flying squirrel was around, and he demanded the treasure be handed over. Suddenly, the dinosaur lunged at him, biting tight and shaking its head fiercely. Seeing the dinosaur struggle violently, he prepared to do something. She warned Gull to stay away from him because he was poisoned, but it was already in pain. Poison made its blood turn completely black. Then it collapsed right before her eyes. The poison master flew out from the dinosaur's mouth, ready to deal with Mewtwo next. In the prehistoric continental plains, Stan was captured by a bird and taken to its chicks. He was tossed into the nest, where curious baby birds stared at the tiny human. The mother bird stared for a moment, then flew away. Stan stayed still, playing dead, waiting for her to fly further. He saw a way out as 3 baby birds fought over a blood coin. Seizing the moment, he jumped up and punched each chick in the face. Though the damage was reduced, they quickly recovered and got angry. With his ambush plan foiled, Stan had no choice but to run with the coin. Being chased fiercely, he hoped to get lucky and open the coin. Inside was a beautiful pair of angel shoes. Knowing they were valuable, he put them on immediately. They helped him run fast, escaping the 3 baby birds, while the big nest got a hole torn in it. These were Windwalker shoes, legendary grade treasures that boost running speed and unleash power when near death. While fleeing, he had to stop at a dead end. Then he jumped to another branch, still not turning back to shake off the birds. Thinking he would escape, the branch suddenly broke. Stan could not react in time, tumbling through many tree canopies before hitting the ground. Falling hard, he thought death was written for him. This character was not popular, but no one expected him to be wiped out so fast. This cross-dressing guy still does not want to die, because he has not finished reading about his boyfriend and other stuff yet. Kim Ji-yeon and Dora's side has fallen into another dimension along with a carnivorous fish. It is too dark here, so she absorbs the fire spirit energy. Then she asks if he is inside the fish as Belly. Kim Ji-yeon implies, yes, inside the fake shoe. Just as they plan to move, they notice the ground is too sticky. Dora's surprised to find green slime here. They realize it is the shoe acid and rush to find a way out before they get digested. Running to a dead end, she hears a strange noise. They get scared when they realize it is parasites. Kim Ji-yeon looks around and suggests they can sneak through the parasite's path. Though a bit grossed out, Dora follows along. The two hold their breath, crawling through the tunnel, feeling how deep it is. Suddenly, they spot the parasites, and she is quickly silenced by him. Both stay quiet as the parasites pass by. And finally, they are all gone. Lucky that these creatures live in darkness with poor eyesight, so they keep moving forward. Breathing a sigh of relief after exiting, Kim Ji-yeon stares toward the monster's mouth. Moving on, Dora marvels at something shining brightly over there. Catching his attention, it is a bunch of Dean, looking like they are about to get rich. He agrees with the judge's words. The more dangerous the place, the more valuable. Opening the lid, they see the Dean moving. A skinny hand reaches out, astonishing the two. Many people crawl out from inside the dung, begging Kim Ji-yeon to save them. He and Dora feel scared and hesitant at the sight. Later, the group lights a fire together. 2 of them, plus 5 others, gather around. He asks if they are contestants from previous rounds who got swallowed by the fish here. A blonde confirms he was trapped just a month ago. 2 others do not even know how long they have been imprisoned. Dora asks how they survived. Hearing one guy's horrific survival story, she can't help but be amazed. Asked if they found a way out yet, the other says they have tried many times, but too many have died. They will end up the same. The old man promises treasures from the Dadang if Kim Ji-yeon leads them out. Kim Ji-yeon says he has an amazing escape plan, surprising them with its speed. Outlines 3 plans, all involving killing the fish for food. Everyone is quiet, thinking he is joking, but he denies it, introducing Dora as an endless arsenal. Plus they have numbers. Everyone is shocked as she transforms into an adult and asks if they are ready. Everyone is armed, and the trialist outfits are restored. Looking at their weapons, they think it is not bad. They have all the basics: healing, damage, support, and he knows it is time to unleash their prehistoric electric plains battle. The poison master holds a deadly syringe, telling Mayo it is rare and he will need 1 shot for that dinosaur. She accepts defeat, offers the antidote, and asks to heal Gulu, but he pulls out 4 more lethal syringes, saying it is already dead. Then he stabs his own neck, saying he enjoys killing enemies and stealing their loot even more. Mayo dodges his surprise attack but is thrown back before she can recover. He strikes again. The poison hits a big tree, burning half of it down. Still stunned by how terrifying this is, She decides to jump at him, absorbing energy, and unleashes the King Cobra strike. The snake heads attack the poison master, but he splits his body to escape, dodging her move. He realizes she deliberately used the King Cobra form as a natural antibody. Mayo counters with a wild serpent dance. He knows she is stuck since neither can kill the other, but her poison resistance is not unlimited. The question is who runs out of time first. She lands, still holding her nose tight. Knowing she can hold out much longer, she tries to find his weak spot fast. When he shifts back to his original beast form, he mocks her for being so quick. Seeing her body weaken, he prepares his final strike. It could kill her, even if Mayo manages to escape a huge explosion. Now all she can do is run. That guy is still chasing after this cute cat. He promised to make her death slow and use her as room decoration. At 2 in the afternoon in the prehistoric swamp, both sides were still pretending. He smiled wickedly, knowing Mayo was trapped, eager to watch her panic as she neared death. She knew he was caught in a trap when he only focused on chasing. Meanwhile, he struggled as he realized he was stalling, then suddenly panicked at the smell of gas. At that moment, she spoke up after finding a way to eliminate the gas. Now all she needed was a small spark from the wind. The explosion was huge, blowing apart the poison master. His body scattered everywhere. Mayo hid under the water roof, happy with her victory and ready to leave quickly. Scene change. The Devil Training Center in the Elders meeting room. Bonnie was discussing something with colleagues. Then Meichigu announced the upcoming annual exam results. In the Twin Forest area, the hero comic artist defeated a dragon and collected 4 mysterious gems. In the Rainforest area, Devil Lipstick defeated the destructive spirits and gained a glow. In the abandoned cave, a zombie subdued a flesh-eating dog and received a tarot card from the red-robed sorceress. On the coastal edge, a father and son defeated a hidden spirit and obtained the sea god's trident. She mentioned 3 who failed. The poison master. And San, the 5th floor judge, saw potential in the new beast breed now finishing their challenges. Bonnie ordered to open the training points and start overtime early. At the 6th floor sunset assembly point, everyone gathered around the campfire. They chatted about claiming the treasure. The judge congratulated those who obtained treasures and told them to enter the back door behind him. That was the door to the 6th floor. He wished them an easy journey. Richard's group also successfully passed the trial smoothly. Auntie and the fake old man did too. Then the judge warned the fake old man to take care of his health. The eunuch saw Muo standing alone and asked how she was. She said she was worried about Kim Ji-yeon and San. Hearing that, Hiro said to wait together. Seeing his strong motivation and faith in him, she felt a bit confused. At the prehistoric Continental Assembly Point that night, the rest were playing cards together. The judge thought he would win, but the eunuch bluffed with the ace card. The old man whined and did not want to play anymore. Hiro still praised his skill and urged him to continue. Knowing he was stalling for time for Miyu, Hiro advised him sincerely. Every challenge had disappearances. Their friends might never return, though she begged. He only gave her half a minute to decide whether to go back. Then Hiro panicked and told them to look over there. A huge whale was lying stranded on the sand. It caused a massive shockwave, but the 3 did not yet know what it was. Miyu noticed the whale's mouth and was happy when Kim Ji-yeon and Dora came out. She rushed to hug them, overjoyed they were alive. Knowing she was worried, he reassured her Dora was fine, but when asked about Stan, she hesitated. From the bushes, someone asked why there was fire ahead, and everyone looked there in shock. Stan stepped out, scolding them for not calling him. The 3 friends were overjoyed to see him, then worried he might be hurt, since he was covered in wounds. Asked about his leg, Stan said it was nothing serious. Then he panicked remembering when he was sitting bandaging his leg, scratching it. The judge praised them, surprised they survived and returned. Bringing back some of the missing gave them extra points. Hiro rambled about a perfect ending like a story, but the judge hurried back to the city to eat, then reminded them they had a day off tomorrow to rest and prepare for the upcoming ranked match. At the 6th floor Devil Training Hotel room, Kim Ji-yeon woke up startled. He could not remember the last time he woke up peacefully. Looking over at Dora, he saw her sleeping pretty adorably. He approached, intending to pat her head, but instead pinched her cheek. Seeing him drag her along like that, she begged for a day off to get some extra sleep. Hearing the reason others were secretly grinding, Dora was a bit shocked. Then they were taken outside to see clearly. As she greeted Mayo, he was already hanging from the bar. Sleeping while hanging kept him alert, ready to fight if needed. But he still remembered to mention Stan. Dora saw he was still working despite being injured, warned him, but he just brushed it off. A burst of electricity shot from his phone, finally succeeding after a night of work. This power sucked up electricity insanely fast, causing objects in the room to fall apart. All parts were drawn together, and the robot was assembled from these pieces. So there it was, a robot controlled by Stan. And the 3 friends praised this invention enthusiastically. He said he would continue improving it, but first, he needed to gather materials. Knowing his friends still did not know what to do, Kim Jong reminded them of the huge debts they would cause after causing chaos at 6 hotels rooms belonging to Richard. He suddenly remembered the debts they had not paid. The list included healing drinks, clothes shops, and another fare for the magic vehicle, plus the cost of a tour guide, totaling 1,020,000. But he rounded up, demanding they cough up 1 million. Everyone froze hearing the amount, did not expect friends to ooh that much. The four knew they were broke but still had to pull out their wallets. He was very strict. Then they collapsed, realizing all their savings on the 6th floor were gone. Seeing Dora refuse to check out his new warehouse, Richard asked again, holding up an important suitcase for them to see. Knowing they did not understand this space pouch, it was made by a professional space summoner. He explained it could hold tons of stuff and reduce the weight of items to 1%, a must-have for magic training. Watching him slowly disappear into the pouch, the four could not believe it. They marveled at the pouch's magic, amazed that he could still stuff more in. Though they tried to resist, they all got pulled inside with him, teleported into another space. Everyone felt how huge this place was. Richard introduced his warehouse, which had plenty of storage space. San loved this supermarket-style walk, even wanting to buy another pouch with a different design. He was taken to a stall with all kinds of bags, even custom-made ones. He was really into the makeup bags and quickly grabbed one. Dora and Mulo were attracted by a very cute stall. Kim Ji-yeon was about to stop the ladies when the owner greeted them warmly, revealing he was about to go bankrupt. Dora, Mulo, and San were all delighted by the items in Richard's warehouse. The next day, at the 6th floor's magic training waiting hall before the match, the man spoke up. He was not just messing around. He talked about everyone's dreams and ambitions. Here, everything could be bought with money. All the contestants focused intently on the judge's screen. They learned that everything was available here, even supreme power, becoming the strongest, or eternal youth. Just pay the right price, and everything becomes real. The four in Kim Ji-yeon's group and others were teleported elsewhere. Seeing the huge arena, everyone felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, a big explosion came from behind, with shadowy figures inside. He introduced himself as the judge of the 6th floor, North Africa. The rules were simple: make deals and get legendary orange tier treasures to pass the level. San was thrilled to arrive at this black market and wanted to explore it together. When Kim Ji-yeon mentioned data hacked from the server, he eagerly became their guide. This trading area was bustling. Everyone walked past different stalls. Kim Ji-yeon felt the excitement, and San said that was the magic training's biggest support. Contestants of all ranks could come via transmission portals. Chat Miu asked what the marks above those people's heads meant. There were 4 types: weapons and armor, equipment, outfits, recovery items, key-level passing items, and special tools. Pay attention to the icon colors too. San decided to check what this merchant was selling at a loss. Dora saw he sold healing potions and low-level weapons, but could trade legendary tier items. After praising her, everyone headed to the large weapon shop up ahead. Standing before the counter, the shop manager invited them to browse the product list. If they liked anything, just press a button to try it out immediately. Miho tried on the outfit and felt it fit perfectly, while Kim Ji-yeon thought the ninja suit was a bit glitchy. Dora really liked the dog-themed outfit, and San asked about buying modern weapons. Dora got advice from the manager about weapons and even some war vehicles. Kim Ji-yeon reminded them the main goal was to buy the cheapest orange-level treasure. He realized they were contestants and introduced carefully selected challenge props at the lowest black market price, including King St, the Knight's Contract, Angel's Finger, Dawn Hammer, and the Invisibility Cloak. After seeing the high prices, the 4 of them were stunned. Everyone was stressed. They needed 200 million to clear the challenge, but they would only made 2 million on floor 6. Already spent. Kim Ji-yeon told them many treasures had appeared on other floors, at least 12 purple-level treasures. Knowing they wanted to sell, the manager wanted to see if the prices were fair before buying. Outside, the street was still crowded while the manager examined their rare items. He commented most were average. Items from floor 5 were worth a bit more. All 4 held their breath waiting for the appraisal results. When the estimate came to 30 million, they jumped excitedly, thinking all items totaled 600 million. They were reminded each item was worth 30 million. Ngo pushed back, saying these were also purple treasures, but was told value depends on the right buyer, and this was the best offer at this store. Kim Ji-yeon fell silent. Thinking it over, he turned away, saying if the manager had enough money, he would buy the treasures. While everyone was still regretting missing the 200 million mark, another man overheard and said young people need dreams. The North African judge had once been a top black market dealer. Thanks to his intelligence and cunning, Niu had tried to get them to buy a scroll for just 150,000, but was refused. Now, they did not know where to go since they could not afford anything. North Africa, the legendary black market demon Forger, was abandoned by his parents. His childhood passed among black market crates. He eagerly learned from every merchant, mimicking their gestures and actions, waiting for his moment. On coming of age day, he sold all his valuables for just 300 coins at the reckless casino by the river. 300 turned into 6,000 coins. Then he bought body parts from homeless people, creating the illusion of rare goods at high prices, earning enough to buy the next block. 3 years later, he controlled the whole area as the black market shifted to auctions and homes due to the epidemic. 10 years later, he would bought the entire 6th floor of the Demon Forge. Everyone in the black market knew the name of this wanderer. North Africa. After reading this book, The F4 silently respected him. Seeing Mio uninterested in this story, Dora felt it was deeply meaningful. They did not expect a wanderer to become the boss. They had to try harder. Mio suggested they take a full tour since the black market was so huge. Kim Ji-yeon said to split up. Each should find their own chance. Meet back at the hotel at 10 p.m., encouraging each other to hit the 200 million target and win this round. Meanwhile, each Demon Forge hotel was bustling. The previous judge, bruised and beaten, asked what these people wanted. The merchant, Ong-an, and Tu said they were not in a rush and did not want to waste time on traps. They threatened him to take them straight to the floor 2 gate. The judge agreed immediately, feeling these people were too intimidating. Bonnie, watching through the system, knew someone was using force. When staff asked if she wanted to intervene, she let it be. They were not breaking the rules and actually made the competition more exciting. At the auction house, a negotiation over a trusted treasure was underway among respected practitioners. Starting price was 500,000 Demon Forge coins. Kim Ji-yeon and Dora hid behind a corner. Tense as the price climbed, 2 bids of 2,300,000 rang out. Then a deal was successfully struck between the parties. The auctioneer handed over the money for inspection. Dora's eyes lit up with excitement. Seeing the chance to earn, the two quickly moved to other epidemic zones. At the lively boxing auction, Mio was landing punches on her opponent's face. Another guy got knocked out. Even the tall, dark, and smelly ones can't beat her. She has won 19 matches in a row. Win more, and the prize jumps to 300,000. Compared to brainy money-making methods, she feels more suited to brute force. The Messi tells everyone to place their bets and see if Mio can win, and the crowd rushes to wager. He tells her to fake a loss first. The prize will be 5 times bigger. When asked if she is okay with that, she hesitated for a moment. The slot machine starts spinning, stops at 777, and instantly spits out a pile of tokens. Onlookers, seeing the jackpot, can't help but marvel at the huge prize. Duck's Tone grabs a pile of tokens helplessly, thinking, this is hopeless. He keeps checking the machines, trying to guess which one the lucky goddess will hit next. At the popcorn stall, a girl is serving him a cigarette. The cigarette is lit with a glowing ember. He watches something intently. The girl looks at the screen and says it seems like a chut appeared in the casino. He puffs on his cigarette and says it is an electronic summoner. He does not directly hack or control the casino machines. This chut is very clever. Popcorn watches his every move, then plays on machines about to pay out, only using his phone to record each machine as payout status and calculate the odds. She lies back, mocking him. Her smug attitude is really annoying. He replies that the chut has not made a move yet. Don't rush. Wait until it bets bigger and bigger. He wears a sly look and says, trust me. People always die from greed. On the 6th floor of the Demon Training Furnace Hotel, Kun, Dora, and Miuo sit around the stack of money they earned. Dora says, let us see what we got today. He calculates that all 20 treasures have been sold, probably above market price, so they might have made a profit. Miuo counts the cash and says this is 1.5 million I earned at the underground fight arena. Still far from enough. Miuo frowns and says even if I win every day at the fight arena, it will still take a long time to save the rest. He guesses it will take over 100 more days. Hearing this, she pulls at her hair, realizing how much is still missing. Dora, looking down, says she wonders how Ben's tan is doing. Suddenly, he bursts through the door. He awkwardly greets, hey everyone. I have got good news and bad news. Tan steps closer and says, I lost over 10 million gambling. The bad news is, he nervously says the bad news, making all three curious. Then he got caught cheating playing roulette. The fine is 60 million. Hearing this, the three feel crushed under the weight of the debt. The final loss is 8.5 million, making the two girls furious. Tan panics. Wait, if I can pay by tomorrow, they will kill me and all my family and friends. Dora and Miuo glare at him, threatening, you are not our friend anymore. We will kill you right now. Suddenly, a hand touches the door. Richard opens it slightly and says, it is so crowded in there. The three are struggling. While you sit on the bed dazed, he confidently asks, still stressed about money. Maybe what you need is a financial expert. They see mountains of gold on you. Do not forget, you are a summoner. Stan blows smoke right into Dora's face. And Ben Kali says, I have got some crazy ideas. Don't be scared when I tell you. Stan, anxious, says, hurry up. Let us hear it. And says, Stan, I remember when you registered. You paid 2 billion us to follow the money path. Stan replies, that is right. Us can get you as much as you want. But here, the common currency is demon training tokens and Trimbe. In the demon training furnace, each floor eliminates players daily. The ultimate losers will leave and return to the outside world. At the market, the losers from Lausanne town gladly trade their Lausanne coins and treasures for us at high rates. Richard suggests, I happen to have several stalls there. If we team up, Stan grabs the chance. We can continuously launder us worldwide into Lausanne money. You immediately pull out your phone, fingers flying over the keys. What a brilliant idea. We can get started right now. Kim Jong-un asked anxiously. So where do you plan to steal that much money from? He said excitedly. No amount is too big. even with the world full of gangs, drug dealers, mercenaries, and corrupt officials. Taking their money is like delivering justice. I reached out toward my OO. For simple-minded cats like my meow, I have already designed a special business plan. She was eager, urging me to speak quickly. The whole room was all ears. I explained. It takes 3 days to get from floor 1 to floor 5. If someone tries again, how long do you think it would take for the second round? Half a day should be enough. I proposed a fallback plan, so tomorrow morning, you will voluntarily withdraw from the competition to stop her from being ruthless. He continued. After withdrawing, you will return to the first checkpoint. Starting from the Forge Hotel, you can retrieve some simple doors, collect the rewards, and claim the treasures. Mayo seemed to get it. I see. It is like playing the pager stuck on a door. You go back to the previous one to grind. Kim Jian rested his chin on his hand. Estimating, each grind could net around 10 million. Richard revealed, the real excitement is still ahead. From door 1 to 5, plenty of newbies will be thrilled to find an expert guide. With Maya Mia skills, leading 10 people at once is no problem. Just take half their rewards, and you will be rich. She replied, like leading newbies in an online game. Richard glanced at him. In the end, the money and treasures you earn will be handed over to me and Kim Ji-on. He patted his shoulder. We will trade on the black market and reinvest to multiply our assets. Donnie say 200 million if it is 2 billion. We can handle that too. Hiro said, that is our business plan. Since this is our first collaboration, I am asking for fair and reasonable payment. After hearing that, all three nodded in agreement. He clapped in approval. This is a brilliant plan. I have no objections. San praised. A merchant expert truly is not like an ordinary person. Dora said, let us move forward and close the deal. Richard opened the door to leave. I will take my leave now. After all, there are still many contestants outside waiting for business plans with me. Sam was grinding national currency on his phone. Kim Ji-on and Dora were doing missions together. Their strategy was a battlefield of money without smoke or fire. The goal, 200 million in forged currency. The operation began. Richard was confident with Santa's stocks. Mayo was ready to follow the plan. Sam was frantic, juggling his phone while trying to extract money from the guys guarding the gates. When suddenly there was a loud explosion. Breaking news. A massive shootout erupted among Mexican cartel bosses, suspected over uneven shares. Latest update. The largest weapons trafficking syndicate in the U.S. has declared bankruptcy. He eagerly searched for info. A famous billionaire suddenly committed suicide. The cause remains a mystery. At Mayo's location, she was running fast, showing off the strengths of a cat. Listening to the news while running, the 5B uncovered a massive global cyber attack. A huge amount of money was flowing into a mysterious black hole. In 15 minutes, they were stunned as player Mayo once again broke the Forge ACMA level record. The group was terrified by her speed in the hotel room. A pile of gold, silver, and treasures was gathered in one place. Richard spoke. Stan and Mayo have made more progress than expected, and Kim Ji-on agreed. He said proudly, now it is our turn to show what we can do. I am confident with what we have prepared. They walked down a luxurious street to the auction. He confidently haggled prices and then headed to the market to trade weapons. After 3 days, the money and gold coins flowed in. The night was calm, and within 5 days, the wealth piled up quickly. After earning enough profit, the three happily left, their partnership more successful than expected. 7 days later, at Kim Ji-on's room at night, he was enjoying the money immensely. The feeling of swimming in money is amazing. She lay holding the cash, truly satisfied. Richard and Stan toasted to their successful partnership. The three clinked wine glasses and enjoyed the pile of money stacked in the room. Stan spoke up. Surprisingly, the initial plan was completed in just 1 week, with Kim Ji-on and Richard buying low and selling high on the black market. We even made an extra 150 million. Richard suggested, since we are working so well together, why not stay another 2 months, make enough money, then move on to the next level? He looked at Stan and asked, oh right, where's Miua? He took out his phone and dialed. Let me call and check. He called, but she did not answer. Last time she said she was on the 5th floor, training wild skills. So by now she should be past the stage. It was pouring rain, and Miuo's phone kept ringing in her pocket. Miuo was badly injured, surrounded by a group of people trapping her. The sky darkened as heavy raindrops fell. The phone kept ringing nonstop. While Miuo lay motionless on the ground, life seemed fragile. The injured person used magic to grab the phone and answered it. It had been a long time, which startled Stan. That voice was pure destruction. She planned everything. Miuo was in our hands. After 10 minutes of listening, Dora and Stan grew very worried. He said, wait, let Mio say a few words first, then got cut off. Stan gasped. The call ended, making them even more anxious. Kim Ji-on and the team immediately set off to rescue her. He buttoned Richard's jacket, slammed the door, and left him on the call. Hey, I am telling you. He thought, seems like they are in trouble. On the black market streets at night, The three ran as fast as they could. Dora wondered why a destroyer, who lost her memory, appeared here helping so many people. Stan hurriedly said, "There is no way to confirm, but the place where Miu-Oh got attacked was the 5th floor training area. Since the fight broke no rules, the attacker was not punished. Also, the meeting spot was at the entrance of the 6th floor. A safe. Stan advised, "We should notify Bonnie to come and protect us." He firmly refused. "Miu-Oh's in their hands. We can take risks." He turned to Stan and asked for help. "Dora, I need stronger weapons." "Don't worry. I will do my best." The three crossed a small street. Stan reminded Kim Ji-yeon to stay calm. "You must understand. Ahead is a trap, and we are basically walking into death. Right?" Stan guessed. Maybe the destroyer just managed to get Miu-Oh's phone, but he was cut off mid-sentence. "Stan, I just need to know that if it drags on, we will never see Miu-Oh again," which shocked Stan. "Your powers have been activated and urged you on." "Stan, everything depends on you to adapt and act." He lipped high with Dora, speaking fiercely, spirit energy bursting out, feeling sharp pain. "Wait for me." Entrance to the 6th floor, training with demons. They arrived just in time. The others were already waiting. Kim Ji-yeon landed. The injured one said, "Finally you are here." Suddenly, the little one held a cube-shaped crown. Drawing her attention, it was activated, and Dora realized it was a space barrier. A barrier no one outside can help us. There is no way out. At that moment, he only cared about one thing and asked, "Where's Miu-Oh?" The injured one threw her skin off, shocking both of them. Shouting loudly, Miu-Oh had reverted to her cat form, her body covered in severe wounds. Both glared angrily. "Hateful," he urged her. "Wake up quickly." "Miu-Oh, what is wrong with you?" The injured one sadly said. No heartbeat. "She is dead," which terrified Dora. The woman taunted, "This little cat is really troublesome. To catch her, I even burned my own fingernails." She did not realize the longer she struggled, the more painful her death would be. Dora angrily cursed. "Damn it," she smiled triumphantly. "Guess what? What is the source of her power?" Then she burst into excited laughter. "Ridiculous." Before crying, she suddenly sobbed loudly. "Brother," she laughed gleefully without caring about him. He cursed. "Bastard." His eyes burning with anger more than ever. Kim Ji-yeon lunged forward, shouting in unforgiving rage. You flew into a fury, swinging your sword at them. It struck down, but the whole group quickly dodged. She leapt high into the air. By now, you had lost all control over your reason. You unleashed giant sword strikes targeting her, sparking a flicker of interest in her. Not hostility. She seemed to have grown much stronger in Lozan. Divil, she moved agilely to dodge. Still, it was not enough to comment on yet. A storm of bullets rushed down, causing a massive explosion. Watching this, Vin Thung sneered quietly, but Hengwon quickly warned, "Do not underestimate the enemy." Instantly, Kim Ji-yeon struck fiercely toward her, hitting Ving and pushing her back. It cracked completely, but you kept pressing forward. She stared at the wound in horror. This could not be happening. Before she could recover, you appeared behind her, radiating overwhelming energy. But Hengwon stopped you, motioning for you to hold back. You counterattacked. Hung Undred looked calm as ever. She broke through your sword strike. Suddenly, Dora shouted, "Be careful." Ice swords targeted her, but with her quick reflexes, she dodged gracefully. She tried to help you, but the spatial shield blocked her. Shields formed instantly. Taeuk Kung teased on purpose. Hey, be careful now. Your opponent is me. Right now, you and Hungwon face off." You gritted your teeth, summoning all your strength. Sharp swords surrounded you. Where you stood caused an explosion. She gasped. Realizing something, you charged, aiming your sword at her neck, but she ducked aside. The ice swords closed in. She slammed your sword away with force. You punched with your other hand. She blocked it, and Hungwon was thrown aside. Suddenly, something zipped into her, catching her off guard. You decisively slashed her. You were breathing heavily now, but she was from the shadows. The cut barely affected her. Too bad. The wound was already healing. At that moment, Dee said, "Behind you." Hung unclosed in and said anger had swallowed your will. She whispered goodbye as blood spilled, but that was only on your hand. You caught her sword before it could strike you. You gripped it tight, pulling hard toward her face. She was hit and released you. Then you were ambushed, struggling to defend. Vin Thung returned to block the fight, sneering at you all. Now it is time to get serious. Gunshots rang out repeatedly. Dora saw this scene and did not flinch. She managed to block her bullet just in time. She did not notice Taeuk Kung sneak up behind her, holding a spatial shield. She suddenly blinded her. She saw the desperation in her eyes. Warning, stop wasting your strength. Even I can't escape this spatial trap. She forced herself to look at you. The shield faded as bullets rained toward you. Once again, your blood boiled. You stomped forward, step by step, your armor cracking. It shocked Vin Thing. What? He is still advancing. Bullets kept flying as the distance between you and her closed in. Charged forward with your signature move, the right hand devil. She was tall and fierce, and he fought recklessly without care for his life. She fired back with her death gun. His hand, equipped, could not hold on much longer. It was completely cracked. But you pushed through anyway. She kept on, as if the fight was not over yet. You gathered momentum and swung your fist at her. She did not expect your punch and took it full force. The blow caused a massive explosion that cracked the ground and seriously injured Jian. Your armor shattered into pieces, and you seemed completely drained, your whole body aching. Jin was surrounded by enemies. No way to escape, and he could only scream in despair, "Jin has fallen." Seeing this, Dora worries and calls out to him. She is also caught in the blinding attack. Unable to lie down on the ground, Dora gathers all her strength to break free from the blinding circle. She uses her signature Mirage sword technique. Surprising Tu Kung, she rushes to Jin's side and encourages him. "Jun, hang in there," with determination. She tells him she will fight alongside him at the final moment. Her eyes stare down the blinding attackers like two bullets. The attackers launch their dark sword destruction move, divine fire bullets, and thunderous roars that shake the sky. They want to attack her, and Jian Hongin confidently declares this battle will end now. Lustrous blasts and physical strikes can break this shield. At that moment, Bonnie appears. She demands they get out of the way. She looks annoyed. Those annoying pests, in the name of Order's guardian, they must be punished. Bonnie rushes to the protective ice barrier and shatters it. Tu Kung senses an intruder and immediately runs to find them. Unable to hold back, Bonnie smashes the ice barrier into pieces. She pulls out powerful red penalty cards, threatening them. These are penalty cards for Tu Kung's group. Dora Nengsan also gets slapped with one of these cards first. She realizes she can move and understands this is a spiritual power seal. Bonnie snaps sharply. "This is the end time causing chaos in my territory. The consequences of breaking the rules in the demon refining furnace. You all know it very well." She scans them and continues. She is not killing them because she does not want to see them die on the demon furnace stage. Last warning. Take care of yourselves. She demands silence from everyone as she prepares to deliver a warning strike. Turns out Bonnie has lifted their penalties, removed all penalty cards, and everyone can use their weapons again. Dora stares in confusion at her own body. At the same time, Vim Thang says even her spiritual power and spirit have vanished. Strange that Dora disappeared. Sign raises a big question: how could such a power seal be possible? Tu Kung's whole group silently looks at her, all admitting Bonnie is terrifyingly strong. Bonnie sternly says, in front of her, "You are mere mortals." She orders them to wear those red penalty cards as punishment. The red card will remain on them forever. Watch your behavior. She scolds sharply, pointing at their faces, with just a slight finger movement. "Your lives belong to me." Tu Kung silently leaves, embarrassed, saying, "Master, we were just defending ourselves," releasing the trap barrier and then ganging up on a few counts as self-defense. "Right?" Bonnie wants her to tell everything. She asks seriously, "By the way, you were the one who struck first, right?" Zion nods his head. Andrew steps forward and asks Zian if he is okay. Bonnie stands before the two, her glare like bullets making Zian nervous. She grabs his shirt, but Thick says, "Remember this humiliation and pain, because as long as you are alive, you will taste it again and again. I have saved you twice already. There won't be a third time. Your rage has truly swallowed your reason. Snap out of it quickly." She turns and leaves, saying before going, "Muo can still be saved." Zion and Tating stare wide-eyed at her, surprised by this news. Bonnie repeats, "Muo can still be saved. Do not forget this is the black market, money can buy anything." Thefjung looks at Zian worriedly and says, "Remember the treasure the North African judge mentioned before?" Bonnie says that is right. The two recall what North Africa said about maintaining youth or even resurrection. Here, just pay the right price and anything can become reality. Their eyes lit up, and they realized it was the resurrection potion for the dead. Zion said, hoping it was not too late. The other urged, "We can only rely on luck now." "That is great. Let us use the time." They ran away together, but Xiao Kong's group was watching from behind. Xiao Kong sighed. "Seems like there is no other way. Should we just let them go?" Xiao Kong explained that nothing can be done until Bonnie's seal is lifted. The spear wielder kicked the bodyguard, calling him to wake up, and said to his team, "Seriously, how can this giant be motionless? Someone come help carry him." Thuk Tong and Zian had reached the castle. They banged loudly on North Africa's door, apologizing for the late visit, saying they urgently needed to see the judge. Inside, the bodyguard told them the North African master was resting and to come back tomorrow. No time to wait. Thuk Tong smashed the door and barged in. "Sorry, we are in a hurry." Security forces gathered around, called command center. Intruders detected. Focus on first floor hall. They ordered Zian and Thuk Tong to stop. Thuk Tong quickly held them back and told Zian to go down the hall to the North Africa's archive room, where the item they needed was kept. Finally, Zion found the bottle, a resurrection potion that could bring a recently dead creature back to life within 40 minutes. They had to hurry. Thuk Tong was surprised to see Zian pour the potion on Miwo, saying it was just like the book described. The whole body just had to be covered. Zion worriedly asked if it would work on Miwo. Soon after, Zion was arrested by security. Are you crazy? Coming here to find death? The guard said this orange treasure was worth 200 million. And the charge of robbery and trespassing could mean 500 years in prison. Richard spoke up, explaining they only came to buy something. He opened a suitcase full of cash, saying 200 million in mint money was all there. No need to count. Ducktone recalled the gifts. Besides those, they had the Emperor's ring, the Knight's spirit token, and the Angel's finger guard. Diane replied fiercely, "We are here to pass the gate, plus the resurrection potion in hand that is 4 orange treasures total." From above, North Africa heard the argument and applauded loudly, praising, "Not bad, not bad. In just a few days, you have completed the challenge. I underestimated you." He shared his thoughts. "I am curious though, you bought the cheapest gate items, but poured 200 million into a dead kitten. Whether it can be saved is still a mystery." North Africa directly asked if this was generous friendship or just a losing business. He continued, "Your final rating for this contest is a B+. No more comments. After paying compensation, you may pass. The main deduction was for damaging my favorite Brazilian rosewood door. The servant will lead you to the next floor entrance." Following his words, the servant led everyone inside. Ducktone anxiously asked about Miuo's condition. Zion looked worried and sad, staring at Miuo with no response. Both were worried about Miuo's state, unsure if the resurrection potion worked. Night fell, and the two stayed inside North Africa's building searching for treasures. The maid led them inside, showed the exit, and reminded them from the next floors onward. There 1 TB teleport gates to the black market. Please come back often to trade. The black market always welcomes you. Ahead was another mysterious gate. They stepped in quietly. Ducktone told Richard, "Bro, sorry this time. Zion, Miuo, and I already spent 350 million. Your share will have to be on credit for now." Richard said, "Isn't he that just 87.5 million? No big deal. It is not your first time owing me. I will keep track like a debt ledger for you." Ducktone pleaded. "But honestly, I was surprised you did not run off with the money after Zion and I left the hotel." Richard smirked. "You are insulting my profession. I might be a sly merchant, but I am definitely not a thief." At that moment, Kim Zion signaled everyone to be quiet and gently asked if anyone heard anything. He sensed Miuo's revival signal. Hearing his heartbeat pounding back to life, realizing there was still hope, Kim Zion hurriedly ran over. Thank heavens, Miuo was still alive. "Quickly, take her somewhere for treatment." The group stopped in front of the 11th floor door. "Why are you staring at the sign? Is my vision blurry?" "The door says 11th floor entrance." "But clearly, we just reached the 7th floor." Though a bit scared, Richard's logic held firm. No mistake. Passing this door leads straight to the 11th floor, but no one has ever stepped through. Right now, we are in the battle from floors 7 to 10. The entry to this new arena is special, so be mentally prepared. As he finished speaking, everything around started moving. The pipes were struggling to break free from the walls. They saw humans as targets to attack. The pipe mouths had sharp spikes jutting out like jaws. Everything moved fast and decisively. Zion got entangled and could not break free. A pipe head waited right behind him. Suddenly, it jabbed hard into his neck. Zion was completely trapped. Helpless. The scene felt like stepping into another world. Zion snapped out of the pain he just endured. The place he stood was different from before. Where was this? San just guessed. You might not believe it, but we are standing inside someone's head. Richard saw it as a hazy vision. No sky, no horizon. Am I dreaming? Suddenly he turned back. He is here. Everyone turned around, faces filled with terror. That person was part of management. "Welcome to the ranking competition. I am the guide and judge for floors 7 through 10. My name is Oz." No one responded because they were too shocked. Onzen continued. "Having passed previous stages, I believe you have gained some insight. These stages seem random and brutal, but actually have one goal: to eliminate the weak. In this simulation arena, you take on the role of trainees undergoing systematic VTR training, completing a series of VTR training courses and challenges. After passing the final exam, the gate to the 11th floor will open. Looks like Stan's specialty is being tested. VTR training, this is the world of subatomic particles. That is what Ozen meant. Becoming a trainee is a long and grueling process. In ancient times, trainees often took years, even decades, to complete training, with extremely high mortality rates. To maximize trainees' potential quickly, the ancient masters spent 10 years designing this VTR evolution training program. Through spiritual communication, trainees listen to ancient wisdom and gather vast info about their role to mature rapidly. Here, you will evolve to become a qualified trainee. For Jen, this will likely be a new experience. Jen was more excited than anyone. Richard just went along with whatever was planned, and Miuo was still trapped in a deep, hard-to-awaken sleep. Jen grew impatient. "Just hearing this makes me restless. Let us start now." But Jen needed to resolve doubts. "Yeah, but my powers are sealed, and Miu is still badly injured." Jin laughed. "In the physical world, that is true. But here, sister, his power envelops everyone." Jun's clothes and feelings felt new. Wounds healed, and Mio gently opened his eyes next to who was overjoyed. Even Mio had woken up. That made Jun unable to hide his emotions. Mio, it is such a relief that you are okay. Dora also came back, feeling dizzy. Wait, did I miss something? It seems Stan had forgotten the challenge he was looking forward to. How strange, what exactly did the Lord do today? Ojin gave no explanation. It seemed you all still had not adapted to the rules here. Remember, only your bodies are imprisoned, not your souls. Next up is the main event. Ojin split into countless clones, arranged in a circle for everyone to choose from. Ojin gave a general explanation. This ranking round includes all the tests from floors 7 through 10, totaling 23 rigorous training exercises and challenges. You are free to choose the order and touch the corresponding light orb to enter. But only by clearing them all will you be considered finished. The first to volunteer was Richard. I failed challenge number 20 last time, but this time, I will fight it all the way. As newcomers, you should take it step by step. That is my suggestion. See you, he said, then vanished into thin air. It is Jujin team's turn. Let us start with the first stage, the tutorial. You quickly pressed the orb, and the screen began loading the mission and background scene. The black sky transformed into a breathtaking view. Ojin explained that from massive planets in the universe to tiny plants, water, and stones, everything in the world contains a kind of mystical energy. Ancient shamans could absorb the spiritual power of all things and turn it into their own strength. In Ojin's hand was an orb, and he wanted everyone to witness what it produced inside. Ojin went into detail. To control this spiritual power and affect the physical world, it must be concretized into a spiritual form. Spiritual forms can take many shapes. Besides clear physical forms and common beast forms, some exist as matter, or even energy fields, depending on consciousness. They are divided into intelligent and non-intelligent types. Based on the relationship with the source, they are classified as independent, symbiotic, or parasitic. Spiritual forms with different traits create the various types of shamans that follow. In general, they can be divided into the following systems. Ojin pulled out a summary chart showing 6 systems in total. The biological system includes animals controlling animal spirits, plants controlling plant power, and microorganisms controlling bacteria, viruses, and protozoa. The elemental system is tied to its own traits. Metal is hardness, wood is growth, electricity is thunder, light is brightness, water is flow, fire is burning, earth is solidity, and wind is transformation. The psychic system reads consciousness, controlling the mind and mental space. The space-time system is split into space transformation and time manipulation. The transformation system changes the forms of matter and energy, materializing objects from imagination. Anzen once explained that this knowledge has always existed. This is just a basic classification. Over time, many hybrid and complex types have appeared, collectively called mixed systems. Dora did not catch a word of it, so boring. Her brain felt like it was about to explode. At this point, Anz did not intend to torture anyone further. Fine. Then let us move on to this challenge. Summon your spiritual forms. I will begin the evaluation. Mio and Stan will start first. Anzen observed and assessed at the same time. Mio, a typical biological system summoner from the animal branch, although capable of various beast transformations. She is currently limited to summoning mammals and reptiles. Her power still needs to evolve rank. Average. Stan, a mixed system summoner, can control the electric element, and also has transformation traits with mechanical attributes. This power is quite rare rank. Rare. Stan tried it out proudly. I will call it the electromechanical engineering system. Zion wanted to be tested next. Our turn now. You and Dora summoned your spiritual forms simultaneously. Anzen's situation is a bit tricky. This one's even more special. Sorry, Zion. I can classify your spirit into any known type. Your humanoid spirit summons beings from a material even I can see through. What is more interesting is she is an incredibly intelligent spirit who can summon other spirits. She can summon swords and armor, basically of the metal element type, but the material and form of her weapons resemble ancient mythical arms, also showing traits of time, space, and transformation elements. Plus, she can fly and share memories. I can't even understand her structure. She is classified as strange, super rare, and taught. Hearing this, Dora felt like she was on cloud 9, so powerful. I call my ability the ancient goddess-type humanoid weapon. The Anzen test is complete. Good. You have finished all the content of the next tutorial stage. To replay, click the glowing Richie orb. To proceed to the next stage, click the glowing neck orb. Dora, usually so frustrated, now strangely eager, let us keep pushing forward. The group teleported to the next mission. The setting and props were loading a place for fighters. Zion looked around, so this is stage 2, like a martial arts hall. The first thing Stan noticed was the outfits. Even our clothes had changed. Up ahead, Anzen focuses on boosting physical strength. Here you will train your bodies. Welcome to Mission 2. For a summoner, no matter how many amazing spirits you have, if you are weak like a normal person, it is useless. Imagine someone so weak they can't even lift a chicken no matter what devastating weapon they summon. It could backfire on them. To control powerful spirits, Your own body must be strong enough to match. Dora already had an idea, so you are basically telling us to sign up for a gym membership. Right? Zin chuckled and said he would teach you how to maximize your physical strength for combat. First, a quick warning. Transferring a large amount of information at once through mental conduit might cause your brain to react poorly. You will need to prepare yourself. He did something when no one was looking. Everyone suddenly had something uploaded to their heads. Zion felt like he was being tortured. What is this? Data flooded Stan's mind. Too much info. His brain was about to explode. Meanwhile, Dora was unaffected. Hey, are you guys okay? Zion, are you alright? Everyone muttered something under their breath. Get up. This is their bodies fighting nonstop on their own. Their fighting spirit is like that of real warriors, though a bit tired. Zion found it fascinating. This mental martial art is truly amazing. Stan trained intensely. This technique really should be shared with the outside world. Teens would not have to waste precious time on studying anymore. Mikey smiled. Makes sense. Dora watched everyone practicing martial arts on the side. So cool. Anzin moved on to the next step. Senza, are you all ready? Then let us jump straight into real combat. These are dummies used for simulated fighting. Before we start, Anzin reminds you to pay attention. Remember, others are not allowed to use spiritual energy. Once they hear the command, they immediately spring up. The Jin group is ready to face them. Your strikes and attacks still feel amateurish, but these dummies are as strong as real fighters. Giant just took a full hit from one of them. Anzin won. Interfere with this. As the instructor, all I can do is implant my style into your minds. This technique must be understood, digested, and applied flexibly. It depends on each person's level of mastery. Another danger approaches Jun. This time, you must catch it with your hand. But the wooden dummy used that to launch an attack. Jun did not anticipate it and was knocked back. Despite appearances, his mood became uneasy. Jun, as if this is not enough to break your spirit. This is really something. Once again, Jun faces it with full confidence. Anzin keeps passing on knowledge from the vast ocean of martial arts wisdom. Find the style that truly belongs to you. Grow through every challenge. No matter how many times you get hit, master every move. Then forget all those moves. Mio could not avoid taking hits from both the wood and the face. Stan was not spared either. Are you okay now? Anzin truly looks like a real teacher. You all still have a long way to go. The two of them watched Jian train relentlessly. Even bruised and battered, he never gave up. Of course, they did not want to lose to him. The spirits of Mio and Stan rose from then on. Anzin did not expect these kids to recover so fast. The desire to win pushed them forward. Mio still took countless hits. She immediately crushed any thought of quitting. One more time. Stan took even more hits than Meals, yet he kept charging forward. Again, Jun skipped all rest breaks. He longed to win every match. Hans felt satisfied. They looked full of fighting spirit. Dora admired them deeply. It was the first time she saw them this serious. So cool. After that, Anzin did not need to guide them anymore. The group trained on their own, forgetting to rest. Meanwhile, at the black market, the winding stairway led up to the 11th floor. The guide showed the way. Congratulations, everyone. Ahead is the path to the next floor. Please proceed at your own pace. Their group has 4 people. Really? Thanks for leading the way. The stairs up are quite winding. They had just gone through a dangerous journey. Frankenstein breathed a sigh of relief. Finally made it through. The kid beside him kept cheering them on. Come on, Dad. You are the best. You know that Frankenstein still can't be happy, even with his body's super fast regeneration. But to afford the challenge fee, I had to sell almost all my internal organs. Just my kidneys alone were sold 800 times. I am really exhausted. I do not even have the strength to walk down the stairs. Comic artist. Huh, how do you get through the challenges like that? Hara's attitude seemed a bit uneasy. I sold all of Kealis' manuscripts at the auction. Luckily, they are quite valuable on the black market too. Frankenstein could only smile wryly. Looks like you even burned through your allowance. The kid Frankenstein carries is staring at a woman. Its gaze stopped right in front of a young reptile. The kid's instinct for milk kicked in immediately. The young reptile caught the seemingly innocent look in its eyes. What are you staring at, you little pervert? Keep looking and I will eat you alive. Frankenstein awkwardly tried to calm both sides down. Sorry. The kid is too young to understand. It is my fault. The young reptile did not want to make things difficult either. Teach your son some manners. Being a dad like Frankenstein is tough in this situation. Come on. Do not cry anymore. I know. You just miss Mom. I promise. I will find her and bring her home. That is why it calmed down. Yes. The young reptile stepped ahead. Look. Is not that Xian and the others ahead? Why are they standing there like statues? The tubes have already targeted the newcomers. They suffered the same fate as Xian's group. Here, Zion is still training relentlessly. He can now attack the wooden figure with his own strength. Also, Zion tries not to let himself get pushed back. His legs hold steady while his hands move swiftly to overwhelm the figure. Stan's side has also improved, though small. He landed 50 consecutive hits to the figure's belly. Mio jumped high with animal-like agility. Her attacks represent the most ferocious animals. The wooden figure got smashed beyond repair. Dora clapped in applause. So good. Anzin is happy because they did excellently. Very good. Next up is the aura training. Weapon racks appear on both left and right wings, packed with countless combat weapons. Zion looks around carefully. This is truly the most complete aura training set ever. Domestic and abroad. Stan lifted his glasses. Even swords and blades. Golden swords. Even spiked maces are included. Anzin pulled out another batch of wooden figures. Warm-up's over. The difficulty of the next training sessions will spike. Suddenly, the whole group felt a bit nervous. Zay quickly regained his spirit. If you can't even handle this, forget about it. Just when we were ready for a real fight. This time, it is our turn to attack first. Weapons clashed and collided nonstop. In the mental training hall, Frankenstein's group was just transported to another space. Hiro was studying what these spheres really were. Suddenly, one of the spheres lit up. That meant Xian's group was starting their second challenge. Mission number 2 already passed. Xian was a bit surprised to see their backs. Why are there so many people here? Shockbei and Hiro said in unison. Good morning. Mayo hugged joyfully upon seeing a familiar face again. It is you guys, long time no see, Xian said. Sen noted that most people managed to get through the black market smoothly. Sanzuzi nodded. The competition in this society is so intense. The emotional index I-led has now been caught up. Hiro alone is full of confidence. Everyone is pushing themselves hard to break through. That is what makes it exciting. Dora finally spoke up. We are getting ready to take on challenge number 3. Anyone want to team up? Shockbei and Hiro were extremely excited. Sure, let us go together. At that moment, a girl who looked like a party girl was watching them. That group of knave maids just kept to themselves. They had no skill in cultivation or making money at all. Challenge number 3. Accelerate mental power training. Onzen always starts with an introduction. Spiritual energy is the source of summoner power. It comes from all living creatures in the world. In ancient times, caretakers chose to take just enough, circulating smoothly. Constant flow. Destroyers, on the other hand, chose the most efficient way to seize it. The bird in Onzen's hand was about to evolve. It drew deep into the orb of light. Onzen raised it high for everyone to see, then made it rebirth from the palm, creating a new world. The bird's spirit slowly became clearer. It had turned into a large phoenix. Everyone watched the entire process from start to finish. Onzen wanted them to make the right choices. Good and evil do not have clear boundaries. Whether to protect or destroy, the choice is yours, absorbed from all living creatures, gathered in the essence, harmonized and understood, and finally released. Jun could not even hold against this wind force. Too strong. Hiro and Stan hypothesized, like willpower in manga, a microcosm or a distant universe, like Kai and inner strength in martial arts novels. But this still is not enough of what Onzen wants to convey. The strength of spiritual energy is the core of a spirit's power. Each spirit controlled by a summoner has its own influence range. Challenge number 6 is the spiritual energy range. For example, the current spiritual energy range of a person is a 50-meter radius. Taking the essence as the center, radius is the farthest distance the spiritual energy can extend. The circular area created is their spiritual energy range. When a spirit moves away from its essence beyond a certain distance, its power begins to weaken. Onzen used a mist beast to illustrate. He threw it farther away, like an arrow shot. The farther it flies, the weaker the force. When a spirit exceeds its essence's spiritual energy range, it loses connection to the essence and quickly exhausts. The result is just like I said before, it eventually becomes a drifting, dying spirit until it vanishes completely. It seems the little assassin understood a bit more. When I was young, I heard my master say, many supernatural phenomena in the real world are actually caused by drifting spirits. Onzen explained challenge number 10. Alright, back to the main point. In the next cultivation process, raise your spiritual energy range by 3 times. Any use of spiritual energy will cause spiritual energy waves, either small or large. It is like ripples spreading over calm water. In the battle between summoners, detecting the opponent's spiritual energy while hiding your own is the key to survival. Beneath this water, many spirit-eating fish live. They hide their energy to avoid attacks. At the same time, they reveal exactly how many spirit-eaters pass the test. Begin cultivation. Let us keep our minds as calm as still water. Frankenstein might find this difficult, but for Onzen, it is more familiar than ever. Mission 15. Spirit Attribute. On sets a small challenge. Quick Konda. The question is this: if you were an extremely powerful plant-type summoner and your current mission was to assassinate President Yu, how would you complete the mission? First answer. Please. Mark it with 100 trees, 1,000 man-eating trees. Flatten the entire presidential palace. How could Onzen accept such an illogical answer? No points. Next person. It is Flying Squirrel's turn. Well, if it were me, I would consider spreading poisonous seed pods around the presidential palace. Onzen rates that as just enough to meet the requirement. Barely passing. Next is, my method might be a bit simple and brutal. When the president is eating, a green broccoli suddenly grows up and chokes him. Done. Onzen nodded with satisfaction. A perfect assassination. A perfect score. The strength of a summoner does not lie in spiritual power or spirit form, but in how flexibly they use their abilities. In battles between true summoners, the competition is not just physical strength, but a battle of wits and strategy. The core of this fight is the law of mutual generation and restriction of spirit attributes. Take the elemental system as an example. Metal generates water. Water generates wood. Wood generates fire. Fire generates earth. Earth generates metal. Metal restrains wood. Wood restrains earth. Earth restrains water. Water restrains fire. Fire restrains metal. Besides, metal fire. Fire wind. Earth water can create countless other complex combinations. One element suppresses another. One element generates another. Every spirit form follows this mutual generation and restriction law. Stones start to rise from the battlefield, each representing an element. Onzen explains the procedure. In the upcoming real battle, you must find the weaknesses of the spirit forms and creatively use your own spirit attributes to stand a chance of winning. Hopefully, You have completed up to Mission 20 and Mission 23. The final ranked battle. This place is dry earth and rocks with the wind rustling through dead leaves. Nothing else. Anzen has led you this far. Welcome to the final round. In such a short time, all of you have made it here, which makes your master very happy. After those long lessons before, you must be itching to get started. This is the graduation test for apprentice summoners. Winning this fight won't be easy. Saying that, Anzen does something with his body. He is about to change his appearance when everything is ready. Anzen's skin turned a shiny golden color. Defeat me, that is your next challenge. Anzen firmly lands on the ground. To save everyone's time, let us get started. Leading the attack is Frankenstein. Excuse me for being rude. His rapid regenerative ability makes Frankenstein's attacks extremely terrifying. But Anzen appears behind him. Summoner battles are not just arm wrestling. You have to land 5 punches for the hits to count. Then Anzen pins him down using normal-sized hands. The next attack comes from Flying Squirrel. Using wind tornado invisibility magic, small whirlwinds form on the ground. Then the whirlwinds grow bigger and more violent. Unexpectedly, Anzen rises above the middle tier. Flying Squirrel could not keep up too fast. He used the tornado to try and keep Anzen away, but Anzen sensed it fully. Reacted quickly. Though simple wind attributes like that are easy for opponents to exploit, Anzen's counterattack used fire attributes. This time, Flying Squirrel did not get another move off. Damn, you got knocked back by that flame. Both Mios go. Stan, I will close in. You shut up. Stan quickly dons his battle armor. Meanwhile, Mio transforms into a half-human, half-cat. Watch this. She lunges forward with rocket arrows gifted by Stan. Anzen will have to dodge both attacks at once. Mio's way of changing the situation is quite flexible, but apparently not faster than Anzen. Human form? Huh, interesting. Anzen grabbed Mio's neck. He slammed her down like a beast grabbing prey. Mio was completely trapped with no way out. Stan watches anxiously for his friend. Damn it. Lemio. He activates a shockwave toward the enemy. Anzen pulls out a bronze mirror of attributes. It reflects the opponent's attacks back at them. Now Stan has to take the blow he gave himself. It backfired on him. Stan's fate is almost doomed. At least he prepared a cushion to land on. My eyes? Anzen looked down as Mio transformed into a cat. Who's next? I am starting to get disappointed. Now sneaking around, Anzen kept his fists ready on both sides. When Richard and the 2-toned girl rushed in, he attacked immediately. Anzen was not happy being attacked this way. Not everyone fits the close combat attacker role. You two clearly have unmatched support abilities. Yet you insist on playing assassin. Might as well be signing your death warrant. Richard and the 2-toned girl realized they had no chance to strike anymore. Anzen's legs sprouted multiple arms of the substitute demon. Only the little assassin could do this so far. Got you now. Before doing anything, Hero dashed it. Perfect chance. My turn. Holding on tight. Precise flame shots. Hero's punches came non-stop. Anzen was likely affected a bit, actually. Hero aimed to stick some fire patches on Oz. The goal was to trigger explosions. The little assassin widened his eyes in shock, taking the upper hand again. Yet Oz still stood firm after that hit. Hero was pumped, pushing the attack crazily, but his pockets were now empty. Nothing left, all gone. Anzen letting Hero set up like this was already more than enough. One punch from him could send you flying miles away. Nearby, the little assassin was also completely failing. Anzen dealt with those who could not face reality. A joker among them was a mage who ran out of mana while casting fire prayers, and forgot to bring a mana potion. Remember to stock up on scrolls for moments like this. So far, Anzen had not seen anyone manage it. Looks like the only one here who can beat me is this kid. Frankenstein's son looked pale with fear. Zion is his savior. Hey, Judge. Your opponents are us. Anzen almost forgot there were still 2 members yet to fight. Zion was full of energy. Sorry. Just took a moment to charge my weapon. Anzen chuckled. Admirable spirit. But you know, ordinary weapons can't defeat me. On the contrary, Zion was extremely confident. This is no ordinary weapon. Anzen waited to see what he would do. Zion's weapon was aiming to assassinate him, but Anzen caught it. Is that all? This was a feint to reveal the real move. Strengthen the charm. Zion's weapon burst into flames. Anzen knew this fire was intentional. If he held it too long, it would melt Anzen away. I underestimated you. This punch will end the fight. A direct hit. And Zion showed no mercy. You were ready for what came next. He fell for the trap. Anzen's hand was slowly freezing over. This ice was created by Zion's people to imprison someone. Of course. The ice block had to be enlarged. The charm was holding Anzen inside that ice. Dora happily said, frozen solid now. Impressive? Right? This is the new ice armor Zion and I invented. Anzen pondered for a moment. Truly impressive. When weapons and armor are enhanced with holy light and ice fire elements, physical damage converts into magic damage. From there, tactics become endlessly varied. Zion cheerfully asked, have we cleared it yet? Anzen's answer crushed that hope, but it is still early. Haven't you noticed? From the start of the match until now, I have never seriously defended my spirit form. This time, Anzen is about to show everyone the terrifying power he has kept hidden. Anzen's spirit form far surpasses all the others. Facing Anzen's spirit, everyone else looks like tiny creatures. Zion could not believe what was happening before his eyes. A hand, heavy as 1,000 pounds, prepared to slam down. Its target was Zion and Dora's position. Both were buried under the overwhelming pressure. Zion and Dora's spirit forms were forcibly retracted. Because of it, Richard and Stan were utterly shocked. Is this really the judge's true spirit form? It is breathtakingly powerful. I never hold back that would be disrespectful to challengers. Onzin's eyes flickered as he commanded his spirit form. It glowed with a celestial light that wiped out enemies. This time, Ons would take down everyone at once. The divine light swept across without waiting for anyone, as if leveling the entire dry, desolate battlefield. Then everything was drowned in cries of despair from the members. Thick dust filled the air, choking everything. The Frankenstein kid sat frozen, too scared to move. Everyone around him was down. Not a single person steering. Onzen declared mission number 23 complete. That is all for now. The match is over. There will be a retest tomorrow. Cherish this chance. The fire flickered in the dark night. The virtual arena was now silent. Everyone sat around the fire, lost in thought. No one spoke a word. They just stared at each other, unsure what to do next. Seeing this, Richard broke the silence first. I heard the ranking test was brutal, but I did not expect it to be this twisted. The girl with two-toned hair sighed warily. The judge is really ruthless. How do you fight giants with bugs? Hero felt uneasy inside. With the retest tomorrow, all we can do is pray for luck. The little assassin tried divining the outcome. Heaven and earth spirits, hear me, Supreme Ancient Lord. Please show your power. Grant us a good fortune. Please. Huh. What is that about? Diane feared things would get worse. This is not good. Negative vibes will spread. Dora did not know what to do. What now? Diane knew he had to act immediately. The only option was to use it now. Not sure what he planned, but spices scattered everywhere. Dora knocked loudly to get attention. Time to eat. Everyone. Diane asked the judge for some ingredients. Let us have hot pot together tonight. The girl with two-toned hair did not believe it. What are you talking about? This is the spirit world. Eating here is just imaginary. Right? Richard agreed. That is right. What kind of time is this to be thinking about food? But the smell is really tempting. Then everyone dug in as if they had not eaten for a month. Each of them enjoyed it thoroughly. Richard and Hero sipped wine together, even though they knew it was fake food. Yet it still tasted amazing. Frankenstein and his son felt an indescribable tension. Too full. Just too full. A full-on pressure strategy. The little assassin and the girl with two-toned hair are also very comfortable. Feels like the blood is flowing everywhere. Seeing everyone like this lifted Xian's spirits too. The plan worked. Everyone at Senza has already revived their morale. Miwa's spirits are no longer crushed. Only food can really save the world. Richard wiped his mouth. Xian, you are definitely a Miwa boy. The invite to eat was just a trick. The sound so strong it is overwhelming. Xian laughed. You have seen right through me. About tomorrow's match, what does everyone think? Hiro was the first to answer. The judge's spirit is terrifyingly powerful, completely an overwhelming level. If we do not want to be crushed, we have to find a counter-strategy. Richard's eyes showed some frustration. Unfortunately, in this spirit world, the judge's power covers all types, making it hard to find a weakness. It seems Xian has found a key point. That is right, but actually, we are all type 2. If we combine everyone's strength, it adds up as a supplement. Exactly. Our biggest advantage is our numbers. Xian started to understand a bit more, but that is also our biggest challenge. I believe in previous battles, many here have never gone all out. Maybe they did not want to reveal their true power, or they did not trust their teammates. The teamwork was completely off. Like this little sister here, I happened to check her profile. From what I know, her skill can boost strength across the board. By the end of the day, it can triple the entire team's fighting power. Right? And you, Richard, the strongest person here, your spirit. Merchant Vernus S hasn't been used yet. Richard pulled his cap down low. Damn. Got exposed. Xian summed it up. So I hope in tomorrow's battle, everyone stops holding back. Next, we must come up with a concrete battle plan. Then everyone should share their thoughts. All discussed openly and clearly. Owen watched it all from afar. The Xian guy really, just a hot pot meal, and he has already brought the whole team closer. Plus, that aroma made Owen's stomach rumble nonstop. The next day at the ruins, Owen continued to summon his spirit. This time, they would have to fight a new battle. Owen still 1T hold back. Let the show begin. His spirit remains as fierce and ruthless as before. No one in the group stayed passive like yesterday. The girl with two-toned hair surveyed the scene before stepping forward. She brought out her instrument. It is her weapon. The way she plays is like a true politician. San and Miwa can stop admiring such a powerful silent presence. You can feel your whole body resonate with it. Xian wipes it off with all the confidence she has, boosting the whole team's power with music. So cool. I am not really into heavy metal, but this battle anthem is seriously fire. Owen thinks they are still as naive as yesterday. A direct attack. You guys really are asking for trouble. Now, Flying Squirrel uses his innate ability, summoning the wind. Their legs create a whirlwind. Instead of attacking, this is a perfect defense move. Meow is a little panicked. Wind, I can fly. You know, Owen thought they would fallen into a trap. Not a bad tack, but up in the air. You are an easy target. The eyes of fate. Gather up. Now it is San's turn to take the blow. Sorry about this, I am the type to hold grudges. Tit for tat. The thing you are aiming for is only one. San must destroy it by any means. The eyes that the spirit uses to attack. Owen can defend against this move at all. What the moment has come for everyone. It is now or never. Now comes the relentless attack, sealing all escape routes. Slash the darkness. Slash to steal souls. There. The shadowed spell. The chaotic scene shakes the globe itself. Flying Squirrel anxiously awaits the outcome. Did it succeed? A sly smile curls on Owen's lips. It is still too early. This is not over yet. At this point, Owen has to bring out his trump card. He has merged completely with his spirit. Everyone is thrown into chaos. Damn it! His real body has fused with his spirit. Now he has no weaknesses left, but whatever. The entire army charges forward. No one is willing to give up in this situation. The spirit stamina that Own bears seems to have recovered. It does not seem to weaken at all. Stan, hero, and the little assassin changed their attack strategy. They circled behind, aiming straight for the spirit's back. They unleashed all their power, but it had no effect. It is really tough. Own saw these attacks as nothing more than an itch to scratch, instantly knocking them all away, even though using just bare hands. For the whole group, it was nothing less than torture. Own gave a little reminder. Attacks like these, to me, are just like ant bites. Let me show you what real attack looks like. Own's punch shot straight forward. Could not dodge in time. His punch was like a meteor crashing down. It threw everything into chaos. Things took the worst turn yet. Ogun boosted. Looks like today's test will end early again. Muo forgot to warn him about one thing. It is not over yet. Our attacks might not be effective, but at least they succeeded in distracting you. Own realized he would been careless and let his guard down. Zion and Dora gripped their arrows and lunged forward at full speed. Sorry to keep you waiting. What they wanted to destroy was the spirit. The arrow pierced straight through the spirit's belly without mercy, pinning it to the ground so it had no chance to react. Everyone was relieved. Zion is really skilled. Bringing that down completely exhausted both of them. But the fight was not over yet. Own clamped both of them tightly with his palm. Perfect coordination. A flawless attack. Truly impressive. Too bad. Before the spirit completely vanished. I still have enough time and strength to defeat you. Zion could not escape at all, but he was ready for this situation. Richard, I am counting on you next. Richard was the one who actually lit the spark. Senza had no choice but to step in. Fine. Let us see how you handle these two tests. Swap for swap. Own did not have time to react because each opponent's power was weak enough, giving Richard the perfect opportunity to pull this move off to prevent the spirit's arm from reattaching. Zion used all his strength to hold it tight. Luckily, it was for defense. Thanks a lot, brother Richard. Next part. Leave it to us. Zion used the spirit's own arm as a weapon to defeat it. He did not give it even a single chance to counterattack. You brute. Use your head. Not just 5 punches. Finally, it all came to an end. The spirit shattered into pieces. The light of victory illuminated the scene. Everyone achieved what once seemed impossible. The group returned to their starting point. The guide released everyone. Everyone's body ached from going through a brutal ordeal. Zion looked at the number on the door. This is the entrance to floor 11. Is awake now. Finally, we are back. That voice was Own's. Congratulations on passing all the ranking challenges. The gate to floor 11 of the Demon Furnace Tower has opened for you. Everyone has grown closer and works well together. Own continued. Being defeated by you all is my honor, but training in the spirit world is just theory. In the real world, you still need 3 lifetimes to fully master it. Everyone is brimming with energy. Thank you, honorable judge. The woman beside Own said, behind me is the storage point for floor 11. After activating it, whether you fail or leave midway, you can choose to continue from here. The rewards for passing will be given along with the score afterward. Everyone, please leave now. Goodbye, but please stay a moment longer. Wiping the glass floor. Turns out the honorable judge looks like this in real life. Hard to imagine. Ogun laughed. No choice. He is the big boss of the exam. To guard that place, he had to pick a fiercer skin. Jun looked closely at his face. Is this an illusion? Somehow this guy looks more familiar the longer I look. Hiro added. I feel the same. We have met him somewhere before. He pulled out his magical pen. Hiro sketched a few lines on their faces. If we add eyebrows, moles, and masks on their faces. There you guys. The veterans who fought us before. Memories of that battle came flooding back. Indeed, the group shared this memory. These two are exactly those people from that day. They are completely different from their scared actions back then. No tears or panic like that. Soon Q removed his mask, exposed now. Disguising as contestants was to gather the most authentic battle data. Actually, the test for you all started from the very first stage. Suddenly felt a bit amused. So that is the inside story. Truly a clever secret. No wonder you all breezed through the stages. Ogun laughed heartily. Speaking of which, you saved my life several times along the way. Jun responded cleverly. With your strength, our help was just extra. Soon Q had a good impression of you. Such a humble young man. I like that. Consider this a return favor. Here's a little something for you. A red card appeared. It passed through Jian's body. Spirit energy recovered. Thank you, Judge. Dora felt extremely relieved. Finally freed. Embarrassed to be saved. Own cheered before they left. You all have great potential. Keep it up for the next battles. Goodbye. At the Elder's Demon Refining Room, Bonnie was researching. The qualifying round for Group 7 this season has ended. Originally 42 contestants. Finally, 10 passed and moved on to floor 11. Well, the elimination rate was surprisingly low for this group. Where's the detailed data? Your people brought an object. There were 6 high-energy outbreaks during this group's matches. About 30,000 tons of spirit energy were successfully collected. Truly a huge harvest. Notably, half of that energy was released by Gina's team. Bonnie nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Notify all staff. Start the sacrifice program. Also, Prepare a teleportation gate for me. The teleport destination is floor 100 of the Demon Refining Furnace. At floor 100 of the Demon Refining Furnace is a prison altar. Bonnie moved down to a rather deep place. This place is dark and a bit strange. It seems Bonnie is hiding some secret. She is still carrying the spiritual energy she just received. Bonnie steps inside the door. She gropes her way forward along the path. Bonnie moves slowly and deliberately. It looks like someone is being held here. Bonnie's tone carries a hint of excitement. The goddess Pandora, the sole origin of all things, please accept this offering from the faithful. She plants the spiritual energy into the ground, transferring the energy. The energy flows into Pandora's body. It seems there is a good response. Bonnie whispers, as long as we can awaken her, everything we have done will be worth it. The 11th floor of the Demon Forge. The Jin group finally reaches this difficult gate. Dora exclaims in surprise, it is really vast inside. Star says, surprised? Are not you? Actually, floors 11 to 20 of the Demon Forge are connected, so it is much larger than the other floors. Hero looks around. What are all these spirits filling the streets? Star taps a few buttons on a handheld device. Activates Max Tour Guide mode. They are visitors from all over the world, connected through Star's spiritual link technology. Rent a spirit visitor and witness the battle firsthand. What is more, the battle rules on this floor have changed from PvE to PvE, meaning player versus player. The intensity has skyrocketed. Every fight happens right in the ancient arena before your eyes. For some reason, Jen feels uneasy watching the whole scene. At that moment, Mino approaches from behind. That is right. Legends call this the Arena of the Gods. This place was once the battlefield of countless ancient heroes. Blood and glory, power and faith. Entering this gate is every summoner's dream. Jen looks surprised to see him. Suddenly, Mino fans out several tickets. General admission tickets for 100,000. Near the stage tickets for 600,000. Front row VIP tickets only cost 1 million Forge coins. The match is about to start. Selling cheap for you. He still has a total of 4 tickets left, but Jen really does not need them. Are ticket scalpers this upscale now? Maybe next time. We are just passing through to watch. Mino tries to hold them back. The price is still negotiable. You can team miss the next big match. Jun's group ignores him and turns away. No thanks. Truly a dedicated scalper. Yet Mino still 1T give up. That is the Grandmaster of the Diamond Level Maze Formation, with the beautiful young woman who is a renowned plant healer. A beam of light shines straight down into the arena. Jun's group is momentarily distracted by it. Whoa. Inside the arena in broad daylight, many people have gathered here. Jun goes in to find a seat. Look. The match has already started. Dora looks curious too, but the stage is shrouded in a gray haze. Nothing is clear. Sang watches the screen. That is fog of war. It is harmless itself, usually used to block vision. Activating thermal imaging mode. 926092. That is right. It is definitely her. Hannah stepped into the arena with full confidence. There was no fear in her expression at all. Hannah was ready to face any opponent. Strong or weak, the flower beside her warned. Miss, be careful. Our opponent is a top-tier Grand Magic Formation Master. Something unusual is definitely hidden in this fog. The Market Mage is using FOV. Every usual double attack has a weakness they want to hide at all costs. Hannah focused on using her magic. Energy appeared in her hand. There were about a few dozen enemies in front of her. Hannah's weapon was this talking vine. She advanced with all the speed and agility she had. Hannah fought while dodging with skillful moves. She quickly sliced them in two, and they vanished into thin air. The flower reminded, Miss, watch out. Enemies are flanking from both sides. Hannah stabbed her weapon into the ground. Suddenly, many spikes sprouted from the earth. They pierced through the enemies and then retracted back. The flower smugly said, not even one can survive a hit. These must be just low-level soldiers. But this is not the end yet. The next enemy Hannah faced had a similar build to the previous ones. The flower reassured, this is just a small ambush. Its speed was faster than before, and it was not passive. But it seemed nothing could trouble Hannah. She stood on its back and raised her weapon. A strong strike landed on its head. That was the opponent's weak spot. The flower laughed scornfully. Is that all? Hannah warned. Don't underestimate the enemy. A strange noise came from somewhere. Before she could react, Hannah's position was bombed. Long-range attack. The vine warned. Also, there is more than one source of magic power. The noise kept coming closer to Hannah. The flower was tracking it by its flight path. Careful. There are more of them. This thing looks like a spinning wheel. Hannah started feeling overwhelmed. Too fast. And here comes another one. Hannah kept dodging many obstacles, and the long-range attack still did not stop. Bullets fell so densely it seemed like they wanted to wipe out the entire arena. Dodging like this is not a solution. The flower was tired of this thing. It is so annoying. Damn it. Exactly how many enemies are hiding in this bone structure? Hannah only guessed. The initial estimate was 15 groups, a total of 25 spirits. The core was hidden deep inside the magic formation. No matter where Hannah moved, this spiked wheel kept hunting her relentlessly. Hannah just found a way to deal with it. The bombardment and tanks were just a diversion. The enemy's goal was to trap us at the choke point, in the center of the magic formation. The flower anxiously asked, so what now? Hannah said, fight fire with fire. Only there can I confirm if my guess is right or not. The outside of the arena is silent, but inside it is noisy as hell. Hannah finally stopped running. The flower looked around anxiously. The enemy stopped chasing. Looks like this is the place. Hey, you over there. Listen up, sneaking around like a coward. What is that about? If you have got guts, come out and fight fair and square. The enemy finally showed some nerve, just as expected. It is a spirit-like entity. The enemy threatened Hannah. Do you recognize this formation? No one leaves here alive. You are surrounded. Choose now. Surrender or die. The entire arena was engulfed in an eerily silent atmosphere. Zion's team was still analyzing this opening match. It was a bit surprising to discover that her opponent was truly twisted, yet she could control so many spirits at once. San added that it was even scarier how the spirits had roles, units, and worked tightly in sync. This combined offense-defense formation was a deadly trap that swallowed everything whole. Zion finally spoke up. Don't worry. Hannah has not used her full power yet. She is just probing the attack style and movement patterns. Maybe no one noticed, but during the fight, she decoded a kind of glowing signal. If I am right, she has finished mapping out the formation. Back in the arena, the real flower laughed loudly with satisfaction. The moment to unveil the mystery had come. Hannah gave a hand signal, raising it, and suddenly many plants sprouted from the ground. They spread all over the arena, beneath the gears, the spirit commanders, and the amateur soldiers. San could now see inside the mist had cleared. Plants Hannah revived did not just absorb the mist. These were actually seeds she decoded during the earlier pursuit. Zion had recognized them from the start and even mapped out the formation's layout. And this formation is like a chessboard. Now the battlefield strategy is crystal clear. The spirit controller thought he must be seeing things no way could someone see through the old sorcerer's formation. Hannah brushed back her hair, nostalgic as it. Her favorite game after dinner with her grandfather was chess. The real flower sneered. Choosing this formation was your biggest mistake. He angrily attacked, so what if he saw through it? There would still be casualties. Focus fire. Full army attack. Hannah was ready for this. A giant hand rose from the ground. Grabbing a spirit tightly, Hannah moved to the top of the head. The real flower said, big and sharp, just hold them down. Hannah thought the core was deep inside. Move up fast. Find the target. The man atop the spirit kept shouting to save him quickly. Hannah did not move up immediately. She was counting on you. The real flower grew larger. Wanna know why I'm called the man-eating flower? Because I will devour you all day now. The goal is to corner him, giving Hannah the chance to assassinate him from behind. Checkmate. He panicked, sweating profusely. I surrender. Bonnie's voice echoed through the arena. Truly amazing, using superior intellect and flawless skills. The beautiful plant healer mage won this opening match. Remember her name. Everyone cheered Hannah's name as she stepped down from the arena. As she stepped down, Giant's voice called out, Hannah, my whole team is here. Jen waved happily. It had been a long time. Hearing his voice lifted Hannah's spirits. She was quietly glad to see him again. Honkosu clan, a secret branch of the Guardian Alliance, had passed down the heavy mission of protecting a region for generations. Born as the clan's eldest daughter, this status weighed heavily on Hannah because from birth, she could not see spirits. Hannah had many servants, but no friends. They only wrapped themselves tightly and used special ways so she could hear and see them. The servants kept chasing Hannah. Miss, it is time to train swordsmanship and martial arts. She kept running away, strongly refusing. They did not give up. Miss, next is magic healing class. You are almost late. Hannah pretended not to hear. She hated it. They chased her like enemies. Miss, hurry up. You are almost 6 but still can't control your spirit power. Hannah was helpless and hid in a small room, vowing not to come out until they stopped. Hannah climbed step by step to the roof of the place she wanted to hide, like someone playing hide and seek in a vast space. It was her favorite game back then. Older man placed his hand on Hannah's shoulder. It was her grandfather. Every time, you are the only one who finds Hannah. Why are not you happy about it? Hurry up and tell me. What do you want for your 6th birthday? A Barbie doll or a Lolita dress? Hannah burst into tears, saying she just wants her mom, dad, and grandpa to be with her every day. Her grandpa looked thoughtful. We do want that too, but the burden still weighs heavily. Your parents risk their lives every day to fulfill the family mission. Look, at the farthest edge of the horizon. Hannah followed his pointing finger. You would not believe it. There is a whole city there. Every adult and child is waiting for us to protect them. Hannah cried even harder, refusing to believe it. Everyone says her parents are fighting invisible monsters. But she did not buy it. There are things your grandpa can't say yet. One day, you will see for yourself. Hannah told this story to Ryan's group. She still could not grasp adult words like responsibility, mission, or spiritual power. Peaceful days just passed by. Till that day, Hannah caught her parents and grandpa discussing something. Their faces had never looked so serious. Hannah overheard a bit. They were talking about a dangerous group of spiritualists, called the Destroyers, appearing in Fong Lam City. Before her parents went to battle, they solemnly said goodbye and hugged Hannah for a long time. She still clearly remembers their last backs disappearing. Hannah was not allowed to follow, until one day in Fong Lam City, a brutal battle broke out there, with rubble and debris everywhere. The enemy's invasion crushed everything relentlessly. That same day, storms raged on like the city itself was weeping. It was also the day Hannah cried the most, mourning over her parents' bodies lying cold in the rain. Hannah's grandpa could only comfort her, telling her not to cry but to be proud her parents had just won the greatest battle of their lives. Hannah and her grandpa set up a memorial for her parents, placing flowers neatly on their grave. Her grandpa turned and walked away. Today, Hannah felt something was about to happen again. Hannah sat before the 2 gravestones, tears streaming endlessly. If only I had listened to Dad and learned spiritual power sooner. Or listened to Mom and learned healing magic. If I had been stronger earlier. Maybe I could have saved a little. Something fell from the sky as her tears dropped, flowers blooming from sorrow. Her grandpa witnessed this with his own eyes. Only then did Hannah feel her late awakening. After that, Hannah did not smile for a long time. Everyone tried every trick to cheer her up. Birthday wishes filled the house nonstop. Happy birthday. Congratulations. Young lady, on your awakening. You can finally see us now? So happy. Hannah did not smile or say a word. The household spirits kept trying to cheer her with their stories. They heard her favorite movie was X What Sides of Hands. So someone specially cosplayed to gift her. If you like it, I will wear this all the time from now on. But Hannah did not react at all. Her grandpa tried another way to lift her spirits. Come see this 100-layer birthday cake the chef specially made for you. The chef smiled and said, please, just smile once. Hannah sadly said, I appreciate everything everyone has done. But right now, I really can't force a smile. Sorry. Hannah's grandpa was not upset. It is come on, first make a wish. Then blow out the candles. Hannah closed her eyes and prayed, I hope I can become strong soon. So I won't disappoint those who love me or lose them again. A spiritual light emitted from Hannah's hand. I will protect this wish for you. Everyone was surprised. That is a spirit form. The young lady can already bear spiritual power. Hannah's grandpa was curious too. A newly born spirit plant. Two opposing opinions arose. Sorry to be blunt, but this one is too cute. Another said, could it be as useless as me? The spirit flower angrily bit the head of the one who spoke. Who says I am useless? I bid you to wait. Grandpa nodded in approval. Seems like you have great potential to grow. After that, Hannah trained day and night with Grandpa, only able to sleep peacefully when utterly exhausted. Sleepless nights. Sometimes with this device saying, play me some travel tunes. But even then, sleep was hard to come by. Year after year, time flew by. And finally Hannah became a worthy heir, ready to carry the Black Rose family's mission in Feng Lam City. The destroyer has not launched a direct attack in ages. But Hannah and Grandpa know they are madly stealing souls in the shadows, preparing for the next fierce assault. Grandpa Hannah said thoughtfully, the city is being eaten away bit by bit. He is fading day by day, while the destroyer grows stronger. There is no other choice now. This cold war can only be met with an arms race. Sometimes, to achieve good ends, you have to use harsh means. Saying that, Hannah took off like a shot. This is the city her parents gave their lives to protect. No matter what, she will keep protecting it. Gather all drifting souls. Destroy every evil spirit one by one. Keep them from enemy hands. Probe every newly awakened summoner. If not an ally, then an enemy. Scan the city's entire energy fluctuations. Record all latent summoners yet to awaken. Strip the powers and souls from dangerous ones. Lock them away in the castle dungeon. Sealed forever. Hannah does not want to recall those painful pasts. What happened next is known to everyone. If only I had grown stronger sooner. Maybe they would not have died. The conversation fell into a painfully silent pause. Ryan placed a hand on Hannah's shoulder. Hannah, do not blame yourself so much, or felt guilty. That night, we could not help at all. Mamos cried. If only we would met earlier. The Siho sighed. There is no if in this world. Only results. Hannah felt a bit better. What is lost, I will take back with my own hands. The only comfort is that in the face of near destruction, I found true friends like all of you. Later, the Siho confided in Stan. The lady choosing the Demon Forge as the base was a well-thought decision. This place serves as a refuge from assassins and a fast training ground. Rewards can be exchanged for gear and supplies on the black market. Besides, it gathers the world's top summoners. We are always scouting for new teammates among competitors. Speaking of teammates, we met some interesting folks. The girls in the group even drank together. It was like a celebration of this meeting. Hannah said, I sincerely apologize to everyone for the earlier unpleasantness. My methods were a bit extreme. I offended many. Mike, tipsy, said, that is all in the past. I actually know you have never killed an assassin. Dora chimed in. That is right. Every time we fight, it always ends with us sitting down to eat together. Saying that, Dora moved to Zion and set down her empty glass. Hey waiter, bring me something stronger. Zion smiled and obliged. Got it. Hannah wanted to know more about her new friends. By the way, any news on your investigation about Kaka? Mike sadly replied. No progress at all. Last time on the fairy continent, we encountered the destroyer. I questioned them. What did you do to my Kaka? Give him back to me. At that time, the young one sneered. I am curious to. Even asked around. But I do not know if anyone wants an ending. When I met Kaka. Aga. The young one sneered. I am curious to. Even asked around. Unfortunately, he does not remember having a little sister like that at all. The merchant even threatened Maiko with a gun, saying even if cats have 9 lives, he is not afraid to take a few more. Mike guessed vaguely. Could they have brainwashed her brother? Hearing Maiko mumbled it. Hannah nodded. Very likely. The leader of the illusion destruction cult is the master of the world's most terrifying mental control, able to infiltrate the darkest corners of the human mind and manipulate them. In the battle with my parents, The illusionist once controlled the entire city's population, using these innocent bodies as shields to escape my grandfather's pursuit. My cool was furious sure enough. Her brother had been controlled by the illusionist. Dora smiled amid the tense moment, saying these former foes now share a common enemy. San rushed in urgently with shocking news. Quick, watch the latest Logan V broadcast. As the device turned on, Bonnie's voice came through, announcing that in this season's 8th group match, a powerful team destroyed the violent mental connection device that allowed them to bypass all the mental challenge stages and go straight to Logan Akma's 11th floor. The 8th group appeared to be taunting their opponents. Bonnie added that all this season's champions have now gathered in the Gods Arena. The annual showdown is about to begin, and Bonnie will continue providing commentary. Zion was excited, saying this day had finally come. Siho and Mio eagerly awaited the Gods Arena. 4 defenders. 4 destroyers. Dora laughed. 4 versus 4. Very fair. Zion looked at his hand, feeling something more than excitement. He clenched his fist. Was it nerves? San looked at his hand too. Me too. Miwa could not hold back. Can't wait anymore. Let us have a big fight. The urgent task now was to rest and prepare for the match. Hurry back to your rooms. Zion was exhausted from carrying Dora back, but someone suddenly grabbed his arm. Zion's eyes shifted toward them. Unexpectedly, it was Han. Wait until everyone's asleep. Then go to the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. Dora lay alone on the large bed, surely already asleep. Zion hurried off, wondering what Hannah was up to. Secretive, right here. But Zion nervously lingered by the door handle. Then the Siho suddenly appeared. Stop hesitating. Young lady is waiting. I will stand guard outside for you. Zion took a deep breath and entered. Peeking inside the scene, Hannah pressing a sleep mask against her eyes. Zion could not hide his emotions. Blushing deeply, Hannah looked toward the newcomer. You are here. She turned to face Zion directly. I asked you here, because there are things I can only say to you alone. Look at this. Zion took what she offered. Inside was a photo of very familiar people. Anna recounted. When I was 5, the Black Red Tower unexpectedly welcomed a noble guest. She said she was the leader of the Defender Alliance, a legendary hero on our family's statue. Actually, she was also... Zion finished. My mother. Anna shared everything she knew. He spoke with her for a long time. When he asked why, as the Defender Alliance leader, she disappeared from history. Going anonymous, she gave no answer. At parting, she finally revealed her true purpose for this visit. The world order is collapsing, and on my destined path, I must keep moving forward. Before I leave, I have one wish. Please help take care of my young son. Zion was surprised to hear this. Hannah's grandfather replied, but has not your family already married and had children? Don't worry. I will treat him as my own. The Defender Alliance effectively had an heir. Hearing this, Hannah could not hide her joy. A little brother. Then Zion's mother left. From today, I entrust my son to you. Her figure faded behind the trees. Hannah continued. Your mother entrusted us to care for you in a very special way. She asked that before you wake up, you must try to quietly support and manage your life. So Grandpa found a stand-in, a distant relative, to officially adopt you. Zion only now realizes why they only show up when absolutely necessary. As I grew up, she used the excuse of going abroad to stay out of sight. Every month, she sent money for living expenses, not enough to starve, but barely enough to get by. Hannah smiled quietly. That was Grandpa saying, a son must be raised tough. Zion glanced over, guessing that if he was right, my acceptance into Fong Lam High School was arranged by them. Was not it? Hannah did not hide anything. Of course, the elementary and high schools you attended, even the place where you worked part-time, are all family enterprises. Suddenly Zion had a headache, overwhelmed and confused, but Hannah stepped forward to comfort him. Are you okay? This was all new to Zion, realizing his whole life had been scripted. If it were you, you would be fine. Hannah sat beside Zion, telling him to be reasonable. You are a fool who does not appreciate the blessings of a quiet, smooth life we work so hard to maintain for you. We do not even know how much effort was spent. Back in elementary school, I was forced to be your secret bodyguard every day, so you would not get bullied by guard dogs or thugs. 6th grade. Focus on studying. Focus on studying. Focus on studying still. You had a high fever. Got dizzy riding your bike, and tumbled down the mountain road. Didn't I rush you to the hospital? Zion finally felt a bit better. So that is why she had been silently protecting me all these years. Anna blushed hard, caught off guard by her own words. She avoided his gaze. No choice, he said. Who told me to have such a useless little brother? Zion smiled happily. Useless, huh? Thanks for that. Duck Ho had been watching here for a long time. Today, the young lady sure talks a lot. Guess when you like someone, words just spill out. At Zion's dorm room, Dora had already woken up, having drunk too much. Whereas Zion, could it be? Men are all unfaithful. Dora angrily kicked the door open. She was still armed and ready to attack. Zion's room was still pretty calm. Speaking of which, it was not a coincidence that I ended up here with Dora. Right? Hannah nodded. Consider yourself smart. Before leaving, Your mother left you a guardian spirit who has been sleeping deeply. She is a demon sealed with multiple layers, each seal hiding even greater power. Dora broke the first seal and woke from a deep sleep. But to take human form, the second seal must be broken. Zion suddenly understood why she could only unleash her fighting power at critical moments. Hannah added that your mother seriously warned never to break the third seal, because beneath it lies an extremely dangerous demon god, with the power to swallow heaven and earth. Zion gripped the bedsheet tightly. If that day really comes, what should we do? Though unwilling, Anna had to say it. These are your mother's exact words. Gather all your strength to reseal her once again. If you fail, you must destroy her at all costs. Zion could not stop imagining that terrifying scene. Be kind. Be smart. I choose to trust her with my life. Hannah did not press further. Then this matter should be simple. I choose to trust you with my life. Their eyes met. So close. Anna lifted herself a bit higher, and Zion could not hold back either. Outside, the host's voice was muffled with frustration. Hey, you can come in right now. That is Dora, storm of anger. Caught in bed. Zion. You bastard. Sneaking around behind my back. Today, I will ruin you completely. Zan dodged and said, wait, hear me out first. Dora did not care what he said. Explanations be damned. Zion passed the message to Hannah. Looks like today's date ends here. Duck Ho could not get in either. See you tomorrow at the arena. Hannah will have to pick another room to stay in. You silly fool. The next day at the ancient arena, the 7 soldiers had arranged their formations and were ready. Bonnie continued to host, welcoming everyone to the arena of the gods. Here, we will witness the birth of the strongest summoner of the year. The continent's #1 and strongest. 33 players have passed the qualifying rounds to get here. Let us take a look at the current scores. On the screen appeared the names and numbers. Bonnie explained in detail that over the next 3 days of qualifiers, all players will compete in random pairings, one-on-one battles. The winner earns 200 points. The loser loses 200 points. And consecutive wins bring bonus rewards. In the end, the top 8 scores advance to the quarterfinals, earning rich rewards and fighting for the ultimate championship. Good. Now I declare the official match has begun. Cheers and shouts welcomed the players' appearances. Zion's group seemed very popular. Hannah, the lady is the best. Dora bought 5. Zion, I love you. There were other characters too. Zion's biggest enemy was the Flaming Wound group. Finally caught up to you guys. This time we can really have some fun. See you in the finals. Zion's group responded with contemptuous gestures. See you all in the finals. Bonnie was live streaming the match on TV. You are watching the Demon Training Arena. The Strong Summoner of the Year qualifiers are heating up. Bonnie brings you the latest exciting footage. Mayo versus the Sharp Foe. San versus Little Titan. Zion versus the Grand Master of Formation. And that is not all. Many other players are pushing like a rainbow, charging straight toward the top 8. Hero's group was also full of energy. The little assassin was probably preparing mentally. Richard maintained his usual strong form. The ancient arena at noon, the leaderboard fully displayed on the screen. Sam was extremely excited. We did it after a morning of all wins. Everyone climbed to the diamond rank, firmly sitting in the top 4. Vim Woon's group behind the wall overheard everything. The point gap was growing wider. It is really a headache. Sao was not blaming anyone. Isn't it because of that frustrating brainless jerk attacking the judge and skipping the qualifiers, causing the whole team to lose points? Vim Woon laughed it off. It is seriously. How long did Zin's group take to climb to diamond? Ong said with a smirk. Xiao was not asking others. She thought about how long we would need. Water flows for days. The news hacked by the Cookervo. My battle in the clean afternoon ancient arena. Arena #1 welcomes 2 heavyweight masters. When the Dragon Master faces the Spatial Alchemist, what kind of firestorm will erupt? Let us wait and see. The match officially begins. Everyone complained. Where's the second player? There is only one on the field. Must be a mistake. Xiao calmly sipped tea, calling them fools. Pure dragons, of course. They appeared from the sky, slowly flying in. The Dragon Master sat on the back of a giant dragon. My dragon is even bigger than the entire arena. You have nowhere to hide. Go to hell. Xiao sat firmly in place, regardless of the dragon's approach. Suddenly something strange happened. Parts of the dragon's body seemed to be sliced off. The Dragon Master did not understand what was happening before his eyes. The dragon now turned into mindless chunks of meat. They fell like a torrential downpour. The Dragon Master watched helplessly. My dragon? This time, Xiao Kong faced him head-on. If you love dragons so much, you won't mind becoming part of one, right? Suddenly, a pink hole appeared on the arena floor. It grew larger before the Dragon Master's eyes. What? Where is this? Han's fate was to be swallowed whole by the monster below. Only the Dragon Master's desperate screams echoed across the arena. The audience started buzzing with excitement. What just happened? Where did the Dragon Master go? Did you see that? He vanished in an instant, disappearing into the center. Bonnie got a system alert, announcing some bad news. The Dragon Master was confirmed dead. This first match, Xiao Kong still savoring the victory. Not bad. The tea has not even cooled yet. Ryan's team stood closest to the arena. You look to the side. Arena. You won those last 2 moves, right? Arena was extremely confident in their equipment. A super fast camera shooting 10,000 frames per second. There is no way it missed a single detail of her moves. Bonnie shouted, welcome to Arena #2. This match pits the Dark Summoner against Minuta, The passionate fighter. Minota seems pretty polite. I am Golden Bull Lucy. Pleased to meet you. A civilized duel. The battleground is the forest. If I am rude later, please forgive me. Ongan does not even glance at her opponent. That is the arrogance of a star. Minota Lincoln was enraged hearing that. Then it is a crime. His attack power is no joke, but Hongan's speed and agility give her the edge. Minota lost focus right after entering the fight. His body stunned. Don't think this can hold me for long. Of course. Ongan has more tricks than just that. She summons shadow traps underground. Something stirs beneath Minota's feet. It is none other than his own shadow. It is even bigger than his real body. Minota can only endure the pain without fighting back. No one can escape darkness, nor their own shadow. Ongan's sword emits a dark, ominous aura, as if it wants to strike down the enemy immediately. Ongan frowned. Eyes closed. Close your eyes, and fear will vanish. Minota was terrified. Speechless. Wait. I accept. Before he could finish, the sword sliced through, almost hit Xian's spot. The attack looked like it wanted to slaughter even the bystanders. Xian stood amid thick dust, Dora darting back and forth relentlessly, a brutal, excessive assault. Anna also saw the intent. They deliberately used this to intimidate the crowd. Bonnie could not stand the cruelty. Warning with a yellow card. No intentional harm outside the arena. Ongan's attitude was truly detestable. Sorry. Hard to control the force. Bonnie had to declare, no matter what, Ongan wins this match. Alright. Next up, please welcome the next fighters. Summoner VM faces Jiu. Ninja Shockbei. Mayo pulls you back. Hey, wait. You know, right? That Vemthem is the cruelest of the 4 great destroyers. Countless have died by her hands. Shockbei's got nothing to fear. Thanks for your concern. I am the last heir of the ninja clan. It was tough just to get into this legendary arena. There is no way I am backing down now. Being a ninja without strategy is like being useless. I'm right. Don't worry. I am the leader of Hokkaido. Besides, with the goddess Mayo cheering from the sidelines, it is like having 1,000 troops backing me up. Hearing this, Team Mayo's heart races. Are they confessing their feelings? Vimthang mocks, saying the bond between a cat and a rabbit is surprisingly touching. Hopefully, the fighter is better than Mayo. I can't even count how many times she has fallen to me. Shockbei confidently grips the win. Don't worry. I will definitely repay her many times over. You are still using your speed in the fight. Looks like Shockbei wants to throw off the opponent. But Vimthang's speed is not far behind. He dodges every attack from the opponent. Vimthang blocks casually, just like always, but Shockbei is not just running back and forth. It is like you are splitting into multiple copies, more of them to catch the opponent off guard. Now Vimthang pulls out 2 guns. She fires all around, attacking from unexpected angles. Shockbei switches strategies again. You keep the power and skill of a ninja. Every move is impossible to predict. Shockbei wants to create even more copies, and these copies look clearer and more defined. Vimthang looks impressed, using high-speed afterimages to create clones. That is a fierce move. The whack-a-mole game begins. Vimthang's weapons are even faster than a fighter jet, yet Shockbei still is not phased. From the outside, it looks like the bullets could pass right through him. Vimthang's eyes widen in shock. Faster than my bullets. Shockbei shifts to another dimension. Time to try the advanced techniques I just invented. Vimthang takes a lightning attack head-on without dodging. You can see straight through to her organs. Mayo and Dora cheer wildly. Well done. Combining wind and lightning powers, turning them into a devastating finishing move. The best move yet. Only Jin notices it. Don't celebrate too soon. Everyone, listen carefully to Vimthang's voice. It seems she is not screaming in pain. She is actually laughing. Vimthang reveals her true nature, just like someone with the intelligence of a fool. This level of electric shock passing through a human body leads to an explosion. Fire. Fire is my best friend. The bursting flames light up the entire space. Vimthang wants to burn her opponent to ashes. Let us see how you dodge this. The flames have engulfed Sigbei. Vimthang smirks. I can smell the roasting meat already. Except for her own position, everything around her is swallowed by fire. Dora and Mai sense something bad is about to happen. This is not good. The arena is bursting into flames everywhere. Watch out carefully. Sefchi-Bei has taken to the air. Don't worry. The sky is my true home. Watch my ultimate spell, ultimate technique. Watch this. Everything I have learned in my life will be unleashed now. Dark clouds are gathering relentlessly. Sefchi-Bei has created the Eye of the Storm. The whirlwind is fierce and terrifying. Bonnie sees the fight getting more intense. Look closely. This is the legendary ultimate technique of the Wind Summoner, transforming into a superstorm. Spectators and players outside the arena do not need to panic. The barrier has been activated. The spiritual force shield ensures everyone's safety, letting the fighters go all out. Vimthang shows no fear. It is truly magnificent. Too bad. Even if you hide in this storm, there is no escape. Vimthang plants a gun on the ground. The barrel aims straight ahead. That is like handing her an advantage. Her gun fires, shooting a deadly beam into the storm's eye. Sekibei is hit with no way out. He is completely engulfed by that terrifying shot. Than Sung has slaughtered many enemies before. Now Sachibei suffers the same fate. In a moment, no one sees him anymore. Only one thing remains. Mayo's tears fall. Sivachi-Bei. The scarf you always wear remains untouched. It is proof of Sechi-Bei's eternal existence. The only thing Mayo can hold on to remember you by. Ryan regrets that he can do nothing now. The arena's atmosphere sinks into loss. Bonnie regretfully announces Sechi-Bei has been wiped from this world. May the warrior's soul ride the wind. This match is VM Theng's victory. She boldly challenges anyone left unafraid to be torn apart. If anyone is not scared to be shredded to bits, step up. Bonnie continues her role. The next matchups have been randomly assigned. The next schedule is ready. Players, please take the stage. Swap your cards. The Grand Master of Battle Formations and the Mutant Troop Commander share the same thought. What terrible luck. Running into those damn war gods again. If they had a chance, they would be surrounded us. We give up, Bonnie says. Alright then, Crimson Shadow. Taiyu come. Vim Theng wins without a fight. New matchups assigned. Frost Knight vs. Shadow Pocket Summoner. Stone Controller Mage vs. Space Summoner. Frankenstein's Son vs. Fire Summoner. Everyone accepts defeat. Taiyu Kong smugly says the plan went smoother than expected. Vim Theng's nears. Just remembered. How long did we spend in total? Ong ends here. 19 minutes and 7 seconds. Vim Thong acting all arrogant. Next time, we can be even faster. Finally, the program's almost over. Bonnie shakes her head. Fed up, Senza. We hit an awkward silence. Because all scheduled matches are done, today's qualifiers will end early. Hopefully, the players use this time to reset mentally. Get ready for tomorrow's match. Winners, let us check the leaderboard. VM Thong's team taunts Jin's group. Senza. This meeting should happen sooner. Right? In this world, flying squirrel souls always follow those they cherish. On the 11th floor of the magic furnace, at a small private hot spring, VM Thong's team is resting here. The whole group is catching their breath after the morning match. But VM Thong can keep quiet. Hey, Xiao Kong. Do not you have space teleportation powers? Never thought to fit anything extra inside yourself. Like silicone. Xiao Kong blushes. Embarrassed? You idiot. Bigger is not always better. It affects your moves and smarts. Suddenly, VM Thong grabs the tail of Xiao Kong's towel. She is twisted enough to splash water on a sensitive spot. I have never seen such a flat face before. Xiao Kong's annoyed. Almost angry, wants to sleep. Let me teach you a lesson. Expanding my space. VM Thong looks amused. Stop. I was wrong. Ong En has not been interested in joking around this whole time. Hey, that is enough. You too. In the next 3 days, we have to dominate the whole arena. Steal the spotlight. When the finals start, the illusions will use this chance to strike. Coordinating attacks inside and outside. Launching an ambush. VM Thong and Xiao Kong eagerly say in unison. Let us hit the training grounds. VM Thong excitedly says. Big bro's up to something. I like. Xiao Kong's aggressive too. I knew it if we are here. It is not just to chase Xian and the others. Ong En gets straight to the point. The illusions have always been watching our matches. He says there is something hidden deep in the training grounds we must get. Also, he is keeping an eye on some neutral players. Told us to recruit them at all costs. VM Thong guesses right away. Ooh. Hyro? Richard? Ong En names Stan. Hearing that, VM Thong scoffs. That cross-dresser. No way I am teaming with him. Big bro got a problem with his gender or what? Ong En frowns. Angry. Swiftly swims over and tries to stab VM Thong with a sword. Try saying one more word. VM Thong nervously laughs. A crazy wife defending her man? Suddenly Xiao Kong signals to be quiet. I am suspicious. Felt like something else was in the bathroom just now. The silence is so thick you can hear breathing. Xiao Kong drops it. Says it is probably just a trick of the mind. Actually, there is a thief hiding behind the towel rack. Frankenstein's son is hiding there. He can cloak himself perfectly. Can T be detected by sight, hearing, smell, or spiritual energy? But his true form can still attack or be attacked. He's been sitting here for over an hour, looking crazed. At Jean's in-room. Hey Dora, is this really necessary? Dora fears that scene repeating. So yes, it is needed to stop you from sneaking into Hannah's room at midnight. Jen helplessly says, isn't he this a bit too strict? Dora ignores her, lies down on the bed to avoid any slip-ups. Finally, I can sleep soundly. Good night. The room lights off. That midnight, Dora's still asleep on the old bed, feeling a touch on her body. Who is touching me? Did Jean finally break through? Is she finally moved by me? I thought Jean only had feelings for Hannah. What are you doing with your hand? Dora can't take it anymore. But this is just too much. That place is off limits. Isn't that Jean? The one clutching and sniffing me like a mad ghost. Dora realized something terrible was happening. She froze for a few seconds. Dora panicked and struggled wildly, shouting, "Get away from me." She was ready to slam that kid into the wall, throwing him so hard it cracked the wall. Slowly, Dora calmed down and realized this child was human. Finally, Dora decided to run around the room, searching for the place the child belonged. That place was with Frankenstein, so Dora threw the kid straight into his arms. His face was all misty and blurred. Dora was still shaken. Frankenstein, you better give me a proper explanation, Frankenstein gently asked. Sweetheart, did you run off causing trouble again? The kid cried loudly. Hungry? wanting milk, wanting his mom. I'm mom. The boy's cries made Frankenstein silent for a moment. Sweetheart, do not. Actually, mom is not far from you, not far at all. 20 years ago, the birth of a baby shook the world. Vanthian was born with extraordinary self-healing powers, able to recover instantly from any injury or illness. But soon, the news was proven fake and gradually faded from the public eye. Years passed, and only a few knew that every major breakthrough in modern medicine was connected to the missing girl. Country B. Section 13. A top-secret National Research Institute. Inside the lab, a woman lay on the research table. They were conducting some experiments. Experiment 0987. Regeneration ability severed. Experiment 010. Virus injection test. Experiment VIF 2530. Blood sample extraction. The woman's tears kept falling, but no one cared. The 13 experiments on her body were completed today. Security. Escort the samples back to the resting area. She was discarded. Every day, countless people suffer pain and illness in this world. Only she could be their cure. Believe me, everything you endure is worth it. She asked, trembling. How many desperate patients have been saved by medicines made from my flesh and blood? The director said, around 52,000. If you want to know the final outcome, when do you plan to release me? She was not pleased with the answer. Just surviving. 3 years ago. 5 years ago. 10 years ago. You said the same thing, the director coldly said. Trust me. This time it is for real. Due to overexploitation of the castle, her regenerative powers are weakening. The higher-ups decided her child should inherit this mission through artificial insemination. She could not help herself. No way. I absolutely will not let my child become your next meal. Then she was shocked with a stun gun. Despite being a woman, they chose the cruelest way to treat her. The director laughed. Give up the struggle. With your immortal body, you can even commit suicide. She cried helplessly. Enduring that fate day after day. 10 months passed. The woman lay in a room with no sunlight. She saw the only light of her life. On the next day, the newborn child did not inherit the mother's self-healing ability. There was no sign of any other superpower either. The institute director stood silently in front of the screen. His subordinate reported. The plan failed. Director, what is the next step? The director showed no urgency. Don't rush. Every child has unlimited potential. Give it some time to adapt. Monitor 24/7. Just observe the situation. Every day after the experiment ended, returning to the resting area. The moment the door opened was their happiest. She called the child. Sweetheart. Mom's home. The kid cried again, fussing for milk, and the woman wept looking at her child. Sorry. Mom can't give you anything but food to swallow. Day by the baby grew little by little. That day, the thing the mother feared most finally happened. The boy was happily playing, then suddenly disappeared. She panicked terribly. Was she seeing things? Sweetheart. This was your own doing. Let us play hide and seek. But she did not like it. Sweetheart, stop playing now. The boy laughed mischievously. Can't he catch me? Her face speechless. When did this start happening? Promise me. Please do not do this again. The boy did not understand what his mom said. She could only cry. If they saw, it would be disastrous. Speaking of Kaka, there he appeared again. The director arrived with many henchmen. It turned out this was his power. Interesting. Hands up. She shouted. What are you planning to do? Stay back. Let me go. Now. Your son is about to be in danger. At that moment, she broke free from the bad guys and punched the one bullying her son. Her punch sent him flying into the wall, but there were too many of them, and they overwhelmed her. The last hope she had, sweetheart, have you used it yet? Run fast. But the boy got shocked like his mother. The kid immediately lost consciousness. She had to witness this heartbreak in this hateful place. The director laughed, saying there is no situation his shock device can handle. She struggled in despair. Come back, my child. The director grabbed the child. Don't be too heartbroken. Though this child will be transferred to another research facility. Soon, you will have many more children. The artificial insemination and embryo cultivation plan will begin shortly. This time, the mother could not hold back. Bastard, I will say it again. Let my child go. Her salary sprouted spikes ready to rise up. Those spikes killed 2 of the henchmen. They started to fear. But she had already noticed them. Of course, their lives would not be spared. The director backed away in fear. This is a mutant power. Yet they still tried to attack with stun guns and high-intensity sedative needles. But she had grown stronger. Crimson Blade. She pierced through their internal organs, drowning them in a sea of blood. The cruel director fled. Total lockdown. The violent experiment ran wild. All security staff gathered, sealing off the corridor. Damn it. This won't he do? He ran with the kid toward the two-way door. The director got through before it closed. But with this, he won't trouble the boy's mother. She stood before the ruins she created. Her hollow eyes spoke volumes. The villains surrounded her. The director ordered his men through the surveillance device. Shoot to paralyze her limbs. All guns aimed in the same direction. Hundreds of bullets targeted the poor woman. She let them pierce her skin, yet she dragged herself forward. The director kept going without stopping. Well done. Keep attacking. She would rather endure pain than stop moving. That way she could wipe out all these villains. One monster. One that can be defeated. The situation is completely out of control. Seal off the hallway immediately. Destroy the entire area. The subordinates are large in number, but there are still some of our people inside. The director just does not care. Eliminate this monster. Take advantage while there is still time. His subordinates are only now realizing his true colors. The child's place has turned into a tragedy. Baby, Mom's here. The guards continue searching for her. The fire erupts, wiping out the entire research institute. Except for the fire, nothing else remains. The child's mother is weak and exhausted, her body failing. Her body. She can no longer feel anything, but she still has not stopped breathing. Baby is waiting for me. My baby. My son. Amidst a pile of blood and flesh remains, absorbed by the core. Fusion, using the bodies of more than 10 people, merged into a true monster. The fire breaks out, wiping everything out. The body is weak and exhausted. The body no longer feels anything, absorbed by the core. Using the bodies of more than 10 people, merged into a true monster. The fire still burns fiercely. Meanwhile, the director has fled. What a pity. Such a rare experimental specimen. His subordinates are clearly discouraged. Plus the explosion. They will have to write a self-criticism report too. There is someone down there. That person vanished from the surface. The target of that person, none other than the director himself. The moment the woman boards the helicopter, her eyes blaze with unstoppable fury. The research director never saw this coming. The woman's punch lands like a thunderbolt, wiping out the plane carrying those villains. It cannot fly anymore and crashes below. Flames from the plane rage fiercely. The director escapes, his body covered in wounds. This can be happening, but the woman has not left yet. She cradles the baby lovingly in her arms. The director pleads desperately. Believe me, I was only following orders all along. Besides, the baby has already been returned to you. One person's pain can save millions. A hard choice for us. The child's mother hears none of it. She makes him suffer the worst pain. The child's mother has taken back her freedom. Believe me, the pain you bear is only a fraction of mine. Sadly, when the baby woke up, its world began to collapse. It woke up to a scene of devastation. Its eyes widened as it saw the person holding it. Monster, let me go. There is a monster. Mom, save me. This woman's appearance is, of course, hard to accept. Baby, do not be afraid. Mom's right here in front of you. The boy is old enough to understand. Liar, I want my mom. You are a monster. The woman is hurt, but she feels more sorrow for the boy's fate. So much pain it froze the human heart. Frankenstein tries to comfort the boy. Baby, I promise you, I will help you find your mother. Baby, the best memory in life is drinking from your mother's milk. Maybe Dora understands that now. Come here, baby. I officially declare, until we find Mom, I will take care of all the feeding. The boy stopped crying and nestled into Dora's arms. Frankenstein painfully recounted that after leaving the research institute, we fled attacks while rushing to the Demon Forge just as this season's tournament began. Zion said, bringing the kid to such a dangerous contest can be just for the prize money. Frankenstein laughed wildly. You guessed right. Among the 9 elders of the Demon Forge, one is famed as the human form master. She uses biotech to create dummies indistinguishable from real people. Her most successful creation is something you can see everywhere in the Demon Forge. No one else but Bonnie, Dora cheerfully said. Great. The elder will surely help you get back to your old self. Frankenstein did not expect such good news. But not everyone is qualified to meet this mysterious elder. He had asked Bonnie before. She said to get this privilege, you have to be in the top 8 of the Gods Arena and enter the Demon Forge as prestigious Hall of Fame. Zion pondered. Top 8. Huh. Then for the upcoming match, let us all give it our best. Frankenstein raised his hand and agreed. Even if we meet in the arena, do not expect me to go easy. I am confident I will beat you all. The little boy was excited too. That night was filled with laughter. The second qualifying round had arrived. Bonnie announced, the stage is set. An underling reported to Bonnie that the filming lights and soul energy collection devices were ready. Bonnie continued, I declare the second qualifying round officially started. Long ago, this arena's stands were packed with summoners from around the world. Not just wandering spirits, but countless heroic souls had spilled blood here. It was an era filled with miracles and glory, the golden age of summoners. But after the 5th Fail War, Goddess Pandora fell. And over time, as the original souls of all things faded away, soul energy and awakening became scarce. Summoners declined and stood on the brink of extinction. Perhaps we are the last generation of summoners. Fortunately, we have no way back. We will fight with all our might on this stage where ancient heroes once clashed, praying that the sleeping gods will hear our call. Bonnie was thrilled to hear everyone's support. All right, no more chatter. Next, please welcome today's first match to the stage. Frankenstein and Q Shunim stepped up, with the kid and Dora cheering the loudest. Dad, you got this. You are the best. For the milk. Frankenstein got fired up. Fighting hard, he was doing it for the milk. At that moment, Q Shunim moved forward. Frankenstein swung his fist, boosting growth his giant dance. A loud boom echoed. Bonnie was shocked. His opponent did not fight back. Suddenly remembered. Looks like he is still not fully awake. Look quick. Fighter Frankenstein strikes first, taking the advantage. Even he could not believe it. Victory. The opponent was down and out, Daim Thong said warmly, reminding, this guy's morning spirit is terrifying. He really was still asleep earlier, but someone just woke him up. Sure enough, Now he is showing some movement. Suddenly Q Shunum opened his mouth and spat something out. It pierced through Frankenstein's body. Dora and the kid were worried. Dad. But Frankenstein gritted his teeth and endured it. He decided to regenerate his limbs. There was a hole in his body. His opponent was truly strong. But why was he always in such a dazed state? Whatever. Keep pressing down. Unexpectedly, he dodged it. He flew up and clawed upward. Frankenstein immediately chased after him. Don't run. He grabbed Q Shunum's leg, then slammed him to the ground. Not done yet. He lifted him up again, then slammed him down several more times. Q Shunum flew far away. Frankenstein delivered the final blow. Push him outside. If he gets thrown out like that, Frankenstein wins this match. Bonnie's assessment. Frankenstein's defender is trying to throw his opponent off the field to win. Can he pull it off? His expression changes. He looks at his opponent. What? VM applauds. The one who just helped this monster break free. Sure enough, he is removing something from his body. His body contracts. Then he jumps up, kicks Frankenstein's shoulder, then jumps away. Frankenstein takes a solid kick. He spits blood. That hurts. Meanwhile, Suthik Nam has not stopped. He is plotting something. Sure enough, he suddenly punches Frankenstein from behind. Frankenstein is stunned by the pain. He has not even had time to react. His opponent's arm pierces through his body. Suddenly something grows out of his back. He screams. The growth rushes forward. A bone? He laughs joyfully. Got you now. I admit your speed is incredible. Your strength is formidable too, but you can escape my bone cage, because my bones are specially reinforced. Ordinary strength can break them. Prepare to die. The bones jab it, almost pierce through Suthiki Nam's body. Everyone's waiting for the victory, but the opponent suddenly transforms, then escapes the bone cage. Frankenstein can believe his eyes. His opponent escaped safely. He can even turn his body into water. Now he is aiming his head and hands. Two formations appear on his hands. He launches them. Frankenstein panics. What? Suthik Nam just stands still. Controlling it, the formation starts dropping stones. Frankenstein tenses up. He takes thousands of stones falling from above. Not only that, stones fly into the stands. Dora warns. Careful. He is coming. But the stones do not reach here. Luckily, there is a protective barrier. Damn. This guy from nowhere is really strong. Kim Ji-yeon asks Stan if there is still no result. She replies. His whole body is covered by a layer of spiritual energy armor. The enemy deliberately hides his true identity. He is extremely irritating. Who the hell is he? Frankenstein is nearly at his limit, yet Suthik Nam is still unharmed. Frankenstein pants heavily. He is furious. Damn it, I do not lose to kids. Taste my rocket-powered muscle blast. He unleashes a flurry of punches at Suthik Nam, but his opponent quickly dodges. After a moment, he turns around, then charges straight at Frankenstein. Facing a dozen punches from him, Suthik Nam's speed is dizzying. Now he swings and chops off Frankenstein's arm. Frankenstein panics. What? His opponent keeps advancing. He senses danger, but half of his remaining arm is already severed. The speed is incredible. The slash cuts through the stands, breaking a corner of the wall. Everyone is shocked. They did not expect him to break the barrier. Kim Ji-yeon's group was shocked too. He stared intently. This guy. Seriously terrifying. The baby in Dora's arms started crying. Dad. Mayo said, unexpectedly even stronger than when the combined forces of the Demon Seal and Shadow Strike came together. At this moment, Bonnie spoke up. That was a special situation. The barrier has now been restarted and its safety level increased. She said this while wiping sweat. Everyone, please watch the match with peace of mind. Meanwhile, Frankenstein was dragging himself across the floor. Then he stood up. The Nam striker slowly stepped closer. Kim Ji-yeon shouted, damn it! This guy is all system. Yuan is no match for him. Better give up while you still can. But Frankenstein refused to surrender. Trying again. Lying down, he threw a punch for the child. The opponent's two hands reached out, then sliced across his body. Frankenstein cried out in pain. He told himself, must quickly regenerate, grow at lightning speed, rebuild. But before he could finish, his opponent attacked. His hand ignited with flames, his body blazed fiercely, but then trapped Frankenstein in ice. Then he advanced. Frankenstein watched fearfully. The Nam striker was about to strike down. The baby in the stands cried out loudly, Grandma. The sound of stones clattering on the floor. The Nam striker prepared to kick the stone imprisoning Frankenstein's head. His foot was already raised close. Suddenly something rushed at him, one after another. They swarmed to find him. Vim Thung was surprised. What is that? A swarm of spirits charged in. Has the crowd in the stands gone wild? Why a swarm of spirits? They surrounded us from all sides. At this moment Bonnie received a notification. The main server of the demon smelting furnace has been infiltrated by spirit guests. The mental connection device has been infected. Nearly 100 wandering spirits have been hijacked. Cannot forcibly shut it down. Bonnie was frustrated. The spiritual force blocking device also lost control. Damn it! Not a single piece of good news. Someone answered. The intruder has been roughly located. He is right at the scene. After saying that, he disconnected. Bonnie was helpless. Damn it! Even the security surveillance has been hacked. Just then, a swarm of spirits flew out. They were blasted away by the Nam striker, but his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Vim Thang said, this big guy is even stronger than I thought. But it is not Frankenstein. Hung Un said, the spirit riot was just a distraction. He was rescued long ago in the chaos. Cho Kung also spoke up. As far as I know, only one summoner here can pull that off. Vim Thanning's expression changed. She called out, hey Bonnie. Even a toe could guess the mastermind is that four-eyed guy who likes to dress like a girl. Right? Where's the so-called demon smelting furnace rule? Bonnie replied, separate business from personal. Until we have solid evidence, Stan is just the prime suspect, Stan said. Did I just hear someone attack my taste and orientation personally? Rule of law society. Watch your words. Careful now. My lawyer will sue you for defamation. Vim Thenning snap. You want to die. But when she moved up, Stan had vanished. She fell into nothingness. While Stan stood safely right in front of her, at that moment, the spirit flew over and wrapped around Vim Thing. Stan was satisfied. Truly impressed. Senza. The audience had been rooting for you for a long time. Bonnie silently watched you. You fool. Do not let me find out your weak spot. But I have to say, well done. Outside right now, something just flashed by Kim Ji-yeon and Dora disguised as spirits, carrying Frankenstein away. Kim Ji-yeon. Ahead is the teleportation gate leading to the black market. Frankenstein, can you still hold on? He replied, not dead yet. Just that his ultimate recovery is not complete for now. He said Richard had contacted a decent private clinic in the black market. Treatment costs are covered in advance. You and the baby can rest there without worry. Dora added, also, we are heading to Tium. Kim Ji-yeon did not hesitate to sacrifice part of the reward to give you a chance to meet the elder human form. She stroked the baby's head, saying, Sweetheart, you will find your mother for sure. Frankenstein was moved. Saying this chance meeting that saved his life, he did not even know how to repay it. She smiled, saying if there is no way to repay, many people would curse me. And Kim Ji-yeon would be happy to have another addition to her harem when you fully recover your body. Kim Ji-yeon cut. Besides the elderly Liu, the sexy maid, the cat girl, the dark-skinned maid, now adding a hot transgender mom. Dora, you are way too filthy. The old filthy lady laughed. Frankenstein chuckled. Don't he make me laugh. The wound hurts. Then let us just say that is a date. Bonnie continued hosting. Welcome back. After a little turbulence, the final match is back on track. In the previous fight, Frankenstein mysteriously vanished, and the blinded man took the win. The next match will run simultaneously on 3 stages. On stage, the little assassin and the cannibal monster brothers. The 2 brothers smirked. She looks tasty. You take the top half. I will take the bottom. Let us do this, the assassin replied. Who eats who is not decided yet. Watch out. Then she moved up. The monster brothers froze strangely, screaming, Brother, save me, save me. So the little assassin won easily. On stage 3. Someone said, you are not dreaming, right? I never thought I would meet the hero here. I grew up reading those comics. All the single-issue comics, games, and memorabilia filled my house. My favorite was Ki Yu Yu Dumul. I read it hundreds of times, even secretly drew doujinshi. The hero replied, so you are a fan. Pleasure to meet you. The other said, it is no exaggeration to say hero influenced us deeply. Inspiring faith, passion, and perseverance, turning the tide to victory in our hearts. You are a god to us, the hero shyly said. You are giving me too much credit. Suddenly, he changed tone. The god has fallen. That means from now on, you can punch me in the face anytime. Forever delaying drafts. Living reclusively to madness. Skipping 500 issues. It is infuriating. The spider game and the silver door can't escape. He balled his fist, then punched the hero, who flew back, then suddenly pulled out a huge pen. Rough draft pages falling apart. Collapsing art. A plot full of holes. Constant cliffhangers. Every time fans waited for a reprint, it would not last a month. Fans fell again and again from heaven to hell. He pushed the hero down while speaking. The god of course did not know. When the media falsely announced his death after the mountain climb, some cried for 3 days straight. Some painfully burned all their rare collectibles, just to remember their hero. The hero was lying bandaged then. I have endured enough lies. Today, many fans here are still your followers. I will fight on their behalf, just to defeat you. Telling the god to accept the ultimate strength challenge. The crowd below cheered. Punish the old grumpy master. Well done. The monster who always quits midway better know your limits. Try not to break your right hand. Bonnie added. The audience was thrilled. Long overdue grudge. The great master wasted all his strength in one go. Now he is almost unbeatable. Hero stands up. How long has it been? Living tired and worn down? How long? I forgot millions are waiting for me. Passion. Effort. Comeback. Victory. The hero reminded himself as he pulled back. You threw a punch? The pen in Hero's hand flew up and dropped freely. He handled the man. You said. So now even holding a pen steadily is a struggle. Behind you. Already set in position. You chased after him. Don't even think about running. Are you really planning to hide forever? Hero suddenly reached out. A swarm of letters flew toward you. He said, weak attacks like these only disappoint me more. Accept your defeat. Without missing a beat, he prepared his hand and shattered all incoming letters. But as he aimed at Hero, the man soared upwards. apologizing but claiming that this martial arts tournament belongs to these ancient summoners. I do not want to lose to anyone either, he said while sketching something. The young man thought, has his drawing skill really gotten this sloppy? These faded strokes can't possibly pose any real threat to me. Hiro spoke up, kid, have you really forgotten? This simple sketch forms a glowing orb. In 90s shonen manga, this was a fan-favorite finishing move, always a spectacular final. It had many names. Kamehameha, Phoenix Flame, Hadoken, Spirit Orb. Starting Chapter 3. Hadoken, Rasengan. And now the orb began to glow. The young man barely looked up as Hiro launched the orb at him. The arena was bathed in light from the orb. The crowd fell silent. Smoke rose as the young man hit the low ground. He coughed harshly, wondering if he was not dead yet. Then he glanced around, asking why Hiro held back. Hiro replied, I have already received your love and hatred. Your support rekindled the fire of passion I would lost long ago. Thank you. I will fight hard to snatch victory. Let us go. Then he sat beside the young man, saying that creating without passion leads to boredom. But throughout this journey, from all of you, I have gained so much new inspiration. Speaking of which, the latest chapter of Killer X Killer is titled The Continent Awakens. What do you think? He reached out, surprising the young man, who then took his hand. I am really looking forward to it. He replied, that is great, the man said. Turning away, suddenly, happiness filled the arena. The crowd erupted. The old master is back. The old master. I love you. Bonnie announced the final result. Hiro, the manga artist, won at arena number 4. Richard and the Parasite Master. The Parasite Master reported. Honestly, I can't figure this out. How could someone with such a flimsy strategy make it this far? Get ready, Richard said calmly. Watching him, the Parasite Master continued. As far as I know, your only skill is exchanging equal damage by hurting yourself. So the enemy takes the same amount. Against someone like me who can heal, it is basically suicide. Plus, your spirit form never showed up, and your unprotected original body is as fragile as a normal person. Richard replied. Alright, hurry up then. Those wanibs always die. So talk less. Hearing that, he got furious but immediately readied himself. Richard stayed calm, standing still even as the Parasite Master's blade pierced through. He was shocked, so Richard taunted him. A slight cough, though it seemed to have no effect. The Parasite Master was frustrated. This is impossible. Inside this toxic bone marrow are thousands of deadly viruses and bacteria I painstakingly enhanced enough to wipe out a small country. What are you? He answered. Idiot. You will see I have long been infamous. Before the match started, I sprayed on Moonlight Goddess perfume worth 40 million training coins. This purple treasure purifies everything within half a meter, he said while showing the item. He said, do not get cocky, my viruses can also mutate and spread. He transformed into a giant bird. Richard showed no fear. Gross. Tear apart his original form already. The Parasite Master shouted. Such a beautiful reign. At this moment, Richard swung his fist straight at him. He pushed him back. Richard wore holy light gloves. A purple treasure that boosts physical attack damage by 8,000%. Its black market value is 50 million training coins. The Parasite Master was upset. Impossible. This is not logical. I will never lose to a weak strategist. His shoes are gravity-defying purple treasures, increasing movement speed by 600% and reducing gravity effects by 80%, valued at 63 million training coins. The two-eyed mutant master opened his eyes wide. Richard was right there beside him, saying, I am a tough enemy. Just now. What did you call me? The mutant master cursed. Go die, you rotten corpse strategist. Rotten corpse strategist. A blade sliced past his head. Richard had used the knife to cut off the tuft of hair on his head. The mutant master screamed in shock. The mutant master was terrified. Swiping away. Your knife. It is not like ordinary ones. A treasure camp. Butterfly knife sharpened at noon. Normal strikes reduced 90%. Special effect damage is 9,999,999% critical damage. Estimated black market value at 1.3 billion Surligen. Another slash passed through the mutant master's body. He was cut clean in two. Richard said, I really want you to know. I am wearing 5 hornet rings, adding 20% critical damage. The mutant master lay face down on the floor, unable to move. I see right through you. You lowlifts only know how to use gadgets. Don't you have money to buy better gear? If you have got guts, then fight honorably. You can solve problems with money, so why make things complicated? Just give up. I have 100 beasts like that in my space bag. Not convinced. I will smash you with money. The other guy panicked. I give up. A perfect win, Bonnie declared. Prize money no. Venetian merchant Richard wins all. He bowed respectfully, then blew a kiss at Bonnie, who chased him away mercilessly. Inside the ancient arena, in the players' lounge, everyone praised Richard. Great fight, he replied. You all did well too. Just then Kim Ji-yeon returned. Stan shouted. Kim Ji-yeon's back. Did we miss anything good? Dora said. Everything is settled happily. Stan replied. Looks like that is all sorted. They all celebrated. Richard reminded them. Hey, keep your voices down. If Bonnie's crowd dares to stir trouble, do not say I did not warn you. Suddenly, Hero waved. Richard, I am on a video call with my wife and kid now. I have heard your story and wanted to say hi. They all smiled. Such a cute kid. And a beautiful wife. His wife said, seeing you with all these brothers. I am at ease with me and the baby at home. Keep it up. The Flame Group had witnessed this scene. Looks like the special ops guarding him just got even stronger. Damn it, Ongen said. Don't worry. The owner has already started moving. You will soon see what so-called friendship really means. Life is tough in a room full of equipment. At the main base of the competition center, the guards were strict. Outside the server room, a supervisor got a signal. He said, stop right there. Is this player lost? The fighter on the other side suddenly asked. Excuse me. Can I borrow your body for a moment? The supervisor panicked. What? The man started acting. The supervisor's hand was controlled, then placed on the box in front of him. The stranger was satisfied. Good, forget all about this. Just then, someone announced, unauthorized person detected. All staff, be alert. The man entered. Dozens of guards were on watch. They warned, you have entered a restricted area. Please present valid ID. He responded boldly. What is that? Staff said, countdown to elimination. 5, 4, 3 before finishing. He interrupted, then his terrifying assassin face appeared, and he attacked immediately. The staff could not move, as if hypnotized. Standing dumbfounded, then he said, welcome back, sir. The main server of the event center is in Zone 2 ahead. He replied, good, it has been years. Yet you are still loyal. Then he headed straight to the door. The next match began. Bonnie hosted. Welcome back. After a short break, the matches resume. What exciting face-offs await. Let us look forward to the surprise pairings. The results appeared on the screen. Little Assassin and Tiny, Hero and Flame, Richard and Hongen, looking at the results. Richard said, looks like my luck's run dry. Stan shouted, no way, this makes no sense. I always monitor the competition center's computer system. The original pairings should be Kim Jong and Little Assassin, Anna and Devil Lipstick, Hiro and Richard, but the results were tampered with at the last minute. Bonnie gasped. What did you say? Player Stan. You just admitted to intentionally hacking information. That is a serious offense in training. You are trying to dodge the issue. Hold on. Bonnie, I really suspect someone's manipulating the match for personal gain. Please investigate. Bonnie said irritably. I will deal with you later. Then she contacted security. Did they find anything unusual? The response came back. Everything is normal. Are you sure? Because they were manipulated. So we double-checked. Totally sure. All normal. Behind them is some freak, Master Hointam. After contacting, Bonnie told Stan. Unfortunately, her prediction was wrong. The match continues. You are quick to object. But Bonnie, Hero patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. If it is a blessing, it is no disaster. If it is a disaster, you can avoid it. Later not. Good luck will come. Let us end it here. Suddenly, Mio shouted. Wait everyone. Hero replied. Please, if we are friends, do not send us off like it is a funeral. They hesitated, but Kim Ji-yeon pushed back. Then he said, Richard, do not forget we still owe you a lot of money. Stan said too. Hiro, do not forget you owe us the latest Theory S footwork. Hang in there, you two idiots. Bonnie officially announced. Team leader #2 welcomes 2 super famous female players. We seek Xiaobu ready. What about her opponent? Baby Assassin, she shouted. Wait, Baby Assassin hurried over. Wait for me. She tripped and fell. Sao Bu looked at her puzzled. Baby Assassin apologized. It is all because the food in the players' lounge was too good. I was not paying attention and ate too much. Now my stomach is full and my eyes are drooping. I overslept and missed the match. So I'm late. Vo Judge, another short-tempered. Headstrong 1. Hoyan Tam is chasing stars and chose her for the Destroyer's team. Baby Assassin caught that and said, Are you talking about me? She replied. Alright. You have got 3 minutes to prove your skills. Please, give me one reason not to kill you. Baby Assassin smiled. You are one fierce sister. I will do my best. Bonnie commented. This will surely be a battle between Citise and Tetisi. Audience. Shout the name of your favorite player. The crowd roared. 96-60-90. Assassin's victory is justice. Irreplaceable value. Baby Assassin warned her opponent. Watch out below. Get ready. Then she looked fierce. Dozens of assassin arms rose from the ground. Xiaobu observed carefully spirit revival technique. Her talisman clearly came from the ancient Chinese Heavenly Tao sect's secret arts. Their mages once raised millions of ghost soldiers, dominating the region. Baby assassin frowned. You know too much. Two giant assassins approached. Bu said, I just want to say. As the heir of the Heavenly Tao, her big spirit really made the sect master frown. She swung and shattered the two assassins. Baby assassin was stunned, then dodged Xiaobu's attack. Bu said, assassins usually only become low-rank zombies. You understand this? Right? Baby assassin replied, yes, that is why I went to the demon training ground. Then she pulled out an old talisman, saying only here can our ancestors' empire be restored. Because what is never missing here is the assassins of the strong. The talisman fell to the ground. Something started rising. It was a giant tome. Baby assassin smiled. On the way, mages die every day. As long as I gather their remains, they will become my friends. Xiaobu watched silently. She continued. Now I will tell you a ghost story. Baby assassin prepared to do something. She tapped the tome. It suddenly opened, and a swarm of assassins appeared. Heavy footsteps echoed as grotesque corpses rose and advanced. The audience murmured. Ghosts? Aren't he those players who died in the previous round? They were shocked. This baby assassin is terrifying. She laughed. So how about this? Bring it on. They are just low-rank zombies. Xiaobu looked annoyed. No matter how much revival garbage, it is still garbage. An assassin rose. Baby assassin said. Not so? The assassin bomb screamed, rushing straight at Xiaobu. It was toxic gas. She immediately jumped away. Damn it! I will take you all down together. She started forming a barrier. That thing takes out all the assassins and mini-assassins. With the mini-assassins relying on the assassin marksman, it fired 12 rapid strikes. Taiyu Kung was shocked. Her barrier shattered. She was furious, and the mini-assassin mocked her. Just as I expected, the biggest enemy for a mage who manipulates space-time is time itself. No matter how powerful her skills, the stronger they are, the longer the charge time. Taiyu Kung did not reply. Surprisingly, she has got some brains. The mini-assassin laughed, saying if we cut off her spells with speed attacks, she will be defenseless. Assassin marksman. Taiyu Kung immediately opened a space portal, then teleported behind the mini-assassin. But the mini-assassin reacted fast. She said, I predicted you would ambush my clone. There is an old saying about endless sorrow and a sparrow stalking a cicada. Taiyu Kung did not want to attack, but an assassin acted faster. She quickly defended. The assassin was trapped in space. Then she threw it away. But after that, she looked visibly exhausted. The mini-assassin set all her space skills space cutting, mobile space, space swapping, space shield have been used up. Now's the time to strike. The mini-assassin acted fast. She hit Tuka, who was thrown back. Shocked, two more assassins surrounded her and attacked simultaneously. Taiyu Kung did not retreat hastily as attacks landed right before her. In front of her was a whole squad of assassins. The mini-assassin ordered, Listen up. Don't give her a moment to rest. Attack, my assassin army. Taiyu Kung finally spoke. Her performance so far surprised me. I was ready to enjoy things more. But now I am really angry. My favorite outfit was torn to shreds. And the assassins hiding in her cubic space just reappeared. It opened a strange space portal and suddenly sucked the assassins inside. The world was terrifyingly close, the wind howling fiercely. My little assassin was panicking. My assassin squad. Damn it, the crowd erupted. Little assassin was forced back into the black hole, swallowing everything. Were they planning to die together? The little assassin was also being sucked in. She screamed, My precious coffin. Kim Jian shouted. You idiot. Do not worry about that tattered coffin. The black hole is weakening. If she holds on a bit longer, she will win. She replied. This is the only legacy my great-grandfather left. The last hope to revive our clan. They urged her, Let go if you do not want to die. But she stubbornly held on. The black hole finally sucked everything in. The smoke cleared. Silence fell. Everyone was stunned. Were they all swallowed? Dying together. What a shame. They were all good girls. Bonnie spoke up. Hold on. Everyone. The match is not over yet. They all stared. What did you say? She asked. The final battle is happening in another dimension you can't see. She said. They waited silently as the space slowly appeared. The little assassin blinked. Am I? Little assassin replied. Not all. You will be reborn. Congratulations. She passed the destroyer's entrance test. Rank Super Jace. Combat power. Fighting skills. Growth potentials plus. Overalls. Hun Tem was right, she is truly qualified to join our destroyers. Little assassin refused. No way. You destroyed my entire legion I have built for years and smashed my family's ancestral coffin. I would rather die than team up with you. She sneered. You are all talk. Spouting ideals about reviving the clan, but do not even know that the ancient sect is a branch of the destroyers. Hearing this, Little Assassin was stunned. Little Assassin continued. I destroyed your ancient coffin. But you should know that in ancient times, there were 108 coffins passed down. The coffin you had was just a low-grade third-class one. The best among them belongs to the great heroes. Little Assassin was even more shocked. Little Assassin pulled out a paper. Look closely. This Destroyer-S treasure map marks the tombs of most legendary heroes in history. Little Assassin read carefully. Unmatched General Abu, War Chief Spartacus. Tyrant Nero. She said, forget those half-hearted little assassins. Find real epic heroes who will fight for your dream. She said, join the Destroyers. With us, chase a grander dream. Little Assassin was silent, then reached out and took her hand. Back at the arena, the portal opened. Bonnie said, looks like the players are returning to the arena. Let us see who wins. Little Assassin stepped forward. The crowd quieted. All is, conquer the world. She walked down proudly. Kim Ji-yeon's team openly hated it. She reported back to her teammates. The plan caused uproar. The prey was caught successfully. Next up were Hero and Richard to show their skills. That was Vim, Thang and Hengin. They faced Hero and Richard one by one. Arena 3 featured Vim Thang versus Hero. Bonnie announced, let us head to Arena 3. The match between the super popular comic artist and the Queen of the Southern Hemisphere is underway. Which side will fate favor? Stay tuned. Vim Thang spoke. Master Artist, pleasure to meet you. I have a letter from the Destroyer headquarters. Hein TM devised a scenario that could change the world and wants you to illustrate it. Turn it into reality and build a new world. Can we collaborate? Hero took it, but my drawing fee is expensive. You know, she replied. Money's not an issue. Suddenly, he tore up the paper. I am not interested in this money-driven commercial script. I have always drawn my own stories. The crowd went wild. Stan's team was excited. Look, Hero's going all out. Seems like he has activated Hell mode. What legendary comic artists do best. Hero seemed empowered. Rushing to finish the draft, he said, let us start. The audience is eager to see the story. Here go. He swiped his pen across Vim Thang, but she dodged. Looks like he missed. How does he explain this to the boss? She thought. Too fast. At that moment, Hero charged up again. To be honest, it is nearly 3 p.m. now. Hero kept redrawing the plans, sending them out one after another. I heard the other side of the ocean is stirring at this hour. There will always be a beautiful wife doting on her adorable child. Sitting on a picnic blanket laid out on the grass in their private garden. He spoke as he attacked Vim Thang. She could only dodge. Tense but calm inside. Dozens of pens appeared as Hero kept redrawing. He moved like the wind. Vim Thang smiled and sipped their favorite afternoon tea. Hero was very close to her, her smile growing wider. Hearing that, Hero froze. What did she say? His phone rang. He quickly stopped and answered. His wife said, Honey, I did not expect you to have so many friends, even running into them at the picnic. He even disguised himself as a character from a masquerade to entertain the kid. Oh right. He said he wanted to greet you. Then she switched to video call. Hero stared silently as his wife said, Connected? Hurry up. That person's face appeared. Hero was stunned and furious. But the call ended. He whipped around. Wait, Vim Thang said. Admirable, a perfect family. How beautiful. He snapped at her. You coward. She accepted the insult, then licked her lips. Don't be so rash. Consider my offer carefully. He seemed to give up. Pathetic. He lost. The audience could not believe it. Seriously. What just happened? Vim Thang replied, Fine. Let us take a moment to calm down. Then we can discuss things over afternoon tea. Kim Ji-yeon anxiously asked, Hero, are you okay? He stayed silent. Then said, Sorry. I can explain. Then he walked away despite Kim Ji-yeon's calls. Richard wondered. Hero? The assassin? Then Hero. Both lost already. Behind him, Hung Un pulled out a cross. Melina, this time I need your blessing. Arena 4. Richard and Hung won. She drew her sword. Don't be nervous. I heard you are a merchant. Let us see how much this sword's worth. Hung Un said, The demon blade Yu Yeu Thit is a legendary sword from Japan. Its black market price is 500 million Suo Lian. She added, You have got good taste. So how much is your life worth? Richard scowled. That is hard to say. The richest person in the world now has $6 trillion. I would say my life's worth just as much. Translation successful. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, you will own $7 trillion and be the richest person alive if you sign a soul contract with the Destroyer and pledge lifelong loyalty. He was furious. Are you joking? She said. The Destroyer never jokes. All right, if you refuse then. She threw something, and a soul appeared. Hung Un threatened. You will die by this demon blade with no chance for mercy. Richard was truly speechless. Mio watched angrily. So unfair. Using money to buy off other players in the match like that. Bonnie replied, I get, but unfortunately, This does not break the rules, Stan said. Everyone's overreacting. If I were Richard, I would cheat the money and run, Hannah warned. Don't be so optimistic. A soul contract is a dark magic curse that uses life as collateral. No one can refuse it. Once you sign, there is no turning back. This is a huge risk involving your very life, Richard said. I need a moment to think. Then he took a drag from his medicine. Tell me, why did the destroyer choose me? Hung Un replied. We happen to learn about your past, a legendary master of disguise, the top world-class master of disguise, skilled in blending among politicians, tycoons, and stars, committing over 3,000 transnational crimes. The amount involved is uncountable. Criminals wanted by police and gangs worldwide. 33 successful prison breaks. 50 near-death escapes. His methods are a model for crime. Even prosecutors treat his case like a criminal bible, even ignoring his regenerative skills. He is the talent the destroyer wants. Richard laughed. It has been years. No matter how far I run, I can escape my past, she said. Exactly. Just like you can escape your own shadow. He spoke up. Enough already. But the destroyer has fallen for the wrong person, meaning I am just a small-time trader. In fact, I have already signed quite a few contracts, big and small, with Kim Jong-un and Stan too. After all, I was already a partner of the Guardians Alliance. She scoffed, saying no trader would be foolish enough to side with the weaker party. He replied, risky investments pay off big. The bigger the risk, the bigger the win. I am sure they will come out on top. Kim Jong's group was very pleased to hear that. Richard, the Red Shadow, can be saved anymore? Seems like you forgot the sword hanging over your head, he asked. Have not you noticed the cigarette brand I am smoking? Then he threw it out at his Gennaro tobacco, an orange treasure that makes users immune to all control magic. The sword and Red Shadow both fell. He picked it up, saying the sword belongs to me, then lunged forward, the blade pressing close to the Red Shadow, but he slashed at empty air. Trying again, he said, this strike is for the flying squirrel ninja. This one is from the hero. She assessed that normal attacks were useless against her. Richard was annoyed. A clone, but as far as I know, this guy is special. He glanced over. Even slashing the shadow can cause damage. The Red Shadow panicked. It is not good. She jumped up quickly, but the female swordsman had already cut the shadow. Sure enough, she was injured and then collapsed. The Red Shadow looked at the wound on her stomach and thought carefully. The cut was pretty deep and bleeding. Richard flew in with his sword, aiming to strike the Red Shadow, smiling confidently, saying, who is ready to say goodbye? A quick sword strike came just as Richard's sword lunged. She caught the tip with her hand. The blade pierced through the Red Shadow's palm. The Red Shadow grimaced but said firmly, a traitor will always be a traitor, not a warrior. Then she kicked hard into Richard's stomach while he was not paying attention, holding the sword and pushing him back fiercely. Richard clutched his stomach, gasping from the impact. The Red Shadow gripped the sword with one hand, radiating deadly intent as she advanced toward Richard. She smiled dangerously, holding the sword horizontally with a confident look, saying, let me show you the real endurance. Then she slashed forward with the sword glowing brightly. She wildly slashed everywhere, trying to overwhelm Richard. The aftershocks of her fury forced Rid to retreat as she kept striking toward him. She was so fast she almost sliced through his hat. Richard tried to dodge, but at that moment, one of her strikes hit him and slashed his stomach. The force struck his stomach and pushed him back. Richard grimaced from the wound, clearly in pain. This was dangerous. The power of the strike tore Richard's shirt, exposing the skin beneath. He exclaimed, if it were not for this purple armored suit, I would be down already. Richard was bloodied and thought he had to keep his distance. No close combat attacks. Suddenly, some strange objects flew toward him. Richard seized the chance and jumped onto those platforms. The Red Shadow was thrilled. The Red Shadow's eyes gleamed as she said, you are relying on spatial shields to boost your mobility. Do you really think that'll help? Richard put on his hat and said, don't celebrate yet. After all, Richard have rolled deep in the underworld. At that moment, the platforms glowed faintly. A box, revealing a mysterious blue glowing circle inside. It shone and generated a linked power. It surrounded Richard. He held a gun, showing off his treasures with a confident look. The upgraded Chicago typewriter. The orange treasure fires bullets that tear through all magical defenses. Retroscope, a purple treasure that sees through most illusions to mark enemy positions. Cuba Liber, a purple treasure that boosts shooting accuracy by 80%. Richard bit into a Cuba cigar and laughed happily. Richard joyfully tossed grenades and said, Isis, where did these grenades come from? Death Ray, a purple grenade treasure that enhances damage with dark magic. The grenades collided and caused a massive explosion. The dazzling light burst everywhere. Ongen closed her eyes, focused on singing, and dodged the incoming bullets. She tried to run fast, but the bullets kept chasing her closely. Richard kept firing wildly in all directions. In the grenade's flash, she was temporarily blinded and could not use her shadow powers. Richard said irritably. She had nowhere left to run. She swept her sword in a circle around herself. But for those who've lived long in darkness, Ongen coolly said, Eyes are not even necessary. Bullets countered as Hong and used her power to form a protective energy sphere around herself. The grenade's force rebounded sharply back toward Richard. The heat from the impact made him reflexively dodge away. The blast struck the platform beneath Richard's feet. It collapsed, sending him crashing to the ground. Richard writhed in pain from the harsh fall. He scowled bitterly. Unwilling to accept defeat, he urgently shouted for a medkit to be thrown over. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he looked beside him. Ong An, tall and imposing, stood over Richard holding her sword. A trail of red liquid spread across the ground. Richard's eyes rolled back in terror. Ong An coldly stared at him and said, "In the next few seconds, you will see your whole life flash before your eyes." Then a thought flashed. My shadow eternally bound? Images flickering to the town of Sicily. A child standing there, crying. I grew up in Sicily. The first film I made with Richard was at age 4. Behind that huge fortune lay crimes. I once had many names, many faces, and broke all 10 commandments. Richard boasted about enjoying a life of luxury. I used countless lies to get everything, but that fortune dried up, and fate forced me to repay my debts. When police, gangsters, politicians, and tycoons joined forces, I had to fight as if the whole world was my enemy. Then my reputation collapsed, and the chase never stopped. Those years of torment dragged on endlessly. I thought, Richard lying alone in a pool of blood, seeking a dark corner to die, might be the best ending. As death began to swallow everything, a voice suddenly called me back to consciousness. At that moment, footsteps approached Richard, and a voice said, "Hey, bad guy." Richard opened his eyes in shock when he saw who it was. A beautiful, radiant girl appeared out of nowhere, like an angel standing before me. She sweetly asked, "Do you believe in karma?" Richard asked her, "What is that?" She replied generously, "What you give is what you receive." Lines of poetry about karma appeared like a somber folk saying. Richard silently stared at the girl before him, covering his mouth, coughing up blood, and he said, "I only believe that living till today is a crime soaked in blood." The girl sat down and smiled, saying, "Maybe I can give you a chance to start over, if you agree to one condition." He wondered, what condition? Then, she knelt and moved closer to Richard. She leaned in and kissed his forehead. "Live well for me, and use the rest of your life to atone." Richard stared intently at her, but she immediately vanished into thin air. The only thing she left behind was a crucifix necklace. The crucifix was solemn, a symbol of a sweet memory. Richard gently touched the crucifix, clenched it tightly, and kept it close. Back in the present, Richard touched his neck with a horrified expression. Ong An said coldly, "Is that all you have?" Truly disappointing. Richard suddenly laughed and whispered, "Marlena, I will keep my promise and grow stronger." A massive, strange force appeared. Ong An was surprised to see this power emerge. Zion's group was shocked. That was Richard's spirit form. The giant spirit fought alongside Richard's consciousness. Richard and Hong An stood on opposite sides, exchanging blows evenly. Ong An gasped, staring at her arm, pained by the wounds. She widened her eyes in shock at something. A strike severely injured her, blood spraying out. Seconds later, Ong An lost control and collapsed beside Richard. She kept coughing, her strength fading fast. Thong smiled bitterly. Finally, he had to resort to this move. Richard worriedly said, "Not good. If both are hurt, the darkness still holds the advantage." Richard sighed tiredly. The outcome depends on who survives longer. He warily tried to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, an object appeared from thin air, a healing potion from the positive realm. A blue bottle floated over. Richard stretched out to grab it. Just as he almost caught it, Ong An fired a dagger toward the bottle. "Want to use a healing potion? Dream on." She caught the potion quickly, with a flash. Ong An drank it to restore her strength. A brilliant reversal. The destroyer turned the tide. Richard squinted in frustration as Hong An finished his potion. Helpless, Richard accepted it. "Is that all? Fine. Let us end this here," Bonnie declared. "All right. The winner is clear. The match ends in 3 seconds. Let us count down." Zion's group was deeply worried for Richard, but Hong An's face suddenly turned pale and terrified. The medicine bottle dropped and spilled. Ong An lost endurance and collapsed to the floor. Ong An's group was horrified, unable to believe their eyes. The shadow figures looked confused too. "What is happening?" Ong An lost her power and lay helpless on the ground. Bonnie carefully announced, "I declare, the player Fian has died." Richard won and lay exhausted on the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, a voice said, "Hey, villain, I won." Marlena appeared again, teasing, "You are up to no good again, are not you?" She smiled enigmatically. Richard replied, "Yes, I just taught a villain a lesson." After all her fatal wounds came from herself. She basically killed herself. Marlena agreed. Some people always snatch what belongs to others, not realizing they are poisoning themselves. Richard said with satisfaction, "The wicked will finally taste their own evil. I think this is a fair trade." Scene shift to a certain room. He opens his eyes, sighs in relief, and looks up at the ceiling, deep in thought. Richard wakes up in a room, his body covered in bandaged wounds. He speaks softly to himself. "Am I okay?" Wounds. Then Richard sits up and goes to open the door. Oh wow! When he steps outside, he sees everyone cleaning up. A girl there sees him and immediately brightens up, finally awake. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Other girls come over and say, wait, first explain what is going on here. Richard was praised as the world's #1 Fire Island villain, who tricked Fienne into poisoning herself. Truly a royal performance. These are all rewards for making it to the semifinals. Tons of gold. And even us girls included, they all rush into Richard's arms, hugging him. Richard is quite surprised. So I was unconscious. The qualifiers are over already. The girl playfully asks, tell me quickly, who made it to the semifinals? The other replies, that is for the next episode, sir. Suddenly, a polite voice from the room says, please enjoy some tea, sir. Would you like some dessert, sir? Your bath is ready. Richard leisurely drinks his tea, but then he suddenly slams down his cup angrily and says, have you had enough? Richard points at the maid before him and asks, hey, tell me, how long was I unconscious and what happened? The girl delicately replies, Hannah quickly treated your wounds. Then Jun took you to the hospital for emergency care. I suppose your vow was extremely dangerous as well. Richard asks anxiously, what about the destroyer? The maid answers, he did not use spatial teleportation and took Fienne away. The fire injury raged on the arena, but was later punished by Bonnie. After that, there were no surprises. The southern player continued a brutal massacre, sweeping all opponents and dominating the lead. Other players desperately chased, but the score gap was too big. They could only stop and sigh in defeat. Richard curiously asks, what was the final result? She holds up a list. Sir, see for yourself. Richard takes the list, carefully examines it, and sees Hannah's name included. He thinks to himself, looks like a storm is coming soon. In the 100th floor demon training furnace, a voice announces, starting the sacrifice sequence. Beginning test. Activation number 53. Bonnie says, millions of spiritual power collected from the qualifiers, all gathered at once. Let us see what happens next. Just a prayer. Suddenly the chained person makes a noise. Bonnie abruptly watches with some worry and sighs quietly. On the 99th floor demon training furnace, time slightly open, a figure stands amid debris. Cold eyes. Thinking deeply, holding a small watch, he quietly says, finally, the day has come. In the ancient arena, a young man stands silently before the wind. He wonders aloud, is that the breath of the ancient god? She will finally awaken. Beneath the water, small bubbles rise along with the girl's hair. A pure girl lies in the water, eyes closed, looking peaceful. Scene shifts to a building. It is already started. Cheerful voices rise. Miu and Thuktone walk by waving at the crowd. Applause rings out. Seeing the goddess in person truly is happiness. They look way cuter in person. Look, is not that Thuktone and Miu? Miu signs autographs for strong guys, shyly saying, whoa, are we really famous now? Fans crowd her, asking for signatures. Thuktone is surrounded by girls, happily giving autographs. Called superstars of the healing world before feeling rich and famous. You will get used to it soon. At that moment, someone bows respectfully. Welcome to War King's weapon shop. We are honored to have you. How about buying something? It will help this little shop's reputation soar even higher. Miu speaks up, reminding us we should upgrade our gear soon. They shop together. Grabbing another batch of mini nuclear reactors should be enough for now. 20 Hellfire missiles. I will take that death drone first. We will need them sooner or later. Oh right. Try ordering me an old retired aircraft carrier from that country. The shop owner laughs. If I am not wrong, these are all prepping to fight the plague in Dix Capi. Right? Miss Thikideton really is going all out. Thif Tenning says happily, I will take 4 quartets of TG Quila in advance. Thuk sighs, saying in such a brutal semifinal, anything could happen. Smart choice. The shop owner jokes, when you use them in the arena, try to get different camera angles to catch the shop's logo. All your goods get 40% off, plus 60 large health potions free. Deal made. The owner turns and says, I will go get the items now. Wait a bit. Thick Tun checks her phone and shouts out. Miu blocks and says, oh right. Zion and Hannah just appeared on the phone screen. Looking surprised, she says, you guessed right. Those two have gone to the 25th floor of the Demon Forge to watch a movie. Hearing that, Miu gets excited. Watching a movie. An actual movie. Meanwhile, Zion and Hannah are somewhere else. Dora looks up, confused. Right? Why am I feeling this way? Zion asks. Hey Hannah, the movie you invited me to watch is not a horror flick, right? Anna's mascot explains. Strictly speaking, it is a documentary. Open your eyes and watch the fate and present of the summoners. All secrets buried deep. And here, because of extreme difficulty, this place is currently only open to the 8 strongest challengers. Legend says 9 elders of the Forge teamed up to create this massive instance. Its purpose is to let challengers experience the true history of summoners. We call it the Memory Library or Memory Archive. Anna eagerly reminds. The movie's already started. In the beginning, the world was just a chaotic, dark void. The gods moved over the waters, saying there must be light. Then a meteor cracked open, a great light bursting before their eyes. The gods used their souls to create life. Flowers, grass, and birds blossomed and multiplied. All things grew. Jun gasps in amazement at the sight. A goddess's silhouette appears, cold and commanding. All disciples freeze upon seeing her. That is the end of my video. Above is the summary of the story. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments below.